Okay, all right. And also, do you think there are going to be, how soon do we see the benefits of the FTAs that have been signed? And this is particularly when we talk about, you said gemstones, we're talking about leather industry, we're talking about the handicrafts, the handlooms, the textiles, and the apparel. And at this point of time, it's being perceived that we are going to be stronger vis-a-vis our competitors in Vietnam and Bangladesh and Pakistan as well. So how soon do we see this offset benefiting Indian exporters?
You see, Megha, right now, I think the intention behind the announcements today, as far as the exporters are concerned, are predominantly to diversify their risk. So you de-risk your business by getting into other geographies, work in, aggressively with, do FTAs with certain other economies, and de-risk your business. Because I think, see, the biggest challenge right now is that we are very dependent to the US for a lot of our exports. And I think, so to answer your question, I don't think it will happen overnight. This is going to take its own time. I think more than timing, Megha, what's more important is directionally what we are trying to achieve is to say that, the direction in which we're trying to diversify our exporters and reduce the difference between export and imports as far as the US is concerned with India. I think that is a step in the right direction. Clearly, again, the expectation that was built in or baked in was some kind of a rebate, a tariff rebate scheme that could be brought in for some of these players that have been hit hard, in addition to an extension of capital guarantee, an extension of credit guarantee schemes that may have been made available to them.
Okay.
To offset some of the losses.
Okay. Nakul Sharma, tax expert, also on the telecast with me. Nakul, your key takeaways, particularly with regards to clearly not a populist budget.
Yeah, actually, first of all, as the income tax act is going to be applicable from 1st April, so the government wants to simplify the income tax act for all the people, for the SSEs and for the taxpayers. In current budget, the way things have changed is they have rationalized the TCS rates for foreign tours and for educational purposes, which was 5% or 20% earlier. It is brought down to 2% for the income tax returns. The due date, which was for non-business people, it was 31st July for everyone. Right now, they have divided that into two parts.
Nakul, I'm sorry, I will have to interrupt you. There seems to be a network connectivity issue. We are not able to hear you clearly, but sorry, coming back to you. I do want to focus on artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, do you think what has been announced by the government is enough at this stage? And how does it complement India's goals and aspirations? Like I said, the AI Impact Summit that is coming up very soon in February.
Yeah, so I think in the budget, the whole announcement has been more about forming a wait and watch approach and forming a committee to assess it. But at the same time, we have announced that we will come up with our own LLMs. We have an AI summit right around the corner. So I think government is looking at AI. From this budget point of view, there are less announcement than what at least I expected on the AI side. But I think we'll see a lot more in the coming year, and it will be interesting to see the details of what the committee that they makes and what do they come up with. But I'll still go back to the point that 2,000 crore increase on the IT sector side, in the care side. I think that is something is an indirect way to complement the AI building setup, and also the tax breaks that they have given for setting up cloud infra in India with having distributors in India till 2047. That can be very, very powerful because a big part of AI is building infra locally. At the end of our country like India, we have DPDPA. We don't want data to go outside the country. So unless we have the right cloud infra, no matter how good an LLM we develop, we'll not be able to scale it with the population that we have. So it's a very important step. Probably it will not be as highlighted as other steps. But if we talk about 5 years impact, this will probably have bigger impact than anything which can be more direct.
Okay. Nakul, coming back to you, if you can hear me now. Again, like I said, no changes in tax slabs. There have been no cuts that have been announced in direct taxes as well. How do you view the budget? Clearly, like I said, not a populist budget.
Yeah, so as speaking, they've brought a new income tax act from 1st of April. Many of the rationalization in rates were done in the previous budget as well. In current year, it was expected for rationalization for short-term and long-term capital gains taxes. But right now, what they have done is the TCS rates have been rationalized for a few products like overseas tours packages and the education purposes, which have been brought down from 20 and 5% to 2%. Again, in this budget, there has been more compliance-related rationalizations rather than the rate rationalizations. So, considering that the income tax return filing has been divided into two parts up to 31st July and 31st August. So the business returns can be filed up to 31st August. They've got an extension of 1 month for annual filing returns. So more of the rates rationalization has taken place in TCS part, and in this budget, the compliance has been reduced rather than rates.
Okay, all right. Let me also introduce our fourth guest of the day, Manoj Dhanda, founder and CEO, Uto Cloud. Manoj, again, key takeaways and particularly focused on infrastructure, particularly focused on technology and artificial intelligence. How does it fare for the Indian economy?
I noticed that something announced for data centers for the foreign companies specific, and that is something not good for Indian organizations who build their own Indian infrastructure for sure, because that is specific. If foreign companies put their own infrastructure inside Indian data centers, and Indian players or the resellers that basically selling these top three hyperscalers to India, basically these foreign providers will get the benefit. The builders like us and others who building the cloud platforms within the India and building inside the data centers and then selling the services, helping the Indian economy. Because nowadays it's time not to war on the field. Time is on the war in the digital economy. And now more than 80% of our digital economy is running on the foreign infrastructure, no matter that is inside hosted in India data center or not, but control is always foreign. So what we exactly believe as Indian players, this is something hitting player like us and the others who building in India.
Okay.
This is completely in directions to the foreign providers, not to the Indian one.
Okay, interesting.
Something a big
Okay.
risk for Indian economy.
Okay, all right. Now, Nasir, I do want to touch upon this electronics outlay increased to 40,000 crore rupees. This is going to help in the manufacturing, sustainability and innovation of the electronics, building rare earth corridors, chemical parks, strengthening India's semiconductor ecosystem. That has been the sustained push of the government with a number of semiconductor plants that have been set up in Uttar Pradesh. We take a look at that happening in the southern part of the country as well.
So, Megha, we've been continuously saying this, that if you really wish to compete with the rest of the world, we need to see how you can bring in manufacturing and real manufacturing as far as India is concerned, not just assembling, right? I think the challenge has been, for the last few, ever since the last few years, and we've been trying to focus on this, is that the idea is that how do we become from a services industry to a manufacturing industry, right? And I think that is comes in with very, very important points, and I think the government is trying to somewhat address that, right, by saying that, look, can we become a manufacturing hub and take certain specialty pockets, right, where we can, whether it's in semiconductors, which again for now is directionally the right thing to do, but how much will it actually come down to execution? I think that is something which is very, very important. I think one of the few things that we need to look at when you're looking at this entire space on manufacturing and small scale manufacturing to start with is also to make sure that credit is available to them at comparative rates.
Okay.
If I go back to history, Megha, you look at China, for example, they've created this, they've come in and given huge extension of credit guarantee schemes, right? They've given them tax holidays. So can we afford, the question is today is that while we're maintaining continuity in policy and we're maintaining a sense of fiscal prudence by containing fiscal deficit numbers to 4.3% for FY 26-27, are we taking enough risk on capital to ensure that it is being given for manufacturing boost? I think that's another very, very big question that does come to my mind repeatedly. While I do see the direction in which the government is trying to push forward, but I think some more, clarity should help us, get to that manufacturing boost at least.
Saurabh, I will come to you. Talking about a large, fastest growing economy, we have been wearing that tag very ambitiously. We are proud of the fact that we have been growing at the rate of 7% and above for the last few years. How challenging do you think it is going to be to retain that tag? Like I said, the projection at this point is 6.8 to 7.2%. Can we sustain it? Or do you think there are other economies in the world that would give us a stiff competition?
Yeah, I think the global environment that we are living in, it's very hard to be predictable. But if one country can sustain this, it is India. Because somehow over the last year as well, we are able to manage the growth in spite of all the pressure that we saw from specifically from US. And I think all the FTA deals we have done, my view is that whatever surplus people are not able to kind of sell in the earlier economies like US, some of these FTAs, once they kick in maybe in the next few months, those will get deployed there. So in that context, there's a high chance that we are able to kind of sustain the growth. From a global market point of view, I think I don't see any other country to be rightly positioned of large scale. Like there might be smaller economies who can grow at the same rate or even faster than us. But among the large economies, I think people have made big changes. Like if you look at US, there are big changes. If you look at Europe, they are not in the right step to grow even close to this percentage. China is playing more conservative game right now and not really coming on offense on the growth side. So I think at least for next couple of years, India will probably outgrow everyone. It will be interesting to see whether we're able to sustain 7% or maybe 0.2, 0.3% here and there. Given there's no very big surprises on US side and Europe actually follows through on the deal which has gone through.
Nakul, coming to you, it's also interesting what the government has done, announcement that has been made in the budget that the civil and defense aviation sector duties, custom duties are going to be waived off. Keeping in mind there has been yet another massive purchase that has been done by Air India to procure those Boeings, to increase their infrastructure, to increase their capacities when it comes to civil aviation. And of course, I think almost all of our defense aviation infrastructure is imported from United States of America or France. How do you, and Russia as well, how do you see this impact our defense outlay, our aviation outlay?
Yeah, so as informed, due to the reduction in the duty of the imports of the defense or other procurements in aviation sector, it will obviously give a boost to import of all the necessary equipments for required for our defense, also for the private aviation sector, and it will definitely be helpful to the India's growth.
I'd like to add something to that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, so I believe this is a two-pronged approach. One, from a global infra procurement point of view, we all know about how the critical aircraft deals and others are for India from defense point of view. I think especially what happened with Indigo a few months back, government has also have already made it public that they want to diversify. They don't want a single airline to have 62% market share in a country like us. And I personally think this has also been done keeping that in mind. They want probably Air India to have a larger supply and the new airlines to also have a larger supply. And this has been done to boost both domestic diversification as well as, of course, defense procurement.
Absolutely. Okay, Manoj, let's hear it from you as well. I will focus on the nuclear small reactors, there have been a number of deals that there are talks that are continuing. United States, of course, topmost in the rung, but there have been a number of these provinces in Canada. There has been a deal on which talks have been continuing between Russia and India. But the custom duty exemption on nuclear power imports, what does this indicate in terms of India's future when it comes to energy sustainability?
To be honest, this is something out of my experience, my specific industry. So better if someone else can answer on
Sure,
this.
sure. Nasir, would you
I
like to
can
take that?
definitely come
Yeah.
on the data
Yeah,
center in the
Nasir,
cloud.
would you like to take that question? Of course, nuclear small reactors is something that has been the talk of the town.
See, Megha, as far as the nuclear, I mean, all of these defense announcements are concerned, clearly the expectation was that in as far as the capex part is concerned, defense is going to take the highest pie,
Yeah.
right? Whether it's in terms of and it's about 10 to 15%. So again, I think given where we are in terms of geopolitical pressures today, it is but obvious that the government needs to look at procurement, also look at what we call is protection of the infant industry, get in technology transfer, get in strategic partnerships, and promote a conducive environment for production of these defense equipments and defense materials. I think to the point, to your original point, it is something which while maintaining fiscal prudence, the government is looking at doing this. The first thing is what they've done is they've reduced imports and duty, right? And I think that
Yeah.
is something which is going to bode well in just transfer of transfer of technology today. I think the need of the hour right now is to get access to technology, get exposure to technology, so that you can actually start making a case of make in India to work for yourself in the defense sector, whether it's through defense corridors that are being announced by certain states. Again, if you look deep, if you deep dive, Megha, a lot of announcements have come in there in terms of MOUs that may have been signed, but we're hoping that those will actually start to get executed on the ground to execution. I mean, and that is what will also help, kind of complete the entire space on the defense sector, defense spending, transfer of technology, synergy between larger players and domestic players, so that they can also compete with global platforms.
Absolutely, and you're absolutely right. Custom duties, waivers that have been done in various sectors, rare earth, electronics, defense, nuclear, is ease of doing business. This is allowing for foreign investments to come into India. Definitely a boost for foreign players to come and collaborate with Indian importers. It's a win-win situation, and like I said, when you have these deals that have been signed, tariffs that have been reduced, and in addition to that, non-tariff barriers that are also being eased out in this open multilateral economy that India is looking to build with its partner countries, and resilient supply chains, alternative supply chains that are being also looked into, being kept into account. Okay, all right. Let's take a quick short break. We'll come back and we'll take a look at all the big highlights of the budget announced by the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman.
शिव प्रसाद जी को बीमारी के कारण 15 बार हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट होना पड़ा। पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने उनका लाखों का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
यार सोच रहा हूँ पॉलिसी बाजार से टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस ले लेता हूँ ताकि मेरे बाद फैमिली को पैसों की कमी ना। तू भी ले ले।
यार अभी तो यंग है यार, बाद में देखते हैं। आजा
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 400 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
कभी खेलों के मानचित्र पर उत्तर प्रदेश सिर्फ संभावनाओं का नाम था, पर 2017 के बाद संभावनाएं संरचना बनी। जनपदों में स्टेडियम, ब्लॉकों में मिनी स्टेडियम और गांव में मैदान। खेल अब शहरों तक सीमित नहीं रहे। लखनऊ से मेरठ, वाराणसी और विजय का गूंजता संदेश। ये है नया उत्तर प्रदेश।
इम्तियाज जी के फादर को बीमारी के कारण अचानक हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट होना पड़ा। पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने हॉस्पिटल पहुंचकर लाखों का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
FDAs कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी
लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
MDH।
Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsx. I'm Megha Sharma, and the Finance Minister has announced the budget. Capital expenditure at 12.2 lakh crores. That's the big figure. But let me get in my panelists and get their perspectives on how the budget stands for 2026-2027. Mukul Bagla is the Chair, Direct Tax Committee of PhD CCI. Mukul, let's hear it from you. What are your key takeaways from the budget? All right, we'll be joined by Mukul Bagla of the PhD CCI in a very short moment. But like I said, you know, India looking very healthy in terms of its GDP growth rate. We have reached the target of over $4 trillion as our GDP, looking at a healthy GDP growth rate of 6.8 to 7.2% as projected in the economic survey. And at the same time, a number of these custom duty waivers that have been announced by the Finance Ministry, whether it is about you know, critical minerals, whether it is about the aviation industry, civil as well as defense, or for that matter nuclear power imports. So very important focus on the modular reactors, the nuclear module reactors, on which there are going to be in fact a number of negotiations, collaborations, deals that are going to be struck between India and the rest of the world. In fact, we have the Union Home Minister who has also tweeted out, he speaks about Vikas Bharat budget. He says the Vikas Bharat budget embodies Bharat as a nation forging its new identity as an emerging economic power, center with resolute trust in its own strengths. Post-COVID, Prime Minister Modi's visionary economic policies have fueled the Indian economy. The Viksit Bharat budget turbocharges the momentum to bolster India's position on the global stage as the most attractive investment destination for a wide range of sectors, from traditional to the new age ones. So clearly that is a summation of all that has been announced by the finance minister today in budget 2026-2027. Brian on the telecast with me. Brian, shed more light into the the key takeaways. Of course, when we have custom duty waivers, there has been an increase in capex. We've seen focus on rare earth minerals, building our pharma as well as electronic sector, critical minerals, artificial intelligence, nuclear power imports. All these are the big ticket items in the budget.
Well, Megha, clearly, yes, just a while back, the union budget has been announced, and we're joined by the panel, the PhD panel, all industry leaders, and I think it will be very important for them, their reactions to come in front, to come forward, and we are joined by them. I'll like to introduce them. On the right, we have Ashok Batra, who is the chair indirect taxes for PhD CCI. Then we have Mukul Bagla, who is the chair direct taxes PhD CCI, followed by Dr. D.K. Agarwal, who is the former president PhD CCI Capital Market. And then we have Anil Parashar, who is chair tourism committee PhD Indigo. Sir, I'll start with you. My very first question, your reaction. We've heard the budget, we've heard the finance minister. She presented the budget. Your first reaction on the budget, how do you react on the very budget that was announced?
Not up to my expectation. I was thinking there will be certain sweeping reform in GST also, in spite of the fact that there is a GST 2 which was introduced in September 2025. But yes, after income tax and GST 2.0, now they have made sweeping changes so far as custom is concerned. And even in the case of tariff war with the US, they have given one-time concession to the SEZ unit also. But I was expecting there will be much more changes in GST. But yes, some good changes have been made. Whatever has been suggested by the GST Council in 55th GST Council, everything has been done. With regard to the liquidity, they have made refund procedures more easily, even in the case of inverted duty structure. And secondly, they have also made certainty with regard to the taxation policies. And more importantly, if I look at it, discount, these FMCG companies, they have been giving post-sale discount. That litigation was there, that will come down. And more importantly, it is a big boon for the tour operators and also the marketing agent who are procuring orders for the foreign companies, because their services have become export because of the change in the definition of intermediary. So those who are falling in the definition of intermediary, they have got a big boost. Not only their cost will reduce, they will be able to get the ITC credit, whatever they are likely to get, whatever they incur that GST on their expenditure, they will get refund for that also. So overall, good budget, but yes, falling short so far the ease of doing business is concerned.
Sir, Mukul sir, I would want to give it to you as well. You chair the direct taxes committee. How do you see the tax exemption that have been displayed on the budget that the finance minister presented today? How do you see it, especially in the sector of tax exemptions? There were TCS, exemptions also. So how do you see that?
So last year's budget was more of a blockbuster budget, wherein we saw a lot of reduction in tax rates. So as we all know that this cannot happen every year, and there was the tax collections this year have not increased at that great a ratio. The increase in tax rates at a gross level is only about 4%. At the net level, it is about 8%. So with the tax collections not being as robust, you can't expect the tax cuts to happen in every budget. So that I think, but overall, this budget was more about tax administration, about how ease of doing business could happen. And I would say that a lot of our chamber's demands were met in this budget. We had requested the finance ministry for reducing rates of TCS on foreign travel and on education expenses. So that has been reduced from 5% to 2%. We had, for ease of doing business, we had recommended that the ICDS should be removed. So that has been done. Of course, it's very difficult to comment on the finance budget right now without looking at the fine print. But I would say overall, a lot of things have changed. The way the amount received on buyback of shares has been changed from into capital gain tax is a very welcome change. The due dates for filing revised returns has been extended, which again is very welcome. So I would say all in all, it's a budget in the right direction to make it more ease of doing business, to make it more in favor of consistency in the policy. So that is what I think is my take on the budget.
And sir, you also, if you can also just put ahead, we had a conversation also pre-budget regarding your expectations. If you can also speak about your reaction.
Yeah, well, I'll say the budget is overall a balanced budget, which will ensure the stability in the economy, which will ensure growth in the economy, and also the fact that fiscal deficit prudence has been maintained. The target has been set at 4.3%, which will ensure that inflation is under control. Having said all this, there are
the vision for NBFCs for Vikasit Bharat has been outlined with clear targets for credit disbursement and technology adoption in order to achieve scale and improve efficiency in the public sector NBFCs. As a first step, it is proposed to restructure the Power Finance Corporation and Rural Electrification Corporation. I propose a comprehensive review of the foreign exchange management non-debt instruments rules to create a more contemporary, user-friendly framework for foreign investments consistent with India's evolving economic priorities. Corporate bond market. The vision for NBFCs for Vikasit Bharat has been outlined with clear targets for credit disbursement and technology adoption in order to achieve scale and improve efficiency in the public sector NBFCs. As a first step, it is proposed to restructure the Power Finance Corporation and Rural Electrification Corporation. I propose a comprehensive review of the foreign exchange management non-debt instruments rules to create a more contemporary, user-friendly framework for foreign investments consistent with India's evolving economic priorities. Corporate bond market. The vision for NBFCs for Vikasit Bharat has been...
All right, I'm being joined by Sanchita Mukherjee, Senior Business Economist, Managing Partner, Talk the Walk. Sanchita, thank you very much. And of course, what are your key takeaways from the budget?
I think it's a very strategically well-placed budget. For a lot of people who are saying there's nothing really for the common man or take home immediately in the short term, I wholeheartedly disagree, because I think this is the time when we stop asking about nitty-gritties and exactly what we can get, which makes us penny wise, pound foolish. Rather, I think the budget is very well poised in how to make the Indian economy very, very resilient, with something in it for everyone. It actually benefits the common man to the core. For example, there's so much of a reform which has happened in the IT sector, right? The incentive to make data centers, businesses in cloud to have tax-free businesses up to 2047, the focus on animation, gaming, the focus on creating 5 universities which will help the youth, the whole education to employment, which addresses the skilling gap which the industry is facing right now. Then the entire focus on khadi, handicrafts, textile, even urban infrastructure, the whole capex push to capture carbon capture and storage, public capex, which is up by 9%, the intent to do financial sector reforms in banking, in how we approach credit, given that, banking sector, the bank balance sheets are in pristine health at this point in time, the SME fund, all of this, there is something in it for everyone. In fact, there is a lot even in healthcare. I was very pleasantly surprised. There's so much that has happened in terms of medical tourism, the incentive, the removal of customs duties on 17 drugs. If that does not benefit the common man, who will it benefit?
Right,
So I think
absolutely.
it's a
Okay.
very strategic budget.
Okay. Dr. Jayajit Bhattacharya also on the show with us. Dr. Bhattacharya, three big takeaways from the budget.
Clearly it's focused on next generation of industries. As we see, it's focused on nuclear, it's focused on data centers, as Sanchita mentioned, and a few other next generation of industries. And it's showing the intent by either reducing the duties on the capital expenditure needed for those industries or giving tax holidays like what they've done for data centers. So future industry oriented, that's one. Second is a significant fillip to attracting women into the workforce, either as skilled workforce or even as entrepreneurs, as small entrepreneurs. And I think that's a big shift that has happened, which is getting missed out in the larger discussions. So it's clearly a woman-oriented budget. And third is sticking to the guardrails of fiscal discipline. We are back to the pre-COVID days in terms of the fiscal glide path for reducing the fiscal deficit, which actually then helps in freeing up the capital and therefore the cost of capital coming down, which is good for everybody because then you can have the private sector getting into investments because of the reduced cost of capital. So these are the three big takeaways of this budget and very, very game changing in that sense, not in terms of one single announcement, but in terms of the way it'll move the ecosystem in the country for domestic investments, as well as getting the next generation of industries and women into the workforce.
Right. Let's get in Anil Parashar, Chair of Tourism, PhD, CCI. Big ticket items for tourism growth, tourism development, a number of trains that have been launched, new 7 of those train routes, but not just that, creation of the National Institute of Hospitality, upgrading the National Council for Hotel Management and Catering Technology. How do you think this is going to impact the industry?
Focus has been clearly on job creation and skilling, also bringing focus on some new areas of tourism like ecotourism, adventure tourism, and continuing to focus on our heritage. If you look at the skilling, the IHMs have been upgraded, as you said, to National Institute of Hospitality, training of 10,000 guides in the 20 tourist destinations, and that too, the tourist guides are going to be trained by none other than IIMs, as well as the 5 medical hubs that have been spoken about, and the creation of 1.5 caregivers. Now, if you look at the focus on eco and adventure tourism, the development of the mountain trails, hiking trails, aspects like bird watching in Odisha and all of that is a clearly new focus area for the inbound tourism. And then, of course, like I said, the focus on the heritage, development of 15 archaeological sites with respect to experiential tourism, as well as the development of the Buddhist circuits in certain states. So all in all, new aspects, focus back on tourism in a big way, skilling, job creation, and of course the reduction of TCS on outbound travelers.
Do you also think, what is the potential for tourism industry to be a sustainable backbone for India's economy?
You are aware that tourism contributes to more than 6% of the GDP, 7 to 8% of India's job creation. If we can build on this India story, the world is watching India. If we can build on the aspects like our National Institute of Hospitality, provide more skilling opportunities, I feel there is no stopping inbound tourism. Of course, we need some look into the visa which is being looked into, and if we can just support with some visa regime and e-visa, it will greatly help.
Right, right. And you know, these are the announcements that have been made. What more could have been done? What more would you require the government of India in supporting the tourism industry? Keeping in mind, it has been a long time since COVID. Has the industry rebounded?
Industry is clearly rebounded. As you know, domestic tourism is at very big highs. International tourism to India needs some more push. That of course requires other aspects. In respect of your question, I think India is clearly becoming a hub where people are transiting to and fro India. So if a visa support can be provided to the travelers, especially making a short-term stay or transiting in India, that will greatly boost. Let me give you an example. People coming from, say, Amsterdam to Bangkok, they are flying over Delhi or Mumbai. Now, if this is given as a short-term visa support and the other tourist elements combined together, that can become a low-hanging tourism growth. Besides that, I think the so this is one clear element of promoting inbound tourism. And then of course you are aware that there's a continuous focus on new aspects, like culinary tourism can be a big thing.
Right,
people
absolutely.
come to India. If you see different surveys,
Yeah.
people are looking at India food.
Absolutely.
So that can become a big opportunity.
Absolutely. Aniprasha, thank you very much for joining us, sharing your views. Coming back to you, Jaijit, talking about tourism, the big impetus that has been given by the government in the budget, I think there was something similar that was announced in terms of expansionism, infrastructure, sustainability. There has been a dedicated push to build tourism infrastructure in the country. How does this help?
You know, absolutely. This was a crying need with a country with the potential like India. We were attracting less tourists than even much smaller countries. So, and not only that, we have got huge cultural potential in terms of the Buddhist circuits and specific such cultural circuits, which the budget clearly calls out. So there was a crying need to really leverage our tourism sector. And this budget has gone in very deep into, in fact, almost micro-stated some of the things that needs to be done, and that is backed it up with budgetary support. So it's very, very supportive of an explosive growth in tourism.
Talking about India's infrastructure, capex, innovation, capex has been increased by 9%, 12.2 lakh crore rupees. Do you think that is going to help sustain India's GDP growth of 7.2%?
Absolutely, it will. You know, to put things in perspective, in the last 5 years, the capex has gone up by 3 times, which is humongous. And if you see, you know, the revenue deficit is around 1.3, 1.4%, whereas the fiscal deficit is targeted at 4.3%. The difference is actually what's going into capital expenditure, which is infrastructure, largely speaking. Every rupee of infrastructure spend leads to 2.1 rupees in terms of returns. And so it's got one of the highest multiplier effect. So the reason why we are steadily on the path of growth since the year 2000, when the then Prime Minister Vajpayee ji started building roads, is because an immense amount of investment has gone into infrastructure, which opens up this economy for private sector. It opens up the economy for reduced logistics cost. We've been able to reduce the logistics cost to less than 8%. And the investment into infrastructure itself creates jobs directly because of the number of people involved in building that infrastructure. So it has got a tremendous amount of impact on the economy.
Absolutely. And we were talking about, you know, these custom duty waivers that have been given in different sectors. How does this complement India's, you know, building open alternative supply chains, resilient supply chains, vis-a-vis the trade deals that have been signed in the recent times?
You know, if you notice the sectors mentioned specifically, were also sectors which were kind of next generation industries, which included civil aviation, nuclear, energy storage, electronics, cancer drugs, biologics, and so on. So we are now pivoting towards the next generation of industries. And I think that places India very well for the next 10 to 15 years in terms of growth, because we want to claim that space. Even data centers, which is the future of IT, there is being given a tax holiday. So the focus has largely been on next generation of industries, as well as next generation of infrastructure, such as the inland waterways and the sea-based transportation, the shallow sea transportation. So those are the focus areas that will reduce the cost of logistics and bring in the next generation of industries that India badly needs.
All right, stay on with me, Jayjit. Rajiv Juneja, President of the PhD CCI, is on the telecast with me. Rajiv Juneja, let's hear it from you. What are the three big takeaways of the budget?
The first is that the policies, whatever has been defined in the past, have been continued. I mean, just don't look at the budget only. I mean, look at this. GST is one, reforms are there, labor reforms are there. We have an expectation that on a budget day, some big bang announcements would be there. These are not there. Yes, whatever good things are to be done have been done. One, I'll say that capital expenditure has been increased. That's an amazing thing, because every country needs better infrastructure. The second basically is what this fiscal deficit has been controlled, is only 4.4%, rather reduced. Third basically is that so much of money has been put on technology side, whether it's a rare earth, whether it is giving tax soaps to those companies, foreign companies, those who are setting up their shops for cloud services, whether electronics or semiconductors. And of course, I'm from pharma side, we'll talk about this pharma, because these are 4-5 points.
So why do you think the government has focused on pharma so much? Do you think it has also got to do with India's export capacities?
I feel, I mean, just don't look at from the business point of view. I mean, look at the point of view of health of a country. If a country is healthy, diseases are controlled, everything is good. With a lot of experience, you gain some kind of a brain power. If in the absence of good health, that is lost, it is wrong. So health is the first thing. Every health, education, skill. These three things are always and should be there.
Okay.
It's not only business.
Do you think GST cuts, sustained GST cuts ever since the evolution has happened under the government, they have paid dividends?
Yes, why not? I mean, cannot you look at the growth, 7% plus. Some kind of, I mean, this cut was required. It really makes so much of logic. It's a very logical kind of a cut. GST is one. Labor should not be forgotten. Labor reforms. You need to be very brave to really bring all these things. And when this geo disturbances are happening, I tell you honestly, sometimes these are blessings. Certain things which were in a slow pace have become on a fast lane.
Okay.
These are good things.
Do want to focus, you know, there have been, like I said, custom duty waivers that have been announced on various sectors in various industries. I do want to focus particularly on the civil and defense aviation sector, where the custom duty waivers have been announced. How does this help bolster the aviation economy in our country?
Why not? It's a very right kind of a decision, because going forward, we have seen that we are living in a very disturbed world. We need to have great defenses, arms and ammunition, and this is first step forward. I mean, you need to really bolster your arms, your defense expenditures. And for that you need, better technology. Gone are the days that you can fight wars with people and with tanks and planes. You need, different kind of drones with technologies required.
Right, absolutely. Even talking about, building our critical minerals infrastructure, electronics, 40,000 crore rupees that has been allocated from the budget outlay. How is this going to impact the economy?
See, whether it's a company or whether it's a country, those countries, those who are spending and having advanced technology have become big economies. Look at China, look at US, of course look at this look at Europe. And the second side basically is what those companies and countries, those who are technology enabled. So once you talk about technology, once you talk about advanced technology, once you talk about semiconductors, you will definitely think backward and think about the rare earths.
Okay, all right.
And 4 or 5 things have been shown over there.
Right, absolutely. Thank you very much for joining us. I am also being joined by Mr. Sudipta Mukherjee. He is a member of FICCI, Managing Director, Texmaco Rail and Engineering Limited. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. And of course, the first question, the 3 big takeaways for you from the budget.
Good afternoon, Meghna. The first one, I would like to tell you that I'm impressed on the fact that so many points have been touched upon, because it was not an easy budget per se. One way the momentum of growth was supposed to be maintained. At the same time, considering the geopolitical situation. And of course, the third portion is on the capability. And I would like to add one more point, is the intent. So I think the intents have been shown by the government, and various new sectors which we normally think as a jargon may translate into starting contributing to the economy in a big way.
Right. What do you make of all these custom duty waivers in various sectors, various industries, whether we talk about defense aviation, civil aviation? We've taken a look at the nuclear small reactors, the nuclear power import, which I'm assuming is going to include the deals that are going to be struck between India and United States of America, Canada, Russia, when it comes to nuclear small reactors. What is going to be the impact of all these custom duty waivers?
So it's a very logical correlation between all, because we as India does not possess all the technology today, but we have few ingredients of the various layers, like when we talk about data center as one of the major contributor towards our economy and to create employment generation, and we want to go for a self-reliant country. So it calls for a lot of power requirement, and we know that we are one of the largest coal power nation, coal power generation nation. But the new micro or nuclear reactor on that segment is going to be very beneficial, and is going to be one of the path-breaking initiative if we as Indians and the industry can translate into a business opportunity, and is going to create a very good upward impact to the economy.
What is it that the rail industry is going to gain from the budget? There have been 7 special rail corridors that have been announced, integrating India's domestic tourism as well. How do you view this?
So you have used a very good word, integration. So we find we have been talking about and suggesting to the government of alignment and integration of the various infrastructural initiatives. Particularly to talk about rail, if you see, if I have to translate into layman's language, that infrastructure for a dedicated high-speed passenger corridor, then having additional dedicated freight corridor, then having another corridor towards rare earth. Then we are talking about the last mile when we are emphasizing on incentivizing the container manufacturing, and also road, water, and the rail linkages. So these talks are huge, and it has a multiplier effect towards the whole progress. We as a company, we work right from track laying to signaling to supplying to rolling stocks and maintenance of it. So it throws a ocean of opportunity for us for the coming 5 to 10 years if we can dovetail into reality.
Yeah, pharma and health has also been key focus. I think that was one of the first announcements that was made by the finance minister. How is that going to impact the overall well-being and therefore reflected in the economy of the country as well?
When we talk about Viksit Bharat 2047, so one of the focus is towards the per capita income improvement, and I'm happy to note that this budget, as I have in my opening remark has mentioned, that it has a future industry, it has a legacy industry, it has farmer, it has common people, it has some stuffs for everyone, and this focus has to continue if you really want to be a developed nation with such a population and such an opportunity and resources within our country. So the points are very well taken, and I feel that this initiative has to continue, and boosting and bringing in technology in and around it, and also the skilling part of it is going to determine that where we actually reach and how fast we reach towards our goal to Viksit Bharat. So it's a very, very good
how about,
initiative.
What's your view on the record gold prices that have been witnessed not just within the country but across the globe? The gold and silver prices have fluctuated in the last couple of days. Do you think the budget announcement is going to impact?
So it has to, one has to see to it as a very good bold statement in the present context, where we have shown all intentions and somewhere we have quantified a kind of a willingness of allocation. But we have to ensure our execution much better to achieve all of this, and one has to believe on the intent. Maybe because it is too much of a theme, sometimes we get confused because we have some focus industries and some new is coming in. So one cannot stop the new, but we should be happy that those together can make the economy as one of the largest in the world. So we as a contributor, as a participant to that, have to believe in that, and I feel that rather than having very small term knee-jerk reactions of or expectations of return, we should more look towards solidarity and a maturity, and have faith to have a big impact globally.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for joining us, sharing your views. Let's quickly take a look at some political reactions coming in after the budget has been announced.
साथ केंद्रीय मंत्री शांतनु ठाकुर हैं। शांतनु जी, बजट पेश हो गया है, क्या कुछ बजट में मिला बंगाल को?
देखिए, हर सेक्टर में बढ़ावा हुआ है। ऐसे खास करके बंगाल के लिए जो है मैं मानता हूं कि हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जो महिला लोगों का जो हॉस्टल बनेगा, उसमें बंगाल का भी लाभ होगा, और दूसरे जितने सारे मिनिस्ट्री हैं उनमें भी बहुत सारे प्रकल्प के घोषणा किया गया है, उनमें भी उससे भी बंगाल का लाभ होगा, मैं मानता हूँ।
बंगाल को बुलेट ट्रेन कॉरिडोर बनारस से सिलीगुड़ी तक मिल रहा है, दुर्गापुर में भी कॉरिडोर
वो भी तो मिल रहा है, वो भी तो मिल रहा है।
आपके मंत्रालय को क्या कुछ मिला?
हाँ, हमारे मंत्रालय में शिप बिल्डिंग में मिला है, फिर पोर्टलेट इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन जो होगा उसमें बढ़ावा मिलेगा। फिर इनलैंड वाटरवेज में भी बहुत सारे नया नया उद्योग ला रहा है, तो अच्छा है।
लेकिन टीएमसी के नेता और सांसद ये कह रहे हैं कि बंगाल को कुछ मिला ही नहीं, नाउम्मीदी वाला बजट रहा।
बंगाल को मिलेगा क्या? बंगाल तो कुछ एक्सेप्ट नहीं करते हैं, जब एक्सेप्ट नहीं करते हैं तो क्या मिलेगा?
धन्यवाद। मनोहर केसरी, इंडिया न्यूज़, दिल्ली। हमारे साथ टीएमसी सांसद शत्रुघ्न सिन्हा है। शत्रुघ्न जी, आम बजट पेश हो गया। ये आम बजट कहा जा रहा है कि युवाओं का बजट है, लेकिन क्या ये आप लोग को खामोश किया?
कौन सा आम आदमी का बजट है ये? कौन सा बजट है ये नाम नारा दिया है विकसित भारत का बजट 2047, कल दे देंगे 2097 का, 2026, 2027, 2028 के लिए क्या किया? युवाओं का वर्ग, युवा का ये है। अगर आपसे ही बात जाने तो युवाओं के रोजगार के लिए क्या क्या अवसर इन्होंने प्रदान किए, इसमें क्या प्रावधान दिया है, आप ज़रा उसको बताइए। स्पोर्ट्समैन के लिए कुछ किया है? स्पोर्ट्स के लिए कुछ किया है युवाओं के लिए? युवाओं को कोई डायरेक्शन दिया, कोई मार्गदर्शन दिया है? मार्गदर्शन मंडल तो बना देते हैं, लाके सामने क्यों रखते हैं? मध्यम वर्गीय परिवार के लिए क्या किया? महिलाओं के लिए क्या किया? जो किसान थे, हमारे किसान परिवार जो हैं, आपने कहा था कि 2022 तक उनकी आमदनी डबल हो जाएगी। आज 2026 हो गया, कहाँ हो गई डबल? देख लीजिए आप। आपके देश के ऊपर आज जितना कर्जा है, देश भारतवर्ष का एक एक इंसान कर्जदार है। आज यहाँ पे जितने प्रधानमंत्री हुए हमारे, उन तमाम लोगों को मिलाकर जितना कर्जा नहीं था देश के ऊपर, आज इन प्रधानमंत्री के, हमारे माननीय दोस्त नरेंद्र मोदी जी के टाइम पे 4 गुना से ज़्यादा टोटल से कर्जा हो चुका है। एक एक आदमी कर्जदार है। कई लोग कहते हैं कि बीमार है भारत, कई लोग कहते हैं कि बेरोजगार है भारत। अब बीमार है भारत, उसके लिए कुछ किया है? हेल्थ पॉलिसी में कुछ अपने बदलाव लाया, कुछ सुधार किया आपने? हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस की बात की आपने, कवरेज बढ़ाने की बात की। सिर्फ आयुष्मान भारत से काम चल जाएगा क्या? अभी आज के हालात को देखते हुए कम से कम कुछ स्टेट्स भी 10 लाख कर रहे हैं, आपने यहाँ पर 25 लाख क्यों नहीं किया? या पूरा तो ये सब किया नहीं, कह रहे हैं कि विकसित भारत का बजट है। सही मायनों में मैं इस बजट को तो कोई नंबर देने के लायक भी नहीं समझता हूँ, कोई नंबर देने लायक नहीं समझता हूँ, और साथ ही साथ ये सही मायनों में फेंकू बजट है और लपेटू बजट है।
कह रहे हैं बंगाल को।
All right, Mr. Adil Shetty, co-chair FICCI FinTech Committee and co-founder and CEO of BankBazaar.com. Mr. Shetty, again, 3 big takeaways from the budget.
So I think for the common man, there was a change on the TCS side. So if you've been sending money for your child's education or for tourism or for medical purposes, I think the monetary change was there was a change of 5% to 2% in the TCS rate. Essentially, what that means for someone sending 20 lakhs on education is there's 40,000 less in TCS, which I think is positive. We'll look at the fine print as it comes out. I was very excited also on the digital infrastructure push. We've talked about over 12 lakh crores for physical infra, but it was good to see that they're really pushing on data centers. So there's a tax holiday for multinationals setting up data center services in India. And this is important because for most startups in India, most digital companies in India, the cloud data center service is 80% of their infrastructure cost. So the two things will happen. The cost will come down and the data will be stored in India, which is AI data sovereignty. She spoke about AI app. She spoke about a Bharat Vitsal app for farmers, no less. Farmers to use AI in their work. So I was excited to hear all these things.
Right, particularly the banking sector. What do you make of this sustained change, reviewing the banking sector under Viksit Bharat is what the government calls it, the finance minister said, to bolster growth in terms of technology and the last mile reach for the banking services, the NBFCs that are required, that are mandatory to build the entrepreneurial ecosystem in the country.
Yeah, we feel this banking committee creation is quite exciting. We'll need to see the scope and what the banking committee is looking at. But I'll tell you why it's exciting. So banking is one of these areas where 98% of Indian villages and towns have been covered. We've really invested deeply in technology, and I'd say the AI wave is deeply, deeply impacting financial services in India. But there's a lot we can do in terms of easing the cost of doing banking, in terms of easing the access to innovation. So I think the banking committee hopefully will look at how does India become a technology leader in financial services. We've made big strides in video KYC, but how do we take it to the next level with agentless video KYC? We've made big strides in Aadhaar, but how do we do the same thing with DigiLocker? How do we do the same thing with account aggregator? So I think there's an incredible amount of innovation possible in banking, which will both take the cost down and will make services accessible to the common person. And this banking committee, when it's formed, right, I'm sure it's going to have very experienced thinkers who will help set an agenda for innovation in banking in India.
Right, and also, you know, the custom duty waiver on a number of industries and sectors. Whether we talk about the aviation industry, which is growing at a breakneck speed in our country currently. When we talk about the waivers that have been given in nuclear power imports, also, you know, the key disease drugs where custom duties have been completely waived off. What does this indicate?
I think this indicates that India is taking a mature, sophisticated approach to global trade, right? At a time wherein I think the US has ratcheted up a tariff war globally. And there was a really good, piece that the economist Dr. Panagria from Columbia had written, saying we should use this opportunity to cut customs tariff and to allow our industries to grow faster with access to the best quality raw material. So I think India is being mature. We're not knee-jerking. We're trying to see what do we need, right? Let's take nuclear energy as an example. So if India is going to become a global hub for data centers for AI, we're going to need energy, right? And there's no point burning more coal to drive that energy. Today, 50% of data center energy consumption is green energy. So we need more nuclear energy, we need more solar energy, we need more wind energy. And I think it's good that for the sectors we need to grow, we're being very mature, and unlike some other countries which are fighting a trade war, we're approaching it with a mature, sophisticated mindset.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Adil Shetty, for joining us, sharing your views. Let me also get in Sandeep Junjunwala, partner, Nagya Global Advisors, also on the telecast with me. Sandeep Junjunwala, your key takeaways from the budget?
I think I'll just maybe talk from a tax standpoint. I think no headline news for individuals because the tax rates as well as the standard deductions remain the same, though there has been a lot of procedural relaxations that the finance minister has announced, say for instance in terms of reduction of TCS rates for LRS remittances on overseas tour packages, which is now kind of reduced to 2%, also on any remittances which are made for the purpose of education as well as for any medical purposes, also streamlined and brought down to 2%. So a lot of smaller announcements on some of this TCS kind of rate reductions, which I can talk, but nothing has a headline tax reduction in terms of what maybe the middle class was expecting, that maybe in order to make the new regime a little more attractive, there be some allowance on, say, for instance, ATC kind of deductions covering PF or insurance, or if there is no, cap on the housing loan interest, etc., under the new regime, so that there are more and more people. I think any which case, the new tax regime is, kind of being made as a default. But for the fewer ones who are still under the old regime, maybe there could have been some pull factor for them as well, but nothing changes on that. Other than this, I think the increase in the STT rate on futures and option is very clearly meant to, discourage any sort of a speculative kind of trading. So that is something that I'm sure is going to impact the market a bit, especially for all the players in the FNO segment. Also, the reclassification or recharacterization of the buyback again now to capital gains. It was switched over to dividend regime few years back, and now I think again it's brought back to capital gains regime. I think it's going to largely maybe give some benefit to the non-promoters group, but at least based on what I could quickly read in the finance bill, for the promoters group, it may probably be a little more detrimental in terms of the tax rate, which is going
but do you think, like you said, there was, according to an expectation from the salaried class for an income tax rate revision. We saw that happen, a massive rejig last year as well. Do you think there is at this point of time yet another need to rejig this, and was the public, was the middle class really expecting something of this sort to happen?
Yeah, I think if not a rejig, there were two important things that obviously the middle class salaried taxpayers were expecting. One is that the standard deduction currently is a very small amount of 75,000. Now, looking at the cost of living and inflation, at least from a middle class salaried taxpayer perspective, maybe a little bit of relief could have been given by increasing the standard deduction, and maybe a little bit of tinkering on the slabs per se.
Okay.
Right. So I think these were the two expectations on the tax slabs and increase in standard deduction from a salary taxpayer perspective, which definitely don't see or don't find a mention in the current finance bill.
Okay, all right. K. Yatish Rajawat, CEO, Center for Innovation in Public Policy, is on the telecast with me. Mr. Rajawat, what are the key takeaways from the budget today?
So there are three broad things that come out from this budget, and they're consistent with previous budgets. One is, of course, that the government is very clear that there is a path to consolidation, and they continue to go on that path. The second is that the government is increasingly getting concerned about the way the geopolitics and the global trade is shaping, and hence their expenditure is now geared towards one, driving investment, and second, attracting investment. And the third part is that they're not levying any additional taxes on the common man. Most of the expenditure is now focused towards subsidies, as we know.
Okay.
The largest subsidy scheme, which is the free food subsidy scheme, the allocation for that is again gone up this year. So, and it is the largest food subsidy scheme in the world. And if you finally dice the expenditure budget downwards into the ministries and departments, you will notice, and this is important to know, that, where is the money being spent? It is fine to focus sometimes on the minor changes in taxation, but, a change in STT on futures does not, impact 95% or 97% of the Indian population. But what does impact them is the way that the government is going to spend the money that they have collected. And there are a couple of causes for concern, and that shows the state of the economy also. One is that the interest payment of the central government is going up continuously. It is now the absolute growth number there is almost 1,31,000 crores. But where is this money being used? You see, this increase in interest payment is going towards the states. It's going either as grants or special assistance to the state for capex. And this is a challenge in the current economic situation, that most of our states are actually bankrupt. They are not able to raise their own revenues, but their expenditures on subsidies and social schemes is continuously going up. So they don't have money, but they're spending beyond the limit, So the grants to states, so basically the central government is stepping in, and it is bridging that gap, and it is trying to keep these states afloat so that at least they don't default on the primary revenue expenditure, which is the salaries and pensions.
Okay, all right. I do want to get your analysis on a number of sectors that have been the key focus in the budget announcement, whether it is the pharma and the health industry, or we talk about the nuclear power import, on which custom duties have been waived completely. When we are taking a look at the rare mineral corridors that have been created, special railway corridors that have also been announced, and for that matter, talking about the waiver on the critical drugs that are imported into the country.
So, briefly here, you see, again, we have identified 7 industries where we think that we need manufacturing scale, and that is where most of the incentives have been almost consolidated in that sense in this budget. And there has been a thought through, not only in terms of the specific industry, getting the incentive. The thinking is more about incentivizing the whole supply chain, and hence the incentives are geared now in building the supply chain, and that is where both the rare earth and the critical earth incentives come in.
Right.
The amounts may not be very large in the sense that, but these are critical incentives, because they are basically, in the case of rare earth and critical earth, they affect the supply chain right up to the automobile sector, and where we didn't have capacity till now, and we suffered during COVID when these rare earth magnets were basically stopped by China. Hence, the endeavor there is to build manufacturing capacities, and even in the pharmaceutical area, the thinking is that we need to build the supply chain and reduce our dependence, particularly on certain pharmaceutical wholesale products which come from China.
Right.
We need to create our own capacity, and we need to invest. The private sector is being incentivized to invest in the R&D. Now, this is
all right. The Prime Minister is now making a speech. Listen it.
भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य की नींव को सशक्त करता है। ये बजट 2047 के विकसित भारत की हमारी ऊंची उड़ान का मजबूत आधार है। साथियों, आज भारत जिस रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस पर सवार है, इस बजट से उसे नई ऊर्जा, नई गति मिलेगी। जो पाथ ब्रेकिंग रिफॉर्म्स किए गए हैं, वो एस्पिरेशन से भरे हुए भारत के साहसिक, टैलेंटेड युवाओं को उड़ने के लिए खुला आसमान देते हैं। ये बजट ट्रस्ट बेस्ड गवर्नेंस और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक अर्थरचना के विजन को साकार करता है। एक ऐसा यूनिक बजट है जिसमें फिस्कल डेफिसिट कम करने, इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने पर फोकस है, और इसके साथ ही बजट में हाई कैपेक्स और हाई ग्रोथ का भी समन्वय है। साथियों, ये बजट भारत की वैश्विक भूमिका को नए सिरे से सशक्त करता है। भारत के 140 करोड़ नागरिक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी बनकर ही संतुष्ट नहीं है। हम जल्द से जल्द दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनना चाहते हैं। ये करोड़ों देशवासियों का संकल्प है। दुनिया के एक ट्रस्टेड डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टनर और ट्रस्टेड क्वालिटी सप्लायर के रूप में भारत की भूमिका लगातार बढ़ रही है। हाल में जो बड़ी बड़ी ट्रेड डील्स भारत ने की है, मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स, उसका मैक्सिमम बेनिफिट भारत के युवाओं को मिले, भारत के लघु और मध्यम उद्योग वालों को मिले। इस दिशा में बजट में बड़े बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, इस बजट में मेक इन इंडिया और आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान को नई रफ्तार के लिए महत्वाकांक्षी रोड मैप प्रस्तुत किया गया है। इस बजट में नई उभरती इंडस्ट्रीज यानी सनराइज सेक्टर्स को जिस मजबूती के साथ समर्थन दिया गया है, वह अभूतपूर्व है। बायो फार्मा शक्ति मिशन, सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन 2.0, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कंपोनेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्कीम, रेयर अर्थ कॉरिडोर का निर्माण, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर बल, टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर में नई स्कीम, हाईटेक टूल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को बढ़ावा, चैंपियन एमएसएमईज तैयार करना, ये फ्यूचरिस्टिक है, देश की वर्तमान और भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं का ध्यान रखती है। एमएसएमईज को, हमारे लघु और कुटीर उद्योगों को जो समर्थन इस बजट में मिला है, वह उन्हें लोकल से ग्लोबल बनने की नई ताकत देगा। साथियों, बजट में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करने के लिए कई बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं। डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर, देश भर में वाटरवेज का विस्तार, हाई स्पीड रेल कॉरिडोर, टियर 2 और टियर 3 शहरों के विकास पर विशेष ध्यान और शहरों को मजबूत आर्थिक आधार देने के लिए म्युनिसिपल बॉन्ड्स को बढ़ावा। ये सारे कदम विकसित भारत की यात्रा की गति को और तेज करेंगे। साथियों, किसी भी देश की सबसे बड़ी पूंजी उसके नागरिक होते हैं। बीते वर्षों में हमारी सरकार ने देश के नागरिकों के सामर्थ्य को बढ़ाने पर अभूतपूर्व निवेश किया है। हमारा प्रयास स्किल, स्केल और सस्टेनेबिलिटी को निरंतर बल देने का रहा है। जैसा कि आज पार्लियामेंट में निर्मला जी ने कहा है, यह युवा शक्ति बजट है। उसमें युवा की सोच भी है, युवा के सपने भी हैं, युवा का संकल्प भी है और साथ साथ युवा की गति भी है। बजट में जो प्रावधान किए गए हैं, उससे अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में लीडर्स, इनोवेटर्स और क्रिएटर्स तैयार होंगे। मेडिकल हब्स के निर्माण से, एलाइड हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स के माध्यम से, ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी यानी ऑडियो विजुअल गेमिंग को बढ़ावा देकर, पर्यटन को प्रोत्साहन देकर और खेलो इंडिया मिशन के माध्यम से युवाओं के लिए नए अवसरों के द्वार खुलेंगे। भारत को दुनिया का डेटा सेंटर हब बनाने के लिए टैक्स में बड़ी छूट की घोषणा भी की गई है। मैं भारत के युवाओं को विशेष तौर पर इस बजट की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि इससे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन को बड़ा बूस्ट मिलेगा। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि इस बजट में टूरिज्म और विशेषकर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भी ठोस कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत के अलग अलग राज्यों को ताकतवर बनाकर संतुलित विकास की नींव भी इस बजट में मजबूत की गई है। साथियों, हमारे देश में 10 करोड़ से ज्यादा महिलाएं सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से जुड़ी हैं और बड़ा सफल अभियान रहा है। महिलाओं द्वारा निर्मित, महिलाओं द्वारा संचालित सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स का आधुनिक इकोसिस्टम बने, बजट में इसे प्राथमिकता दी गई है। कोशिश यही है कि हर घर लक्ष्मी जी पधारे, हर जिले में छात्राओं के लिए नए हॉस्टल बनाने का अभियान भी शिक्षा को सुलभ बनाएगा। साथियों, भारत की कृषि, डेयरी सेक्टर, फिशरीज, इन्हें हमारी सरकार ने हमेशा सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। इस बजट में भी नारियल, काजू, कोको और चंदन की पैदावार से जुड़े किसानों के लिए अनेक अहम कदम उठाए गए हैं। भारत विस्तार एआई, इस टूल से किसानों को उनकी भाषा में जानकारी मिलने से उन्हें बहुत मदद मिलेगी। फिशरीज और पशुपालन में उद्यमिता, उसको बढ़ावा देने से गांव में ही रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के और ज्यादा अवसर बनेंगे। साथियों, ये बजट एम्बिशियस भी है और ये बजट देश की एस्पिरेशन को भी एड्रेस करता है। मैं एक बार फिर निर्मला जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक बजट के लिए, संवेदनशील बजट के लिए, गांव, गरीब, किसान का कल्याण करने वाले बजट के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
So, Prime Minister Narendra Modi there, of course, breaking down the takeaways of the Union Budget 2026. PM Modi speaking about what the focus areas were, what the thrust areas were, and how this budget is really going to, of course, help further build our GDP and further, of course, accelerate the pace of Viksit Bharat. PM Modi speaking about the opportunities that have been unlocked for youth, for the middle class, and of course also for exporters, also for entrepreneurs, and to further talk about the Union Budget of 2026. We are now being joined by Sunil Sanghai, Chair, FICCI Capital Markets Committee. Welcome. Thank you very much for being with us today, Mr. Sunil Sanghai on Newsx. Let me quickly, in fact, also ask you first about your first takeaway of the Union Budget 2026. What has stood out for you? What do you believe has been your biggest takeaway from what the FM presented today?
I would say we need to put the budget in context. The budget now is not the same as budget a few years ago. A lot of things are now done outside budget. If you really see, direct tax was an important area. Last year, the direct tax has been taken care of. Indirect tax is now dealt with outside budget, which is GST. So the budget has a very limited role to play. Now, in that context, if you say since you asked me what is one thing which stands out, is the balancing. Fiscal deficit 4.4 is on track. 4.3 was in line with the market expectation going forward. And with that, the capex increasing the capex around 8%, that is a good balancing act. We all know that this year there was expected to be, and rightly so, a larger allocation to defense, which has happened. And at the same time, the capex increase has happened. So that is actually a really remarkable balance. Apart from that, there are areas, if I can just talk about the capital market, bringing back buyback. The buyback was really a good step. We should have brought it back. We brought back buyback now in the real sense. The two important, I would say, going forward, once we get the detail, will be a big reform. One in the banking sector. The committee, setting up of the committee to review the entire banking sector, which happened long back. And with the growth of the economy, with the growth of the market, we need more stronger banks and their ability to lend. And therefore, we need to review the ownership, review the voting power. We need to review the structure of the banks. And that it's actually a positive move. The second one, non-debt foreign investment. FEMA regulation for not debt investment. There is a RBI guideline under FEMA, which actually deals with multiple things, including valuation and all of that. And that is being reviewed. That was again something which should have happened. So on the whole, a number of things which are very balanced. In general, it has not met the expectation. Market is down.
I was just going to ask you that. I was just going to ask you that on the market reaction. What did you make of how the indices reacted, in the red to, of course, the budget? Sharp falls, stabilized a bit, but overall, how do you react to the market reaction and response to the budget, and what has caused this?
See, again, let's just put the market in the context. There are three markets: equity market, bond market, and FX. Now, we had only one market operating today, and that's not really the summary of everything. Equity market really reacts when you are trading on the news flow, which is when Honorable Finance Minister is reading the budget and you are trading. It's an immediate reaction without really going through the fine print. So market actually reacted on STT, increase in the STT, and there was expectation that rationalization of the capital gains will happen. I think the call, I don't know, I'm not the insider, but I guess the call was made that we don't want to keep changing the tax rate. So the whatever has happened on the capital gain, we just continued. So it's more like a continuity. But the buyback has come back. That's a positive. So we need to really look at in balance. Hopefully the market will read the fine print and tomorrow would be different.
Now, what about the sunrise sectors? That's something that Prime Minister Modi was also speaking about. Would they be happy with the announcements today? Also, for exporters who have been hit by the tariffs, do you believe the budget has today things to mitigate the tariff effects? Also, interestingly, a rare earth counter to China as well. Relations may have stabilized, but we cannot rely solely on them for our rare earth needs. So rare earth counter as well to China in today's budget.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. I think that is one area which has been taken care of. But I would give another example. I think where we have done a really substantive thing is data center. So on data center, what we have said that anyone who wants to set up a data center, even for global, for the world, we will facilitate, and there will be a zero tax for up to 2047, which means all the tax treaty, all of that, whichever through whatever vehicle you come, there is no tax. So you can come direct, straight. FDI will be facilitated. You set up a data center here, there is no tax up to 2047. So this is the way actually one particular sector was picked up, and clearly a substantive decision was made in that. Likewise, you saw semiconductor phase 2, the biotech scheme, because we didn't have much biotech actually. So that was actually a requirement. Rare earth, as you talked about. So those 7 industries which have been covered, those are all very welcome move.
Yes, let me also, in fact, quickly, before we let you go, Sunil, just talk a bit about also, how this budget has also been a balancing act. It had to be a fiscally prudent budget. It's coming, as the Modi 3.2 government nears its halfway point, although it's still a few months short of that, which is why, things don't need to be very populist at this point of time. So do you believe it was also a sort of a fiscally prudent budget? It was a bit of a balancing act. No big headline worthy items, but tried to encompass as much as they could today.
See, it could not have been. You are absolutely right. See, one is we had a significant tax cut, both direct, indirect earlier, corporate, personal, and GST. Number 2, on the defense increase, which was known. The number 3, which is very important, is that our tax revenue is going to go down, because that is calculated on the basis of, generally when you calculate for the future, it's on the nominal growth. You have inflation coming down, so the nominal GDP actually is coming down. So we have taken approximately 10.4%, I believe. That's the number which has been taken in the budget for the growth for the next year. If you compare that with the previous year, it was 15%. So the overall tax revenue is coming down. And we need to maintain the fiscal deficit and maintain the capital expenditure. So this was the full 360 view. If you take all of that in consideration, it is definitely a very balanced budget.
All right, Sunil Sanghai, Chair, FICCI Capital Markets Committee and founder and CEO, Nova One Capital Private Limited. Thank you very much for joining us on Newsx with your takeaways of the budget. Let me join now more guests who are joining us live. Sandeep Jhunjhunwala is live with us, partner Nangia Global Advisors. Also K. Yatish Rajawat joins us live, CEO, Center for Innovation and Public Policy. Sanchita Mukherjee is also live with us, business economist and managing partner, Talk the Walk. Thank you all for being with us today on Budget Day. Let me quickly draw you in here first, Sandeep Jhunjhunwala, on the market reaction. What did you make of how equity indices reacted to FM Sitharaman's budget speech today? Do we expect this volatility to continue in this coming week as well in the market?
I would think so, because largely, the expectation was that there could be some realignment or rejig on the capital gains tax, given the massive FPI outflows. But that aspect has remained unchanged. Though I would say that the way the announcement has been made on PROI, which is person resident outside India, to also participate in the Indian listed securities, by maybe increasing the general cap from 10% to 24, though that 24 was already there in the system subject to some special resolutions by the company. I think that probably will reduce an over dependence on the FPI route for investment in the Indian listed securities. So I think that's one thing that's opening probably an additional door in some sense, by increasing that threshold from 10 to 24%. But obviously, the market's expectation of some sort of a rejig in capital gains tax regime for long-term investors, I think that's something that has not been called out for clearly in the finance bill, and I think that's something that's probably going to keep the equity market on the toes, at least in the coming few days.
Right, Mr. Rajawat, if I can draw you in here now for the innovation industry, since that, of course, is your expertise, be it AI, be it, of course, the nuclear energy field, which again is something which is, fast emerging, and the recent bill passed by Parliament also is unlocking this sector's potential. Would these industries be happy with today's budget? What were your main takeaways, Mr. Rajawat, for these futuristic sectors for our Indian economy?
So let me just put this into context. You see, the budget has looked at it as a continuum. So, the government wants that India should have its own sovereign AI capability. And for sovereign AI capability, data is an important component, especially if it has to be sovereign in nature. Hence, there is an incentive that they have offered for data centers. We know that the three large big tech companies have already announced their data center plans. Google in Visakhapatnam, Microsoft has announced, and Facebook has also announced data centers. But they have been given a tax incentive till 2047. If they build the data center and if it is used and resold by local resellers, not by global resellers. The third component here, data centers are large consumers of power and large consumers of water. Now, in this case, that's why the nuclear energy opening up and the nuclear energy investment has to be seen in this context, that while we are surplus in power and most of our state electricity boards are now just coming up board in terms of their profitability, these data centers will put an enormous pressure on the local grids. Hence, nuclear power at this point in time is very important. Renewables do not meet the needs of these data centers because, as you know, renewables can only supply, solar can only supply for 12 hours a day, and the other renewables are also time dependent. These data center need very high reliability, which is only possible through either coal or nuclear. So this has to be seen in that continuum, that they are thinking about the whole supply chain, and they're trying to rebuild that supply chain through very targeted incentives in terms of, now this is a whole of government thinking, which is interesting and important.
Yes.
I also wanted to point out to two very important things which has happened and which has not been discussed, particularly by all these business channels too. The focus has always been on taxation and these micro changes in taxation, which don't really affect 96-97% of the population. Now, what does affect the population is jobs. And
yes,
the largest increase in the budget has been in the labor, employment, and the skilling ministry.
Okay.
The jump is almost 166%. The budget has been doubled from something like 10,000 odd crores to 28,000 crores. And this is the first time in the last
Okay.
almost 10, 12 years
Yes.
that I've seen such a large
No,
jump.
point taken. Point taken. I want to quickly bring in Sanchita Mukherjee as well at this point to also, talk about your main takeaways of the budget, what you believe has stood out for you today, and also Sanchita Mukherjee, the tourism sector, culture, heritage, tours, and travels. This was a sector that has been complaining in the last, few years that, particularly after COVID, that nothing substantial has been done for them. But today's budget did see a lot of announcements for this sector in particular, Sanchita.
Yes, absolutely. Very heartened to see that. And thank you, Uday, for having me on your show. In fact, I think the budget was very, very well structured, very responsible, with a very strategic focus on medium to long term. And it is not about what will the common man get, because eventually it is the common man who benefits from all of these initiatives. So the way I look at it is, yes, definitely big push to capex. It's almost 9%. So continued capital public expenditure on infrastructure, on various measures, on futuristic companies. For example, the reforms in IT sector, what we were just talking about right now. I'll just add on to the fact that, KPO, contract IT services, then a whole lot of KPO related data centers will all come under information technology services with a safe harbor of 15.5%. And within this, mid-tier IT firms has been sharply raised in the definition of mid-tier from 200 crore to almost 1,000 crore, right? Which is a big relief for IT and futuristic opportunities within IT. If one were to look at what's given out for women, now women have traditionally always been a part of the economy which have held on to getting credit guarantee schemes. Today you have a She-Mart which is being announced, right? Which is incredible. So for women, for youth, the diverse announcements that have happened for youth in terms of gaming, animation, 5 university hubs, education to employment, which talks about particularly addressing the skilling gap. For example, we're all aware and we've talked at length on how the industry demand is there.
Yes.
But the skilling gap is just not being met. So I think this entire initiative, which is education to employment, largely focuses on plugging this skilling gap. And then, of course, like you said, 15 archaeological sites, heritage tourism. It's quite magnificent, if you ask me.
Absolutely. All right, I'm taking a short break at this point. We continue our focus on the union budget on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
यार सोच रहा हूँ पॉलिसी बाजार से टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस ले लेता हूँ ताकि मेरे बाद फैमिली को पैसों की कमी ना। तू भी ले ले। यार अभी तो यंग है यार, बाद में देखते हैं। आजा।
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 400 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
FDAs कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है। स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी लाजवाब है।
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
All right, with that, let me go across to my colleague Uday Pratap Singh for the latest news from Maharashtra.
Hello, my name is Uday Pratap Singh. You're watching Next in Maharashtra, a special segment where we bring you the latest from India's financial capital. Here's what's making the headlines in Maharashtra this week. In a massive economic triumph at Davos, Maharashtra has sealed MOUs worth 30 lakh crore rupees with preliminary talks for another 10 lakh crores, set to create 40 lakh jobs and build India's first innovation city near Mumbai. Watch this special report.
Maharashtra has achieved a massive milestone at the World Economic Forum 2026 in Davos, with Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis announcing that the state has signed MOUs worth Rs 30 lakh crores with preliminary talks completed for an additional 10 lakh crores. This landmark haul is set to create up to 40 lakh jobs across the state. Highlighting the global appeal, 83% of these agreements involve foreign direct investment from 18 countries, including the US, UK, Singapore, Japan, Switzerland, Germany, UAE, and more. The remaining 16% focus on foreign technology partnerships spanning sectors like AI, quantum computing, data centers, green steel, health, food processing, fintech, logistics, and urban development. In a game-changing announcement, Maharashtra will partner with Tata Group with an investment of over 1 lakh crores to build India's first innovation city near Mumbai, a future-ready hub for AI, semiconductors, GCCs and innovation. Detailed planning begins in the next 6 to 8 months.
पुढच्या काही वर्षांमध्ये आपण मुंबईला एक सर्क्युलर इकॉनॉमीचं शहर म्हणून त्या ठिकाणी पोर्ट्रे करू शकू आणि हेच टेम्पलेट आपण सगळ्या मोठ्या शहरांमध्ये पुण्यामध्ये नागपूरमध्ये सगळ्या मोठ्या शहरांमध्ये आपण नेऊ शकू अशा पद्धतीनं ही गुंतवणूक आपण या ठिकाणी केलेली आहे.
In other news, the Maharashtra government and MMRDA have signed deals with 11 global giants for the Raigad Pen Growth Center, the first city in 3rd Mumbai and a hub for tech, fintech and data centers. Unlocking over 1 lakh crore rupees in investments. Here's a report.
At the World Economic Forum 2026 in Davos, the Maharashtra government and the Mumbai Metropolitan Region Development Authority have signed MOUs with 11 leading global companies to develop the Raigad Pen Growth Center, envisioned as the first city in 3rd Mumbai and a next-generation hub for technology, fintech, data centers and global capability centers. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, who was present for the signings, extended a warm invitation to international investors to make Raigad Pen a premier business and investment destination. This strategic project, located just 15 to 20 kilometers from the Navi Mumbai International Airport, will be modeled after Mumbai's Bandra Kurla complex as a world-class international business district.
A lot of foreign companies have already shown their interest to invest in this new city, whereby it will host a lot of GCCs, it will host fintech, it will host. So it will be a very inclusive business district.
Meanwhile, at the Bombay High Court, Deputy CM Eknath Shinde honoured CJI Justice Suryakant, highlighting Maharashtra's conviction rates soaring from 9% to 45% and pushing for 60%, while stressing justice, democracy and judicial infrastructure upgrades. Take a look.
In a grand felicitation ceremony at the Bombay High Court, Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde honoured Chief Justice of India Justice Suryakant, emphasising that as long as justice-loving people hold the highest positions, our constitution and democracy remain secure. The event celebrated India's robust judicial system and Maharashtra's strides in delivering swift justice to the common man. Deputy Chief Minister Shinde highlighted Maharashtra's remarkable progress in conviction rates, rising from a mere 9% to 45% under the current government, with ambitious plans to push it to 60%. He stressed the focus on bolstering judicial infrastructure, technology and manpower to ensure faster trials and greater accountability in the system. The Deputy Chief Minister urged Justice Suryakant to grant full bench status to the Kolhapur Circuit Bench during his tenure, fulfilling a long-standing demand that would bring quicker access to justice for people in Western Maharashtra. He praised Justice Suryakant's inspiring journey from a middle-class Haryana family to the Supreme Court, calling it a beacon for youth through hard work, honesty and dedication.
Emphasizing green energy leadership, CM Devendra Fadnavis has announced at the World Economic Forum 2026 that Maharashtra is on track for 16 gigawatts solar power by year-end through Asia's largest decentralized program, slashing farmer costs, cutting emissions and powering a sustainable future. Here's more.
Maharashtra is scripting a global success story in the renewable energy. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, speaking at the World Economic Forum 2026 in Davos, announced that the state is on track to achieve 16 gigawatts of solar power generation by the end of this year through Asia's largest decentralized solar energy program. The Chief Minister presented Maharashtra's transformative model, which has solarized every agriculture feeder independently, creating a dedicated company to supply clean power to farmers. This initiative has drastically reduced electricity cost for the farmers from rupees 8 per unit to less than rupees 3, easing the burden on industries and domestic consumers while saving billions in power purchase cost over the coming years. The Chief Minister emphasized how Maharashtra has reshaped its entire energy sector in under a decade, from just 13% renewables a few years ago to ambitious plans for 52% renewable power by 2030 and 45 gigawatt additional generation, including 70% solar generation by 2032.
These are this week's updates from Maharashtra. You're watching our special segment Next in Maharashtra. Stay tuned for more news. Welcome back. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. You're joining us on Newsx's coverage of Union Budget 2026. Our big focus remains on the takeaways of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented budget for the year. It's been called a budget of opportunities. Prime Minister Modi has said it will unleash a reform express in the road to Viksit Bharat. Joining us now to decode today's budget is Hardeep Singh Brar, President and CEO, BMW Group India. Mr. Brar, welcome. Thank you for being with us today.
Thank you for having me on this show.
What did you make of today's budget? What has stood out for you in the Finance Minister's address?
Overall, the budget has been very good from automotive perspective. There's a lot of spend on infrastructure capex, which is expected to support road networks, better connectivity, which will benefit us in cars distribution and after-sales operations. Another very technical point from our perspective is there is an advanced ruling validity, which has been extended from 3 to 5 years since we are importing a lot of CBUs. So it helps us in greater policy predictability from long-term planning. Also, the continued government emphasis on manufacturing and Make in India initiatives also encourages localization, and which again really helps us. There was another very important point on electric vehicles. There was a murmur about taxes going up because it's at 5% today, and thankfully there has been no hit on that, which is a very, very strong news for us. Also, there's a lot of focus on tier 2 and tier 3 cities development, and from automotive perspective, and especially from luxury car standpoint, it will really help us in growing into these smaller markets. And last but not least, a lot of focus on enhancing the charging infrastructure in India, which is very, very critical for the further growth of electric vehicles. So overall, a very, very good budget from automotive industry standpoint.
Okay. Also now with the new income tax rules officially rolling out from the 1st of April, that's when the Income Tax Act comes into effect. Are you hopeful that that will further increase demand, consumption, with more money in the pocket of individuals?
Of course. I think the two big factors last year were the income tax exemption, which came in the last budget, and of course getting implemented now, and also the GST reduction last year in September. These two are the big benefits which came in last year, and hence we never expected that there would be further tax reductions or income tax exemptions. So I think implementation of this, I think, will show a big benefit to the consumer as well as the industry in the upcoming fiscal.
Have you seen that already? Have you seen the GST reforms, increase, increase interest and demand for your group, for others in the auto sector after the GST reforms were announced and introduced end of last year?
Of course. If we see the first 8 months of last calendar year, let's say January to August, the industry was just growing at about 2%. And in the last 4 months, which was September to December, the growth was to the tune of 17 to 18%, as a result of which the overall growth ended at about 9 to 10% for the calendar year. So a huge impetus, and there has been growth. And of course, for BMW as well, we were growing at about 13% pre-GST, and we grew at about 17% post that, ending with about 14.5% growth rate for the full calendar year. So overall, a huge benefit for the industry.
Yes, and also, Mr. Brar, for the EVs in particular, because your group has embraced this sector with a lot of energy and as much euphoria as you do for other vehicles in your umbrella. Are you happy with the incentives so far by the government for this sector? What more would you want from the government? Also, charging infrastructure, development, has it been adequate, or is more needed to be done?
So I'll divide this my answer into two parts. Firstly, let's look at the GST. I think government is bang on. Today, the electric vehicles are costing about 50% more in terms of manufacturing cost, the cost of material, etc. And the benefit for the EVs, the GST on EVs is just 5%. And if you compare with a normal car or an SUV, which is at 40%, it's a 35% delta, which kind of compensates for the higher manufacturing cost for the batteries. So I think it is spot on. Coming to your second point on the charging infrastructure, I think there are lots to be done on that side. And I understand, I don't have data on top of my mind, but I understand about 2,000 crores are going to be invested in the charging infrastructure, which will really bring in a lot of focus on the charging infrastructure. Of course, as OEMs, we have to keep on increasing the range of the cars by getting higher kilowatt batteries.
Yes.
But if we have charging infrastructure in place, that will be a big boost to the electric vehicles. And this 2,000 crores investment is a step in the right direction. And the last part would be, while I would say while the charging infrastructure, there are about 30,000 chargers across the country, but my understanding is about 30% are not working.
Okay.
Now, who solves for that is a big question mark. I think both government and the industry has to play a role in making sure they are up and running. And that's a big question
Yes.
because everybody will invest into chargers, but who will take care of them is what we really need to solve for.
All right, my final question to you, Mr. Brar, is on, to offset the US tariffs. There have been many measures announced by the government, also new trade agreements signed with new markets and, other countries. We, of course, have seen the most recent one amongst them being the FTA with the EU. What effects of that are you going to see for your group and for your sector in India? Have you studied, the agreement now in detail, and what is really going to be the impact of that on your group and on vehicle prices and on the auto sector as a whole?
Firstly, let me tell you, because there is a lot of euphoria, which is, I think, rightfully so, it should be. But this effect is going to come by end of 2027. There are still about 2 years to really reach that level. And the reason for that is that currently just a sign off, it has to be signed more across all the 24 countries in Europe, which is not going to be an easy thing. I think by end of this year, they will be able to get all the 24 countries on board. And then the ratification will happen, and the likely implementation is by end of 2027. So it's still 2 years away. The second part is it is only going to impact the CBUs of the luxury market. And what I understand is the CBUs across the luxury market is just about 5%. 95% of the cars in luxury segments are actually manufactured in India. So there is not going to be much impact, because even today, the cars that we are assembling in India attracts just 15%. And the best case import duty reduction after 5th year is just about 10%. So no impact on the cars which are being manufactured in India. And for the battery electric vehicles, the benefit will start from the 5th year to the 10th year. So the first 5 years, there is no benefit on the electric vehicles. Yes, on the CBUs or the cars which are running in Europe, which we are not importing, yes, we will be able to get those cars now without really worrying about how do we assemble or how do we manufacture them locally. And for those high-end cars, yes, so the plan is that the duty will come down from 110% to 40% when the implementation happens, let's say beginning of 2028, and then till 2033, it will come down to 10%. For those 5%, or maybe it may increase to 10%, then there will be a real benefit. But for rest of the 90% of the cars, there is not going to be any benefit. In fact, because of the forex fluctuation, the prices for the remaining 90% of the cars will actually go up, because the components are getting more expensive. The forex is having a real impact on the business.
All right, Hardeep Singh Brar, President and CEO, BMW Group India. Thank you very much for joining us with your expert analysis. Also with us live now is Amul MD, Jayan Mehta. Mr. Mehta, welcome. Thank you for being with us today on Newsx. It's the big budget day on a Sunday this time. What did you make of the Finance Minister's address? What stood out for you in the Union Budget of 2026?
Thank you so much. We would like, on behalf of the dairy sector and the cooperative sector, thank Honorable Finance Minister for a very visionary and a futuristic budget. Milk is the largest agricultural crop of India, and cooperatives is one of the biggest sectors. There are 8-9 lakh cooperatives in the country with about 30-32 crore members. So any intervention in that would benefit a large number of people. That is what we have seen in this budget. Talking about dairy and the taxation part, we have this Amul model in which all the villages form a district milk processing union. All the state district unions form a state marketing federation. The taxation of dividend was not fair in the earlier times. Now that has been corrected, and it will encourage the cooperatives to come into the new tax regime, pay lower taxes, no double taxation on dividends, and it will benefit them. Similarly, cattle feed is what we make for ourselves, the farmer makes for themselves and sell to themselves. Now that income also will be not treated separately. Like milk income, it will be a part of the farmers' total kitty of the cooperative services they provide to each other. We sell about 10,000 crore rupees of cattle feed every year, and that will mean a significant saving and the simplification in taxation process for our village cooperative societies. India is undergoing White Revolution 2.0, which means all the benefits which we get in Gujarat also will get similar benefits. All the states across the country will also benefit by that. Veterinary services have been given a lot of emphasis this year, talking about 20,000 new veterinary doctors and institutions to actually set up, new colleges to be set up to produce a large number of force to serve our cattle. That will give a lot of benefit under the White Revolution 2.0 also. A related dimension to that is a focus on reduction in the treatment of excise for the compressed biogas. Like we are in business of producing milk, this dung also, which we have started processing, and India has a target of up to 5% blending of CPGs, this is compressed biogas, with the CNG, and that will not be taxed under the excise thing coming forward, which means it will make the fuel more efficient and also cheaper, and it will encourage more and more CBG units to come across the country. Talking about the cooperative sector, India has set up a new multi-state cooperative under the guidance of the Ministry of Cooperation called the National Cooperative Exports Limited. It's mentioned in the budget details of the ministry, wherein about 450 crore rupees grant in aid has been given to NCEL. And that export cooperative will promote the exports of the products of the cooperatives globally, and that will mean a big support to the farmers in the years to come. Similarly, a new cooperative university has been set up last year, Tribhuvan Sahakar University, and government has given a generous 300 plus 200, about 500 crore rupees grant in aid to create capital assets, a new university, state-of-the-art, world-class university, with the focus on cooperatives also coming up. And there is NCDC, the National Cooperative Development Corporation, which supports cooperatives across the country, and they've been also given 500 crore rupees grant in aid. So these are the things which will holistically support. An additional thing government also mentioned about supporting the cocoa cocoa producers of the country. Again, it's largely under the cooperative sector in Camco in Karnataka, Kerala, and larger focus on producing more and more cocoa beans along with coconut nationally will make us more Atmanirbhar in this particular sector also. So this is an all-round support which the government has outlined, apart from other initiatives like the infrastructure development projects. The food processing ministry continues to support the PLIS, production link incentive scheme budget this year also with about 1,200 crores. About 10% of us comes to us as the largest food processing investor in the country. So this is also a welcome step, and that's where we are seeing all of the government approach. 500 crore rupees given to animal entrepreneurship development in the dairy sector, which again will lead to more and more number of farmer cooperatives and women members being encouraged by this. And a new dedicated freight corridor from Surat to East, Dankuni, Calcutta, Bengal, will also lead to more movement of goods in a very fast manner. Like thanks to the dedicated freight corridor in the western side, our milk tankers are moving on train. Within 10 hours, they reach Delhi from say North Gujarat, Mehsana. So this is where, all in all, it will give in a good support to the dairy sector of the country and the cooperative sector also.
Do you believe women, farmers and the youth would be particularly happy with today's budget, Mr. Mehta?
Absolutely, because once you are not charged, I mean, there's no double taxation on dividend, which means money will directly reach in hands of every single farmer of the cooperatives associated with Amul in Gujarat and also the rest of the country. So yes, there is a lot to cheer with this budget and the kind of steps they have taken and announced today, in addition to all what has happened over the last 1 year.
Yes.
If you look at it, last budget, we saw the tax component reduced on the consumer.
I was just going to come to that. Mr. Mehta, on consumption and demand. Do you believe those tax breaks given, which are going to now be implemented from the 1st of April, the implementation will begin because the new Income Tax Act kicks in, then will lead to further demand, further consumption? Also, the GST reforms unleashed in the last quarter of last year. What have been those impacts on demand and on consumption for you as a group?
That's very true, because the GST reduction brought in a very, very low rates of GST across most of the food product categories. In our case, with a turnover of about 1 lakh crore rupees this year and growing at double digits, we are already witnessing a big jump in demand of all the products in which GST cut has happened. Like ghee, butter, cheese from 12% to 5%, ice cream from 18% to 5%, chocolates also slashed down significantly. I mean, we've never seen such a spike in demand and a growth and consumption across multiple categories over the last several quarters. So this has been a welcome step. And more importantly, last year's budget also reduced the income tax on the consumers, which means more purchasing power and lower cost of goods, which means higher demand. And obviously, it will benefit everyone, all the producers and also the consumers. And the market will move from unorganized to organized to loose to package and branded. And that will give a fillip to the overall food processing industry of the country as well.
Yes, and the dairy and livestock sector, has been touched upon, spoken about today, like it hasn't been, earlier in a few years, isn't it, Mr. Mehta? The kind of specifics for these sectors.
Yes, you are very right, because it's been a good treatment given looking at the overall dimension and its impact to the masses. And really, that's why we are all thankful to the Honorable Minister for a very, very futuristic budget. And we are very sure that these things, as they get implemented, we'll see very good results for the farmers and all the members of the country.
Are you also hopeful that these new rail corridors which have been announced, these new rail corridors also, of course, hopefully further infrastructure improvement with the increase in capex will also help in transport and on the logistics front as well for groups like yours?
Yes, very true. I mean, we are already seeing very good benefits of the dedicated freight corridor, which has already been commissioned in the western part of the country, almost from north to east. Also, it's giving us very good speed in transportation of very perishable items like fresh milk across the country. And historically, milk has moved from Gujarat to Calcutta under the Operation Flood for the last 30, 40 years. And now if it moves on a dedicated freight corridor, you can imagine in 12 to 14 hours, if a tanker of milk traveling on a train will start from Gujarat and end up being in Bengal in the shortest possible time. So yes, it will give a massive fillip to movement of goods both sides and really benefit the perishable product sector.
All right, appreciate you joining us, Jayan Mehta, with your perspective on this story. MD Amul, thanks indeed for being with us. Let me join Dr. T.R. Kesavan now, Director and Group President, TAFE, is also, of course, head of the FICCI Agri Committee. Thank you very much for being with us today on Newsx. Let me ask you first, Mr. Kesavan, what do you make of the budget 2026? What has stood out for you in today's budget? What have been your big takeaways, your big highlight items?
See, as far this today's budget is concerned, I always believe that the budget announcement actually is reflecting a strong commitment to a technology-led, inclusive and diverse agricultural growth. Because I am going to talk about agriculture because I really spend a lot of time on this agricultural area. I will also say that this budget is not a populist budget, but a budget is actually looking for long-term growth, long-term sustenance, and also increasing the farmers' income by enhancing specific productivity areas. Let me stop here at that, and if you have any other questions, let me continue.
Absolutely, because Dr. Kesavan, in particular for agri, because you head that committee as well for FICCI, and as you said, you spend a lot of time in this sector. We have seen, the government focus on this sector in numerous budgets, but in today's budget, we saw, of course, a focus on livestock, dairy, other, of course, incentives for farmers. How crucial has today's budget been for farmers and for the agri sector as a whole? How much of a fillip has it given, for dairy, for livestock, and other, aspects of the agri sector?
See, this budget is actually a very important aspect in this budget. This is the first time I am seeing an agri budget moving away from the subsidy focus to actually productivity increase focus. And we have been talking about it. We said this is very important that we create a productivity focus in agriculture rather than living every time with a subsidy. And I'm happy that the...
Dr. Kesavan, can you hear me? Okay, I think we've lost him there, unfortunately. All right, let me quickly draw you in here now, Sandeep Jhunjhunwala. Sandeep, can you hear me? Sandeep Jhunjhunwala, are you there with us? Okay, I think we've lost him there. Do we have Mr. Rajawat with us? All right. We are just going to be joined shortly by some other guests as well. But this, of course, is the big budget of 2026. We've seen numerous announcements, of course, cutting across all sectors. A lot of reforms, of course, announced, a lot of tax proposals. Okay, I'm being joined now by Manish Gupta, in fact, finance and market expert, to talk about the big tax takeaways also of the budget. Manish Gupta, just talk us through the big tax incentives. Some of them have spooked the market as well, but other taxes announced, the tax component of today's budget. Just decode things for us. What did you make of today's announcements by the FM?
See, after going through a lot, I tried again. And then I tried again, and then I found that this time Nirmala Madam has said, middle class, please do some sacrifice for us. Because I don't want to confuse you, so I am holding all the tax benefit till next year, because on 1st April 2026, you will be getting new tax law, that is Income Tax Act 2025. So let us discuss there. So apart from some small changes, there is nothing done for, especially for the income tax assessee. Yes, there are changes. There are the discussion where they have given the benefit that you can now revise the return with less penalty. Yes, they have given one big relax, considering the both side impact. Then in case you have any property with any of the country outside India and you have not disclosed till 20 lakhs, you can now disclose and we will not charge penalty, but you do investment here. So this way we have made some good relation with the outside country. One, we have given the relax to the Indian people who have done some wrong without disclosing, but now we have given the relax. And on the other end, we are getting the money back to India. This is like black money we are getting from Switzerland in Swiss money.
Yes.
So this is of course a relax, but yes, you can ask whether how can we get the property in 20 lakhs? So yes, this amount should be at least 50 lakhs. Then it should be a handsome amount. But anyway, whatever is there, there. So yes, one big change is the TCS reduced from 20%, 5% to 2%.
Yes, for
That means government
specific
has come-
sectors.
yes.
For specific sectors that's
Yes,
happened. Yeah.
for medical and for tourism.
Yes.
What they have done, government understood that people are getting penalized because they hard-earned money they save every month, and then after 1 year they go for travel, and for a year of saving they go for the education.
Okay.
So by deducting TCS, they have to claim it within 6 months. Government has to refund it with interest. So there is no benefit.
Right.
So just to keep a track on the people who are sending money on these accounts, they have reduced till 2% so that people will be under track, but they are allowed. So people is feeling
So
relaxed.
smart
but
announcement.
otherwise,
Smart announcement by the government is what you're clearly saying. All right, I'm taking a break at this point. I'm taking a break. We continue our coverage on the other side of the Union Budget 2026. Viewers, don't go anywhere.
शिव प्रसाद जी को बीमारी के कारण 15 बार हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट होना पड़ा। पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने उनका लाखों का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
कभी खेलों के मानचित्र पर उत्तर प्रदेश सिर्फ संभावनाओं का नाम था, पर 2017 के बाद संभावनाएं संरचना बनी। जनपदों में स्टेडियम, ब्लॉकों में मिनी स्टेडियम और गांव में मैदान। खेल अब शहरों तक सीमित नहीं रहे। लखनऊ से मेरठ, वाराणसी से अयोध्या, ग्रेटर नोएडा से गोरखपुर, मैदानों पर सिर्फ खिलाड़ी नहीं, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय इवेंट्स उतरे। खेलो इंडिया, यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स, मोटो जीपी, डेविस कप, बैडमिंटन से लेकर खो खो तक उत्तर प्रदेश अब मेजबान भी है और दावेदार भी। प्रतिभाओं को मिला मंच, प्रशिक्षण और सम्मान। आज उत्तर प्रदेश खेलों में सिर्फ भाग नहीं लेता, दिशा तय करता है। यह है बदलाव की कहानी, मेहनत की पहचान और भविष्य की स्वर्णिम उड़ान। यह है आत्मविश्वास, लगन और विजय का गूंजता संदेश। ये है नया उत्तर प्रदेश।
सोच रहा हूँ टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस ले लूं ताकि मेरे बाद फैमिली को पैसों की कमी ना हो। तू भी ले ले।
अबे जल्दी क्या है, बाद में देख लेंगे।
आराम से आराम से आराम से। अब तक कुणाल को हार्ट अटैक आ गया यार।
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 400 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
इसको तो फुटबॉल खेलना भी आ गया और इसे तो पियानो बजाने भी आ गया।
चंद्रयान भी उतर गया चांद पर हमें
अब तक टेस्टी राजमा बनाना नहीं आया।
बिना MDH राजमा मसाला के टेस्टी राजमा कैसे बनेगा?
स्वादिष्ट राजमा के लिए MDH राजमा मसाला।
क्या स्वादिष्ट राजमा बनाए?
MDH।
इम्तियाज जी के फादर को बीमारी के कारण अचानक हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट होना पड़ा। पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने हॉस्पिटल पहुंचकर लाखों का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
Welcome back. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. You're joining us on Newsx's special coverage of the Union Budget 2026. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has presented yet another budget today, which many are calling the budget of opportunities. Prime Minister Modi has said that this is going to unleash a reform express in the path ahead to Viksit Bharat. Joining us now to decode the Union Budget of 2026 is a special guest. He understands, of course, how these budgets are presented year after year. And for the significance of today's budget, we're going to go straight across to Amitabh Kant, former CEO of Niti Aayog and G20 Sherpa. Mr. Kanta, welcome. Thank you for being with us today on Newsx. What did you make of today's budget? What has stood out for you as the biggest takeaways of what the finance minister presented earlier this morning?
So first and foremost, I would say that it's a very fiscally responsible budget in the midst of very complex geopolitical circumstances. I mean, there's a breakdown happening across the world. There's disruption. Global supply chains are broken. And therefore, it was very important that the finance minister ensured that the fiscal deficit comes down to 4.3%. The debt to GDP ratio comes down to 55.6%, and yet the capex goes up to 12.2 lakh crore, which in effect means 4.4% of your GDP goes into infrastructure. The important thing is that she's laid a lot of priority on manufacturing, on cutting edge technology, and on infrastructure. But this is in many ways a budget of fiscal consolidation. It is a budget of great focus on manufacturing and infrastructure, and this focus on 7 high-speed rail corridor between cities as growth center, the focus on cities with 1 lakh crore fund, 5,000 crore per city, which will be the economic region for Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, should drive urbanization in a very big way. But if you ask me, one factor, the smartest move in the budget is to give this 22-year tax exemption for data centers, because worldwide almost 75 to 80% of the investments are happening in artificial intelligence. If we are able to attract AI, computing power, and data centers, India will be able to leapfrog.
Yes. So clearly data centers is something that this announcement for data sectors is something, as you're saying, is the need of the hour, and is something that is, of course, going to help us vis-a-vis our global competitiveness. Also, of course, in this, really volatile geopolitical situation, do you believe today's budget also, Mr. Kant, has enough to mitigate the effects of the tariffs? Also, interestingly, the announcements on rare earth, even though relations with China are stabilizing, but today's announcement for the rare earth sector also is very, very important as a counter to dependence on China for this.
So the budget lays a lot of emphasis on sectors which have been impacted by Trumpian tariff. It lays a lot of emphasis on textiles, on footwear and leather, and marine sector. It also lays emphasis on another very critical sector which is important for job creation, and that is travel and tourism. The budget lays emphasis on some cutting-edge areas of growth: nuclear power, lithium, iron cell, critical mineral. And on critical mineral, the challenge is not about availability of critical minerals. It's the processing ability, and for processing you need technology, you need good machinery. So she brings down the costs of machinery in many of these areas to 0 rates of duties, so you can then bring in cutting-edge technology into India to become a processing champion. And that, to my mind, in the long run is important, because China, what it does is it raises the price of its raw materials, which makes it impossible for manufacturing anywhere else. It reduces the prices of the end product, but maintains a monopoly by this manipulation, which it does all the time. So it's important to become actually a processing champion, which this budget should help us to go forward on.
Yes.
But these four critical mineral corridors where lithium, etc., are available in Kerala, Orissa, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, will help us push this in a big way.
Indeed. And now, to tourism. Now, this is another sector that you personally have also contributed a lot. And the tourism sector often, feels disappointed that nothing big is announced for them ever in the budget. Since COVID, they were looking for that, since post-COVID. today's budget actually has a lot for the tourism sector, also the heritage and culture space, even the orange economy, Mr. Kant, because again this is sectors, animation, creators, and gaming, which comes under the orange economy. They also often feel that the budget doesn't have enough for them. But today's budget has a lot for the orange economy. Today's budget has a lot for tourism and heritage and culture, doesn't it?
Yeah, it has. So tourism is a very big multiplier to the economy. It has a big driver of growth. It creates vast segments of job. So it lays a lot of emphasis on regional sites to be developed, on a whole range of new areas of growth, including trekking, mountaineering, etc., etc. And I think it's a good emphasis on tourism because it can lead to a lot of job creation in India. States have to be the drivers of growth in tourism because it's essentially a state sector. My view is that, eventually our aim is that we should be growing at rates of 8 to 9% over a 22-year period. This would require states to do a lot of heavy lifting now in many of these areas of growth. Critical mineral will not happen, tourism will not happen. Many of these areas will not happen without states driving growth. You need 12 champion states to grow at 10% plus for India to grow at high rates.
Yes. Markets, though, reacted in a negative manner. Markets seem spooked downward quite a lot, then did rebound, but I think are finally ending or about to end in the red. What do you make of the stock market's immediate reaction to today's budget?
So, stock markets look at short term because there's a challenge with FII because dollar is strengthened against the rupees. There's a challenge on FDI. They tend to look at short term, not the long term. But I think in the long run, the budget will correct its, the markets will correct themselves. Once they have a better analysis of the budget, the markets will pick up. I have no doubt on that.
Okay.
Infrastructure sectors, tourism sector, biopharma sector, many of these sectors will pick up in due course.
My final question to you then is on today's budget. Do you believe it is going to further ease of doing business also for foreign investors? Do you believe these incentives today will help as well?
Well, not the incentives, but I think some measures announced in totality, if you look at it, because what you need is predictability and consistency of policies. So this reform of FEMA, the non-debt instrument rules, the custom reforms, which the finance minister said will be trust-based, the rationalization of duty, the financial sector reforms, and the new Income Tax Act, which will come into effect on 1st April, all this should help us to have greater confidence in our economy.
Okay, and lastly, not on today's budget in particular, but on the GST reforms, because now it has been, several weeks since they've kicked in finality. Do you believe their effects have been visible? Their positive effects in increasing consumption, demand of the GST reform rollout? Are we seeing that in today's economy already?
Well, they were helpful in pushing the demand for automobile sector.
Yes.
My view is that India has to grow on the back of the private sector. So consumption demand has to pick up more and capacity utilization has to go up. And in the long run, it's important that the private sector growth kicks in. India can't keep growing on the back of government sector. That's not possible. Public capex is not the way. The way forward is private sector making a drive for them.
Amitabh Kant, former CEO, Niti Aayog, appreciate you joining us with your perspective on the Union Budget 2026. Let me join Niranjan Hiranandani, co-founder and managing director, Hiranandani Group. He's also live with us now. Mr. Hiranandani, welcome to Newsx. Thank you very much for being with us today for your expert analysis on the budget. What has stood out for you? What did you make of the FM's announcements this morning, Mr. Hiranandani?
I think the entire focus has been what the Prime Minister wanted to do long ago, which is Atmanirbhar Bharat. And I think in the Niti Aayog, Mr. Amitabh Kant laid the foundation of that. I think this year's focus has been in order to see that every sector which is required to become Atmanirbhar should be a focus on it. So internal economy, external economy, manufacturing, import substitution, data centers, requirement to put manufacture chips, important materials. And the second part of it, I think the importance of investment by the government cannot be undermined. Because look at the various multiplier effect that it has happened. Whether it is in terms of the Prime Minister's Awas Yojana, 1 crore houses, the multiplier effect has benefited 260 industries. We are the second largest employer in the market, that is infrastructure and housing, after agriculture. So I think the growth which has been stated at 7.4 and still be able to see that the deficit financing is put under control are two parameters which are there. The one thing which I don't understand, to be honest with you, is the fact that why is it that in spite of all the international parameters working for us, why is the rupee falling to the extent it has already done? Not able to understand. It just can't be because the FIIs have moved out. That cannot be the one segment that answers that story. But having said that, we do see a focus on the multiple sectors that really taking place into the whole thing. Second point is the focus on minutiae. You know, every segment is taken to its logical end, whether it is hospitality, talking about the various centers that is there, including Ayurveda centers, whether it is freight corridors and the details relating to that, also the kind of industrial parks that we need to do, medical tourism in terms of it, girls' hostels and stuff like that, education campuses. I think first time I'm hearing from the budget speech, such detailed emphasis in various segments that is there.
True.
Obviously, one thing which I found missing was the reforms are taking place outside the budget. Normally, what happened in the past was that many times the budgets was the time of announcement of all the reforms that were taking place. Now, a large number of reforms are taking place outside the budget format. And this time too, we don't see any major reform announced in the budget. This is a follow-through of Atmanirbhar Bharat and actually announcing to that extent. So I think good budget, but the point is I was expecting a lot of reforms to take place and a little more focus on real estate in terms of growth, because affordable housing is certainly getting challenged in spite of Prime Minister's Awas Yojana, and a little more emphasis on these 2 points was what I was expecting. But I guess overall, if you look at it, fantastic budget.
Okay. Let me also, ask you, Mr. Hiranandani, on, of course, the GST reform effects. Have those kicked in now? Have you seen an increase in interest for the real estate sector in particular as well after those reforms? Also, today's further push for CapEx and infrastructure upgrade, particularly in tier 2, tier 3 towns. Are you also hopeful that that will further, the real estate sector and, other sectors as well, which are, attached to the logistics and infra sector?
Two parts to that answer. Number one is, if you look at the kind of inputs that have been given by the finance minister, they are all long-term. You can't set up all these units, infrastructure, etc., that we talk about, schools, hospital, enterprise, universities, tourism centers, freight corridors overnight. So all the things that she has talked about in terms of the direction is long-term. So, that's why the reaction of the markets was that it doesn't look like the next 2 quarters will benefit tremendously by what she has said. So I think that is why the downturn has taken place, because there is no immediate positive story in the budget to be able to give the benefit that is there. So all the things that have now come onto the budget is long-term. And that is fantastic for the economy and over a period of time. So I think 2 angles to it. Long-term, fantastic. Short-term, we are not seeing any new thing which will come up which says that tomorrow morning. Things like FTA with Europe also is long term because it will take at least a year to get manifested by both the governments, both in the European economy and here. So we see lots of long term.
A quick intervention then. That will be my final question to you, Mr. Hiranandani. Do you believe that was because it had to be a fiscally prudent budget as well, looking at this geopolitical volatility and the need to control the fiscal deficit? Do you believe it was a fiscally prudent budget, which is why these immediate short-term measures haven't really been announced? Also, it's nearing the midterm of this Modi 3.0 government. Obviously, there is no need for populism at this point as well.
True, but we have to understand, we have to thank Trump. We have to thank Trump that because of him, that Atmanirbhar movement has gone much faster. So I think the European Union free trade agreement, fantastic because of all that. So ours also has been a responsive budget to what is happening with America not being as reliable as a partner, and we looking that we should rely on ourselves, and the growth story has to be more demographically dividend ourselves internally also, and with new relationships which are there. I think this budget is very clear in that direction, that it is responsive to what America has done to India. So I think it's a responsive budget, not a reactive budget, which is good, because we didn't want any sharp reactions to America, but we wanted to respond to them. And I think both the European deal as well as this budget clearly indicates to us that it is responsive to the world, that we will be Atmanirbhar and we will deal with those countries which are friend and are open to do trade with us, and we will become self-sufficient and stronger. Yes, balanced budget and fantastic.
Niranjan Hiranandani, thank you very much for joining us with your perspective on the budget. Let me join Gautam Mukherjee, senior journalist, who's also live with us. Gautam Mukherjee, what has stood out for you in today's budget? What's been the big hit of this budget and a big miss for you?
Well, there are just three areas which are something to do with the here and now, as opposed to the long term up to 2147, and that is the 40,000 crores for electronic manufacturing, more specifically chip manufacturing, the 7 high-speed railway corridors between major cities. Now, what they've done is taken a major metro and an emerging metro and linked them. So that is a very good thing, because you need a lot of business between such large cities. The third one is, of course, the 1 lakh crore increase in the capital expenditure budget, which is what is going to underpin the growth at 7% or more. You've also got a modest increase in the defense budget. It is a modest increase. It's 15.3% overall, but only about 2.15 of that will go into capital outlays, the rest being consumed by the size of the existing military and the pensioners. So that disappoints a little bit, because given the volatile circumstances geopolitically, we could have done with a bigger defense budget. Apart from that, almost everything else is to do with the future. A lot of them are commendable. Data centers, customs duty exemptions to boost both civil and military aircraft manufacturing on spares and components. Many things of that order, which are all to do with the future. The ones which are talking of creating more and more cities and more hospitals, these remain a little bit gray when it comes to implementation, judging from the past. Uday.
Yes, so those were the hits of today's budget. What have been a miss for you in the budget, Gautam?
Well, I don't know why the government insists on stepmotherly treatment to the stock market as if it has nothing to do with Viksit Bharat 2047, to be dismissive and say, the stock market is short term, as, Amitav Kant just did. I don't think that makes sense. Why didn't they do something about capital gains tax, withholding tax? Why did they decide to raise STT for futures and options to get no more than a paltry 25,000 crores is what is estimated. But it really gave a kick to the market sentiment. And look at it, it's down. And going to take some time for it to recover. The whole year has been fragile for the stock market with extensive FII selling, almost continuous. Even in the first month, it's over 5,000 crores of January. Last year, it was 15,000 crores or so. We are only staying afloat because of the domestic investor. And, this is not being acknowledged. And to treat the stock market as some kind of adjunct that doesn't matter, I think is very short-sighted and a leftover from the babus of, perhaps they still exist, the babus of the socialist era. Uday.
Professor M.K. Agarwal, economist, is also in fact joining us now live on the broadcast. Professor Agarwal, as has been a pretty balanced budget in your opinion, a fiscally prudent budget, how would you sum up today's budget in your first initial assessment, Professor Agarwal?
Uday, what I find that this budget is fiscally definitely forward-looking because capex is being maintained, fiscal discipline is there, and moreover, indebtedness shows to decline so that burden of interest is quite down. If you are looking at the primary deficit, it is quite manageable. Therefore, I can say that in terms of fiscal prudence, it is quite good. With regard to overall in terms of development and growth oriented approach, I find that this is highly growth oriented. And if you are looking at the Modi's economic behavior, you'll find that he believes in big push and saturate any sector that you take up. That's why this time, if they are taking a tourism sector to a lot, data to a lot, and similarly manufacturing and MSME that we discussed on this channel itself yesterday, that my forecast was that manufacturing and MSME will be a highlight because the way things are moving, this requires a big push, particularly in the given current geopolitical situation and given the opportunity that India is getting in terms of several FTAs. So I believe that this is a good growth oriented, and it has touched up our opening the new growth engines, growth centers in terms of tourism, in terms of you can say, you can call sunrise industries also, but I believe that they are already there, but they need to be promoted. And moreover, there is a much emphasis on MSME sector. Simple reason is that if you have to grow in a sustainable manner, inclusive manner, then when there are big stones, you require to fill up the gaps with the smaller stones. So here lies the role of the MSMEs. And here the role of the government is not very much. They have a limited support that they are providing in terms of corporate mitras or in terms of growth funds or other types of things that they are providing. And moreover, if you are developing the service sector in India, definitely it is not possible without MSME. And even the agricultural modernization that is being envisaged by this budget or the earlier budgets. So there is also role for MSME to a large extent. So that's why I believe that this budget is moving in a consistent manner, growth oriented, inclusiveness and sustainability. You'll find environment, climate change. They are also being addressed to a large extent.
Yes.
And one more thing here, that tier 2, tier 3 cities already we know that they have become the new growth engines of the Indian economy, and
Absolutely.
that's why that is being, emphasized in this budget.
Emphasized on as well. Okay. Let me also join, in fact, at this point, Nirmal K. Minda, President ASSOCHAM and Chairman UNO Minda Group, who's also live with us. Thank you for being with us today, Mr. Minda. What is your first reaction to Union Budget 2026? What has stood out for you? What did you make of the FM's address and the announcements made today in the budget by the Government of India?
So, thank you very much. I am not only the chairman of UNO Minda, I am also the president of ASSOCHAM now.
Absolutely.
And from ASSOCHAM, we have collected, the various suggestions into 5 pillars from all the sector, almost 17 sector, and then there were 40 recommendations. I am very happy to say, out of 40, almost 24 recommendations have been considered and accepted in a manner. And the 5 pillars were Make in India, and for Make in India, which is Atmanirbhar Bharat, we know that we need to continuously reduce our import and increase our export and trade deficit in each sector. And for Make in India, we need ease of doing business in all sector and MSME growth. My earlier colleague was also mentioning that MSME is linked in all sector. And then digitization and sustainability. So to take it on the today budget, in the MSME growth, you have seen the 10,000 outflow, and then the tier 2, tier 3 cities, which has been focused an outlay of 5,000 crore in tier 2 and 3 cities. Thereby, in tier 2, 3 city, the job creation will be more, and people don't need to come to the rush to the main urban city for the job. For Make in India, the ECMS schemes of outflow of 22,000 to 40,000 is one of the great initiative, and Semicon 2.0, again a very great initiative, and ease of doing business. In the pillar, you must have seen the simplification of the tax regime, whether it is custom duty or income tax. And again in the manufacturing, the rare earth metal, which is the 5 states where, the rare earth, there is an opportunity of localization of raw material. So all these initiatives, I would say, will enhance the economy. There are many more in each sector segments, but this will enhance our economy, boost our economy. We have already, in the last 11 years, we have crossed from a position of 10th to 4th largest economy, and I see that we are moving towards Viksit Bharat 2047 with 35 trillion economy.
Mr. Minda, now there has of course been a big push for Atmanirbharta and this Swadeshi movement, to offset the tariff impact. Do you believe today's budget also has a lot for us, for the sectors and domestic manufacturing to go Atmanirbhar? In today's budget, do you believe there were measures that will help offset this tariff impact and the geopolitical uncertainties that you're seeing in the world today? One definitely is the rare earth aspect that you spoke about to counter China, but what else, sir?
The MSME growth I mentioned, the outlook for the MSME growth is one of the major, input, and again I said we have to reduce our cost. We have to be cost competitive, and our quality had to improve. Our Honorable Prime Minister have also mentioned about quality. As far as the tariff, you can say the tariff regime, we are 61.5% of our GDP come from the domestic demand. Yes, of our dependence on the export is good, and with the FTA coming in, this will open more opportunity for export, as long as we are, cost competitiveness and our productivity and quality continuously to improve. And I would say it is the onus on the entrepreneur and the industrialist also. How can we, use the different kind of benefits and regime government incentives are giving. But we also requested to speed up government they have also done this, they have requested states to disburse all the incentives and subsidies, whatever has been committed. I think all that in place, if it is happen, I see no doubt that, we will be net surplus in each sector with the import versus export trade deficit.
Your company's, your company's sector now, as far as the auto sector is concerned, were you happy with what today's budget contained? Also, the GST reforms unleashed last year, towards the end of last year. Now the impact of that is also being felt, particularly in the auto sector. Are you seeing that, sir? And are you hopeful of that in the days ahead as well, as this sector continues to grow?
Yeah, I would, first of all, I would say that we are far behind the developed nation of per capita car or per capita two-wheeler. We are 1.4 billion people, and our per capita car 48 car, per thousand. So we have huge opportunity. We are 4 million today, and we can easily go to 8 to 10 millions in the years to come. So, and auto segment will grow, whether it is two-wheeler, passenger car and all that. If the consumer will be more, if the more people will get more money in their pocket, either by the tax reduction, government have already done 12 lakhs last year, or by the income. If the industrial growth happens, if all sector growth, common man can increase his earning and then can spend on roti, kapda, makan and vahan, I would say. And then the GST benefit has definitely benefit the rationalization and the reduction of the GST in auto sector has really benefited us, and the production is increasing, and thereby auto components.
Okay, my final question. Yes, please complete.
Yeah, there are three announcements which is helping auto industries today. One is that, you have seen the capex reduction, capex duty zero on the lithium-ion battery, and the ECMS scheme, which I told you, that will also increase our localization and reduce costs.
Yes.
And the third one is the Semicon 2.0.
Okay. Final question, 30 seconds to you, sir. On the aspect that you mentioned at the start in your role as President ASSOCHAM, that the industry's requests and engagement with the government is obviously proving to be fruitful. If your suggestions are being taken on board, does this show that the government is engaged and is actually onboarding suggestions actively of industry as well, which shows a very all-encompassing budget in a way today?
Yeah, you are absolutely right. I have been meeting various ministries, various secretariats of different sector, and we have been giving, in one pager, what is our pain area, sector-wise, what is the solution, what is the industry best practices or a benchmarking in the different countries.
Yes.
And then we are, requesting government by when, target date. It is unusual, but we are requesting. And then we are communicating back to our membership, so that the whole cycle, of ease of doing business and, make in India, we can grow together. But government and secretariats answer to your questions is very positive. And the willingness to improve and take it to Viksit Bharat 2047.
Nirmal Minda, Chairman Uno Minda, and of course President ASSOCHAM, thank you very much for joining us with your analysis of the budget 2026. Sandeep Chofla is also joining us live now, partner PwC and Chairman Direct Taxes Committee. Appreciate you being with us. You of course are also a chairman of a key committee of ASSOCHAM. Mr. Chofla, let me draw you in here first on your overall assessment of the budget today. What did you make of the announcements by the FM, Nirmala Sitharaman, and also the tax aspects of the budget? What did you make of that?
Right. So my analysis and view of the budget, it's a very balanced budget. I'll not repeat what my predecessors have already said, Mr. Kant, Mr. Minda. So they have already elaborated on the various sectors which were touched upon by the Honorable Finance Minister. And in a very balanced way, whether it is the semiconductor or it's a manufacturing education and other sectors have been, infrastructure have been touched upon, and various schemes and various areas have been spoken of, including what all needs to be done in the next year. So it really lays down a roadmap for the years to come. And as my predecessor, Mr. Khan, said that in the era that we are living in, which is very uncertain with all the geopolitical challenges, I think India is holding its flag high as a growth area. It's 6.5 to 7%, and some of the announcements made today are really geared with that. One thing which I noticed and which is very prominent is that a logical way in which the whole fiscal policy has been looked at, including taxation as one of the policy, which is very important in trying to drive home the various points and the sectors which have been touched upon. For instance, if you look at the whole new technology, IEA, etc., AI, artificial intelligence, and the new technology, data center as an infrastructure is one of the key components there. And there to attract investment, foreign investment from the hyperscalers, very clearly the exemption has been provided. And not only that, in order to allay any fears of the Indian data centers, safe harbor rules have been devised. In order to, and you spoke about manufacture. So one other area from a tax perspective, which has been touched upon, is that foreign companies who provide capital equipment and tooling. So there's an exemption for 5 years.
Yes, very quickly, I want to quickly intervene there by asking you, though, what spooked the market according to you? We saw a downward spiral today. The markets have ended, I think, in the red. What spooked the markets today?
I think one is that, there is a lot of fine print that has to be gone into. And one thing which may have spooked the market is introduction of STT, the Security Transaction Tax on Options and Futures. So increase in there. So maybe that was one of the points, because otherwise, if one looks at it from an overall perspective, I think it's a very balanced budget. And clearly, all the other announcements are linked to the tax policies. Announcements are linked to that. Now, the other would be that maybe, as a salaried taxpayers, people were expecting some relief on the standard deduction, etc., which has not happened. But having said that, last year itself, there was a rationalization of the slab rates and the tax rates. So to expect that again, I think was asking for a little bit of too much. But TCS rates have been brought down, whether on overseas travel or overseas education, etc. So I think on an overall basis, one clearly geared towards and the tax policies aligned with the other fiscal policies geared towards manufacturing, attracting foreign direct investment, and also in the services sector. If you see for GCCs, there's always been a question that how would India attract foreign talent, because somebody who comes in from abroad to India and then has to pay taxes. So there also there's a exemption provided for 5 years for any non-resident who would come in on any income which is not sourced or not deemed to accrue or rise in India. So I think it's a matter of time where people go through the fine print, and then possibly the market would look up.
All right. Let me also join another special guest at this point. Raksha Khatse is live with us, Minister of State, Government of India for Youth Affairs and Sports. Ms. Khatse, thank you very much for being with us today on Newsx. Your first reaction to today's budget, आपकी पहली प्रतिक्रिया आज के budget पर, what did you make of the announcements today? आज के budget का push, focus क्या रहा आपके नजरिए? Okay, I think we've lost Raksha Khatse there, but Sandeep Chawla, quickly coming back across to you now on the the Income Tax Act, of course, also rolling out from the 1st of April. Implementation begins, of course, with this in the new financial year. How has that really contributed to increasing demand and increasing consumption?
See, the demand and increased consumption, from an income tax perspective, would not be based on the new Income Tax Act, but it's based more on the rationalization of the tax rates and the slabs which happened in the last year, which really which increased the disposable income by reducing the taxation burden on the common person. So that really.
Mr. Chopra, can you hear me? Okay, I think we've lost him there. All right, I'm being told Raksha Khatse is back with us now as well now. Raksha Khatse, if you can hear me now on the broadcast, क्या आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं मैम?
हाँ, मुझे yes, मुझे आ रही है आवाज.
Raksha Khatse is live with us now, Minister of State for Youth Affairs and Sports,
Hello.
Government of India. Welcome, thank you very much for being with us on Newsx. आपका स्वागत है. आज के केंद्र बजट का बड़ा फोकस क्या रहा आपके नजरिए में? What has been the big thrust of today's budget according to you? आज के जो ऐलान किए गए वित्त मंत्री द्वारा क्या सबसे बड़ा और फोकस रहा आपके नजरिए?
तब तक फिर मैं उनका तो भी करवा लूं.
रक्षा जी, आवाज आप तक पहुंच रही है? लगता है दोबारा उनसे संपर्क जो है वो टूट गया है. हम कोशिश करेंगे दोबारा हम रक्षा खादसे के पास जाएं. वो केंद्र राज्य मंत्री हैं यूथ अफेयर्स और स्पोर्ट्स का पोर्टफोलियो इनको दिया गया है मोदी सरकार द्वारा, और ये बड़े अहम मंत्रालय हैं क्योंकि आज हमने देखा है कि स्पोर्ट्स के लिए, खेलो इंडिया के लिए काफ़ी कुछ रहा आज के बजट में. युवाओं के लिए भी काफ़ी कुछ रहा, महिलाओं के लिए भी काफ़ी कुछ रहा. इस सब के बारे में चर्चा करेंगे हम रक्षा खादसे जी के संग. रक्षा खादसे जी बहुत जल्द जुड़ने वाले हैं हमारे संग. वी आर ऑफ कोर्स डिकोडिंग टुडेज बजट विद experts from across walks of life, from industry, from government, from bureaucracy, and of course from corporate India. They're all commenting on today's budget, decoding of course what has been the big thrust today, and of course what has also been the big focus areas. So we will be joined very shortly by the Union Minister of State. These are, of course, the big announcements being made today. And, another very key aspect, Gautam Mukherjee, if I can bring you in here, which, Mr. Amitabh Kant referred to as well, was that incentive for data centers. Now, data is something which we need to become globally competitive on. And India has been striving to try and become the data hub for the world. In that aspect, then, how important has today's announcement been for the data sphere?
It's a nice carrot because it is tax exempt till 2047, provided the foreigners come in and provided they use our data centers, help to set them up, and use Indian intermediaries for storing data, particularly in India. So there are ifs and buts as usual.
Yes.
And, I
think
But
you do believe it's a good carrot, so it possibly could be a big incentive for this sector and industry. All right, Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh is also, in fact, joining us now live on the broadcast on Newsx. Dr. Jitendra Singh, welcome. Thank you very much for being with us today on Budget Day. It's a Sunday, sir, but a power-packed Sunday. We're getting reactions, of course, from all quarters of corporate India and industry who are welcoming.
Well said, Uday, well said.
Yes, today's announcements. Your standout areas, sir, your focus areas of today's budget, what stood out for you in your opinion? What was the thrust of today's budget?
Yeah, Uday, at the outset, I must compliment Nirmala ji for presenting consecutively so many budgets, 8, 9 budgets, and then that too. And also the other coincidence is that under the same Prime Minister, which has not happened very often earlier. So having said that, yes, I'm also personally feeling gratified that most of the provisions brought in this budget and most of the announcements made, the declarations made are related to one or the other department that I am connected with. So I think this is a budget which is driven by certain structural reforms targeting the futuristic parameters or the benchmarks of economic growth anywhere in the world. And this is hugely driven by technology, the cutting edge technologies. And if you ask me, I think one of the most important announcements is that of the Gati, of the biopharma Shakti. Now, biopharma Shakti, because the view held across the world among the economists is that the next industrial revolution across the world is going to be biotech-driven, biotechnology-driven. It will be the recycling, waste to wealth, gene-driven, circular economy. So there's going to be a huge paradigm shift. Like the earlier revolution was the IT-driven. And therefore, India is already into it. We are not late beginners. We already have a dedicated biotechnology policy called BioE3, which means biotechnology for employment, economy and environment. And this is in the same spirit to encourage indigenous health devices, vaccines, and let's also remember that it's also addressing other issues which are very fundamental issues, like for example the increasing prevalence of non-communicable disease. We have about 11 to 12 crore of known diabetics in India today. We are detecting almost 12 lakh cancer patients every year, so keeping that. Now mental health is a new issue which has come to come to the visible notice only the recent few years in India. We have only one NIMHANS in South, so NIMHANS 2 in North India. The second important announcement, which of course you reported very well, the Shanti Act, the Shanti Bill is in keeping with that.
Yes.
There will be exemption on duty for the components or equipments to be imported for use in the construction of the nuclear plant. So that's going to be a huge incentive and also encouragement for the potential investors, both domestic as well as international. Similarly, the rare earth corridors in the 4 states. Thirdly, then again, the geospatial mission, National Geospatial Mission. Though some people may not be able to comprehend this immediately, but they are going to realize the long-term effects. Look, we are now faced with the issue of rapid urbanization happening in India. Even where you and I are sitting right now were actually village till a few years ago. Now it's a part of the larger city called the NCR Delhi. So how to manage this urban planning with the modern methodologies, using satellites, using drones. We already have a geospatial policy in place, so it is going to be. Then for carbon utilization, we have again 10,000 dedicated, 10,000 crore dedicated allocation, because that will address the environment issues, that will address the reduction of carbon emission, and therefore also has a lot of to do, yes, with the circular economy. So a whole lot of technology-driven provisions which would take some time to realize, but they are for the larger benefit and longer benefit of the society across the sectors.
And these are all futuristic sectors, Dr. Singh. These are all futuristic sectors that have been spoken about and touched by the budget today. You know, be it nuclear energy that you spoke about, be it biopharma, of course. Yes. The Shanti Act had introduced that in Parliament, it passed that in Parliament just in the last session. Now this will further build on that. You know, given the fact that this comes so soon after the passage of the Shanti Act. Also the orange economy, you know, content creation, animation, gaming. These are again a very futuristic sector that has also been spoken about in today's budget.
AI. And it it's also a matter of satisfaction that now we are not late beginners. We are not followers. Like for example, the simplest example is that in IT we were left behind by about 1.5 decades. Television happened in US in 1950s. We got to see first Chitrar only in 1970 in the capital city of Delhi. It's no longer so. We are ahead of others in circular economy. We are almost at par as far as our gene cycles are concerned. So all that is related to, we are already, which is a lesser known fact, we are already number 3 in biomanufacturing in the Indo-Pacific and number 12 or 13 in the world. So we are already rapidly growing. So this is going to be a huge push even to the future economic growth of this country.
Okay, you know, the opposition though is critiquing and criticizing the budget. Dr. Shashi Tharoor is saying it seems to have missed the ball in a cricketing analogy. The union budget will just help BJP's own people, says Akhilesh Yadav. Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge have also hit out at the budget, the leaders of opposition in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha respectively. What did you make of opposition's criticism?
No, I think, see, today we live in evidence-based era. So opposition has to oppose. That is their mandate. So we don't expect them to pat our back. But now look here, if you say it is meant only to please our people, whatever that means, or a section of people, now tell me, how is the gene therapy going to help only one section of people? How is biopharma? If somebody gets cancer, somebody gets sick, regardless of the disease, going to avail of the same, these units which are being set up. So this is, or clean energy for that matter. Then somebody says this budget is blind or something like that. Now there's a famous English adage, the eyes see what the mind knows. So if the mind doesn't know, eyes go blind. So that's what I say. If you just go into the depth of it, this budget is addressing some of the fundamental issues, the fundamental areas which have a long-term bearing in the futuristic growth universally for any country for that matter. But it is glad that India is already into this.
Yes. Dr. Jitendra Singh, also, there has been a big Swadeshi push as well, a big Atmanirbhar push by the government of India. Now, as far as this push is concerned, how much is today's budget going to further help domestic manufacturing, this Atmanirbhar push, further increase consumption and local demand, also offset the tariffs and the geopolitical uncertainties that we've seen in the world of today?
No, of course, when we move ahead in the biopharma sector, when we move ahead in the nuclear sector, we are also improving our position geopolitically vis-a-vis other members of the World Committee. So, and this indigenous manufacturing in the bio sector, we are already into it. This 10,000 crore is just going to give it a push, and then aligning it with private sector, which is also a new initiative by the Modi government itself. So I think there is going to be a huge amount of Atmanirbharta, reduction in the reliance on imports, and also geopolitically, because we are now dependent on the petroleum products, which are also to a large extent right now imported. So as we move on to these alternative sources, this is going to increase our independence and also our level of confidence while dealing with the other nations of the world.
My final question to you, Dr. Jitendra Singh. We were just speaking with the president of an industry body, ASSOCHAM, a few minutes ago on the show, and he was saying that this is a government which engages with industry, which listens to feedback, listens to suggestions and incorporates it. He said this is a very healthy government, this is a very healthy mechanism that the government has adopted, be it the finance ministry or other ministries as well. For you, sir, after the Shanti Act implementation, before it and after it, how has been the industry outlook and industry reactions to this proposal and proposition?
No, immense, huge. And also, this is a part of a larger ecosystem.
Yes.
Along with the Shanti Act, just before that we came out with the RDI fund, Research Development Innovation Fund, 1 lakh crore. And I think this is one of the rare examples where government has come forward to fund the private sector. Because we know even the private sector is taken by surprise. They never thought that one day we'll suddenly open up the nuclear sector for their participation or space sector to participate. So to give them an initial boost, this fund is meant to be created to catalyze their initial, undertaking into this, and finally then in the noble hope that they will then be on their own in a bigger way and become healthy partners with the government. So as Prime Minister said right in the beginning in 2014, the mantra of maximum governance and minimum government, I think that is reflecting in this also. This is a government which is there to facilitate economy and also to facilitate the extensive participation of the non-government sector, be that the private sector, the philanthropists, the non-government entities, the trusts, etc. And government would be just facilitating that so that it's a more of a whole of government and a whole of nation endeavor towards that Viksit Bharat goal.
All right, Dr. Jitendra Singh, appreciate you joining us with your perspective on Union Budget as always, putting it out very, very clearly and lucidly. Let me join Rajiv Gupta in at this point as well, Co-Chair Insurance and Group President PB Fintech Limited. Appreciate you being with us on today's special coverage. Rajiv Gupta, what did you make of today's budget 2026? What is the biggest takeaway for you? Also for your sector, you are of course part of the industry body, so you will speak about all industry, but for your company sector as well, how pleased were you with what today's budget had in store?
I think the takeaway is clearly fiscal reforms. Prudent fiscal deficit of 4.2% and a capex of 12.3 lakh crores is certainly a welcome move, because this will give a boost to the manufacturing sector and the MSME segment, which is the need of the hour. When we move towards Viksit Bharat, I think while we are good on the service side, manufacturing space has been an issue. This budget will certainly give boost to that sector, and I believe this will really help us in our objective of becoming Viksit Bharat by 2047. as far as insurance sector is concerned, while there is no specific announcement on the insurance sector as of today, but I think just before the budget, the Insurance Amendment Act was passed. And prior to that, we also had a nil GST relief given a few months ago by the Finance Minister. Now, certainly, those two acts have helped the industry and it will really boost growth. But what is happening today is there is a bigger challenge. 25 years after the sector has been opened up, one of the biggest challenges that I see in this sector is how do we bring in financial literacy in this country of 140 crore people. Unless we educate people, about why buying health insurance, why buying term insurance, and why investing in pension plans is crucial for their life, the middle class and the lower middle class are going to be the most impacted. So creating awareness through financial literacy programs by the state government and central government with the help of private sector and regulators becomes very crucial for long-term planning, particularly when we are aiming at insurance for all by 2047. So I wish that government intervenes in this space and some kind of budget is allotted for building awareness and creating financial literacy in this country.
Okay.
The second part I would say is that we have 15 crore senior citizens, and as of today, and by Viksit Bharat, we will have 50-60 crore senior citizens. Now, unfortunately, 80% of the senior citizens today don't have a health insurance plan and don't have an income plan. Now, imagine the scenario in 2047 if this continues, the social impact it will have on our country.
Right.
So I think clearly today's 40-year-olds will have to be, educated to buy basic requirements of health insurance and an income plan for themselves so that they can live a life of dignity post 60.
Okay, so more awareness needs to be created, more financial literacy as well as what you're saying. Now, Rajiv Gupta, as far as, of course, now the sunrise sectors and the other, frontier sectors which have been hit by the tariff impacts as well, do you believe that the GST reforms now their impact is being felt, is being seen already in the economy in terms of the increase in demand and consumption? Also, today's budget's announcements for the sunrise sector, will those further help as well in this Atmanirbhar push?
100%. Yeah, 100%. I think GST relief has been one of the best reliefs ever announced, because today products are expensive. If consumers in the middle class and lower middle class who live hand to mouth have to invest or have to buy products, such relief in GST has been a welcome move. But as I told you, it is not only the tax benefits. So for example, pension in this country is not so popular. But today people have to start thinking that how will I live my life post-retirement when I have to live for another 25-30 years, because longevity is increasing. Now, unless there are tax reliefs granted for encouraging people to invest in pensions, because these are long-term investments,
absolutely,
people will not come forward to invest in pensions. At the same time, senior care is going to be a huge problem. So when I grow old, I need a caretaker, my medical expenses will go up, my hospitalization expenses will go up. Now, for me to survive, I think senior care should also be included in the insurance products that come out, and that can only come if government announces some tax reliefs for planning for senior citizen lives.
Yes. Okay. Rajiv Gupta, appreciate you joining us with your perspective on today's budget. Your big takeaways there. We will, of course, be continuing our coverage of the Union Budget 2026 on the other side of this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
सोच रहा हूँ टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस ले लूं ताकि मेरे बाद फैमिली को पैसों की कमी ना हो। तू भी ले ले।
अबे जल्दी क्या है, बाद में देख लेंगे। आराम से। अब तक कुणाल को हार्ट अटैक आ गया यार।
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 400 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
शिव प्रसाद जी को बीमारी के कारण 15 बार हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट होना पड़ा। पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने उनका लाखों का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure, there can be multiple measures, but the best way to stop Chinese imports is by raising tariffs. History has shown it. We must raise tariffs as per the WTO agreements, and we have the limit of 50.4% average weighted tariff, whereas we are imposing hardly 6%. So there is a huge gap between what is the bound rate and what is the actual effective rate.
I think we should strengthen our industrial policy and see to it that our PLI scheme also is interweaved with quality in a very strengthened manner, so that we are back on the path of having the QCOs into the country to a great extent of sectors and pushing them very hard.
Thank you.
इम्तियाज जी के फादर को बीमारी के कारण अचानक हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट होना पड़ा। पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने हॉस्पिटल पहुंचकर लाखों का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
Hello and welcome. You're watching our rolling coverage of Budget 2026. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has presented her 9th consecutive budget today, inspired by 3 kartavyas or responsibilities to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing competitiveness, fulfilling aspirations, and ensuring every family, community and region has access to resources and opportunities for participation. Income taxpayers who were expecting tax rebates or standard deduction changes did not get that relief, but the overall focus of this budget, it seems, has been on taking the nation forward as a whole. We're living in slightly troubling geopolitical times, and what India requires really is a sustained effort to move forward together, and hopefully that's what this budget gives us. Joining me on the broadcast is Mr. Sukanta Majumdar, Minister of State for Education. Mr. Majumdar, thank you so much, sir, for joining us on Newsx. I, of course, have to begin by asking you, how do you expect, sir, this very high-powered committee that has been announced in the budget this time around for vocational training to actually be implemented in some of our tier 2 and tier 3 cities? Because that's been a conversation for a long time, sir. How do we uplift the tier 2 and tier 3?
See, in case of education, as mentioned by the Honorable Finance Minister, this is the E to E, that means from education to employability and employability to enterprise. So this is the target, as for the several years it was a debate whether our education system is adequate enough to impart the education that can make a person skillful, because nowadays the economy is driven by the skills, not by the number of certificates you have with you. So I think this is an initiative which will, this high power committee, obviously it will come into existence within maybe within few months, and then it will do a study, or they will do their course of work, and they will suggest what to do to make our young generation more employable, because it is a gap between our educational institution and the market, because our products, the human resource, that is our product, and that is not ready for the market, and this was the overall kind of perception we are getting from the employers. So that's why I think it is very important, and it will create a change in the education system of the country.
Dr. Majumdar, speaking of gaps, sir, there's of course a lot of focus once again in the budget on AI and AI education. How are you foreseeing, and how are you foreseeing your ministry specifically now implementing the larger vision of bringing AI to each and every individual in India, especially the youth of India?
Yes, it is a continuous effort, and AI already it has become the integral part of the education. And from the CBSE school books, or it may be the AICT curriculum, which is the guideline for the engineering colleges and the other technical educational institutions. But AI is an integral part, and we cannot avoid this. So from the school level, our child are getting exposure towards the AI. Even in this time also, a new initiative has been taken by the government, as mentioned by Nirmala Sitharaman ji, that this animation, visual effects and gaming and comics, that is the AVVGC centers will be open in the schools, and as well as 500 colleges. The total school that we are planning to cover, it is 15,500 colleges, and this will give an exposure to these new skills directly from the school as well as in colleges also, and it will be helpful for the students, and our students will be much more skillful in these areas.
Okay, Dr. Majumdar, I must ask you, for some of the younger audience members who are watching or their parents who are watching, if there is one key takeaway or one key scheme that you'd like to mention and really inform our viewers. Of course, everyone's watched the budget speech, but in the overall picture, we sometimes miss out on the specific nuances of certain sectors. So since I have the privilege of having you with us, and education is such a critical part of taking India forward. Any specific scheme or anything that you'd like to highlight, sir, for parents as well as young India to really look out for and maybe check out online as well?
There are several things, those have been announced in this budget. It may be the 5 university township, the opening of 3 new NIPERs. That is another aspect, and not only so, the 7 pre-existing or existing NIPERs to be upgraded also, that has been mentioned in the budget. But the most importantly, the thing I want to mention in this budget, that is the girls' hostel will be opened in each and every district of the country. That will, improve the GER in girls in the education system of this country. And when a girls get educated, the whole family will get educated. And special stress will be given on the girl child. Those are engaged in STEM education. That is the science, technology, engineering, this kind of education, the girls, because they sometimes, they don't have the hostels, so they, face the difficulties to achieve their dream. This initiative, when we will open this girls' hostel in every district, then it will help those girl child to touch their dream. So this is the, I think, kind of a initiative which is very unique, and it will be, it will be path-breaking in the education system of India.
And Dr. Majumdar, of course, this budget also comes, as I've mentioned earlier as well, during very interesting geopolitical developments that are taking place. So I must understand from you, do you feel that we have now set the stage for India to deal with Donald Trump's trade war?
So I don't want to mention anyone's name. It is maybe your arena. But India is trying to become a self-reliant, that is Atma Nirbhar. And that's why it's maybe Bio-Pharma Shakti Mission. We have allocated this in this budget, 10,000 crore rupees has been allocated. Or it may be the pre-existing this 40,000 crore has been allocated in the IT and all these things, semiconductor mission, AI, innovation. So India will become the self-reliant. Without becoming self-reliant, we can't be the Viksit Bharat. So this is the motto,
Right.
and this budget is just nurturing those things.
Dr. Majumdar, one last question, sir, before we thank you. I have to understand from you, very interesting announcements have also been made for the education sector, and especially the youth of India, in some of the recent FTAs that we have signed. How soon do you think that those will come into implementation, and how soon will we start benefiting from those?
Yes, we have signed a very good deal with the European Union. So it will create a huge market for us. And in most of the cases, especially in case of textile industry, we will have a huge market. And in Asia, within few years, we will become the leaders in especially areas also.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Majumdar, for joining us on Newsx with that perspective. Appreciate your time, sir, on an important day such as today. Joining me on the broadcast now is Mr. Kalyan Chakrabarti. He is the CEO of Emaar India. Mr. Chakrabarti, thank you so much, sir, for joining us on Newsx. I have to, of course, begin by asking you your biggest takeaways from today's budget, sir.
Thank you very much for having me on the show. It has been a terrific budget. To me, I think there is a strategic aspect of continuation of the 2047 Viksit Bharat vision, which keeps getting doubled down on by the government with each budget, and every time they come up with a policy, it kind of links to the larger picture. So I think at a strategic level, a 25-year vision kind of a statement keeps on repeating. So that's a good one. At a tactical level, quite a few things have come. Obviously, the allocation to the infrastructure of almost 12.2 lakh crores is a big deal. Creation of economic zones, city economic regions and things like that, which was hitherto unheard of. Earlier, we used to talk about lots and lots of roads getting made. Now we are talking about big quality infrastructure, which will make a huge difference to the numbers. Obviously, the ripple effect of all of that is going to be significant. I think for a rupee of infrastructure spent, about 3 rupees in the economy is what one tends to see. So I do see a positive for all the infrastructure linked sectors, including, of course, labor, but cement, steel, all of that should ideally see the benefit. I also see the vision wherein the universities and for women, the girls' hostels and all of that, which got talked about, that gladdens my heart. I think for the long-term growth of the country, that added with the focus on tier 2s. So, and that I'll probably reserve for your next question or otherwise. I see a significant pattern there, the tier 2, tier 3. And as a real estate professional, I get excited by that announcement.
So speaking, Mr. Chakrabarti, of tier 2 and tier 3, we've heard today an announcement in the increase in national infrastructure spending, as you've also mentioned, to 12.2 lakh crores now. How does Emaar somewhere plan on aligning some of its future projects? And is there something coming up for tier 2, tier 3 cities of India as well? What are some of the sectors and areas you'd like to focus on?
So I think tier 2, tier 3 are automatic growth engines for the economy as such, and hence any good developer would like to be present in those places. I think what the budget has done is, by very clearly articulating that tier 2, tier 3 will be a focus area, is unleashing something big. Otherwise, if you were to see the country as such, from the British days till the independence times, we had 4 urban areas practically, or metros, which ran the show. Subsequently, we grew it post economic liberalization. We added 3 more, maybe Hyderabad, Pune, and Bangalore. So ended up having a 7 metro drive, so to say. The urbanization happened practically in 7 to 8 metros. With this, I think we are jumping out of the mindset to have 7 or 8 metros driving the urbanization plan down to, let's say, 100 more, because 5 lakh and more cities, I don't know the number at the top of my head, but will be close to about 80 to 100. And that's a lot. So urbanization getting decluttered, going to different places will also reduce the urban pressure. It will also create lots and lots of pockets of growth, and real estate developers will of course look at that. Added to this, the high speed corridors, which have been talked about, 7 of them at different places, they will go through specific smaller towns, and when they do, that will unleash its own little growth phenomenon.
Mr.
And hence I do
yes.
see us going to some of those places. I do see us exploring and growing enough in some of these tier 2, tier 3 cities.
All right, I also have to understand from you, the budget this year has introduced a scheme for advanced construction equipment as well. Do you feel that this would encourage MR to perhaps accelerate the adoption of precast or AI integrated building technologies in some of your launches that are coming up?
See, precast is something we already look at, and I'm pretty sure with AI, technology is moving at a speed faster than light nowadays.
Yes.
And integration of AI into almost every walk of life is almost becoming a reality. With India also encouraging the industry through this budget on semiconductor, AI and all of that stuff, the adoption I'm pretty sure is waiting to be snowballing into something large. We are excited. We are of course one of the industries which is slightly more traditional with respect to vis-a-vis other industries, but I do expect it to be a major fillip. We are looking forward to that. Robotics in particular, for example, in our space, I expect that to take off in the next few years. And AI, precast technology is a very old technology now actually, but printing, for example, 3D printing and all of that, I think will take off. This decade should turn out to be that defining decade as far as technology use in real estate is concerned.
And I must also understand, your perspective on some of the larger conversations that are taking place in our country. Do you feel that we've somewhere set the stage for India to deal with some of the trade wars that have been ongoing and that have really kept people guessing and wondering what tomorrow will look like?
I think India's strength has been and continues to be domestic consumption, and this budget proves it again. We double down on our infrastructure spend and we keep our economy going with our own consumption and with our own investment. That story is going to be our security or our mitigation against any of these tariff wars. Having said that, I think in the last 1 year, India has done very good with respect to the tariff situation, closing the mother of all deals with EU, or before that New Zealand, Australia. There are quite a few FDAs that they have closed, and it is commendable. So I think in the turbid waters, internationally speaking, we as a country are doing as good as we can. And our economy, the strength of it, the size of it, the pace of growth cannot just be ignored by anybody. It's a matter of time.
Right, absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. Chakrabarty, for joining us on Newsx with your thoughts on Budget 2026. I have to move on to bring in Mr. Surinder Kumar Jaiswal, President of the Federation of Hotel and Restaurants Association of India, joining me on the broadcast. Mr. Jaiswal, thank you so much for speaking with Newsx. My first question, of course, to you, sir. Your big takeaway of this budget?
First of all, I would like to congratulate the central government, the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister, because this is encouraging that the tourism has finally come into the government's agenda. It's a key pillar of employment and economic growth in the Union budget of 2026 and 27, placing tourism at the center of the growth strategy. The Union budget linking it directly with the job creation, foreign exchange earnings and local economic development. That's a long-awaited shift. The emphasis on cultural, spiritual, heritage and medical value tourism, skilling, nurturing young storytellers, destination development and last mile connectivity can unlock India's true potential as global tourism hub. This is one of the main things which we felt after this budget.
Mr. Jaiswal, a pilot scheme, sir, has also been announced, and we've been reading about it since the Finance Minister made this announcement to train and upscale 10,000 tourist guides across 20 iconic tourist sites. And this will be a 12-week hybrid course which is going to be developed in collaboration with IIM. How do you view what is now being called a very radical shift in skilling India and creating employment through these sort of jobs that earlier perhaps were not on our radar as much?
Yes, I have already told you that about the job creation which this budget has gone into. You see, if you look the budget, it can be divided as far as tourism sector is concerned. It can be divided into two parts. One is the indirect. For the indirect, I can say that now the declaration has come that new economic zones in certain cities will be created. Then high-speed train corridors, then 20 national waterways development, improvement of tier 2, 3 cities infrastructure, and some GST rationalization also. Besides that, then we come to the direct impact which the tourism industry is going to have it. One of the points which you raised is about the 10,000 guides, upskilling of guides and training of these. Now, why it is being done? This is a job creation because the government intent is to create the new tourist spots. So when you create something, new tourist spots, your cultural values, your cultural sites, your heritage sites, then you need certain people to guide them. So that is a good move, and I think besides these guides also, we will be generating a lot of more employment also.
Right, absolutely. Mr. Jaiswal, thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast with that perspective. I have with me now Dr. Partha Chatterjee, Professor of Economics at Shiv Nadar University, Dr. Ranjit Mehta, CEO and Secretary General of PhD CCI, and Mr. Navneet Goyal, former Principal Chief Commissioner of Custom and CGST, with us on the broadcast as well. Let me begin this conversation with Dr. Partha Chatterjee. Dr. Chatterjee, I'm being told Dr. Ajay Dua, former Commerce Secretary, also with us on the broadcast. Thank you so much to everyone for joining us on Newsx. Dr. Partha Chatterjee, I must begin by asking you, sir, I'm not sure if you were there when we were just having a conversation with MOS Education, but your big takeaways, sir, for the education sector, and how do you expect particularly higher education in India to be impacted by the budget?
Well, thank you for having me here. And so I think thinking from the perspective of the education sector, right, there were a few things that were there in the budget, mostly related to very specific sectoral needs, right? And I think one thing that we have to realize that India has a large base of young population that we need to educate. And we have a very small window, maybe about 25 years now, when the demographic transition will be completed. So we have to do things within that window. And while we have been doing a lot in terms of setting up new universities, new private universities, new international universities, setting up campuses here, I think we need to do a lot more. And therefore, one area where the government has focused a lot more is to create skill sets needed for specific industries, whether it's the pharma or the tourism or other sectors. So that is a welcome thing. Also, as the minister mentioned, that setting up hostels for the girls in each district, that's absolutely a great move, because in India we really need to harness the power of women. The participation of women in workforce remains low. It's increasing over time a little bit, but it remains low. And if we can bring them to higher education sector and eventually to the workforce, that will increase India's economic output by a lot. So I think there are certain things by which we can expect the education sector to benefit. There was also a mention of setting up education cities, which will have different universities, different training centers, and so on. So I think that's also something that's going to be very, very helpful for the education sector. Yeah.
And Dr. Partha Chatterjee, I also have to understand from you as an academic leader, of course, do you see that the 500 crores, I believe, that has been allocated to the AI Center for Excellence will act as a genuine research catalyst? And is there anything else that has stood out for you in the budget as far as AI education is concerned? Because I know that the integration of AI into the education sector is something that educationists such as yourself, academics such as yourself, are really now dealing with. This conversation on a daily basis. That what is the right balance to strike as far as giving people access to AI and educating the youth in AI use is concerned versus, of course, continuing their education in a more traditional manner as well? So anything that stood out to you in that matter, sir?
Yeah, look, I mean, today we live at a time when things are changing, every day. Right now, for example, everyone is talking about AI agents creating a website for themselves, right? I mean, that's where we are right now. So we absolutely have to educate our students, expose our students to that reality, right? So we have to do that, and therefore any allocation towards that is definitely welcome. But more than that, I think, we need not only allocation, but also people. And that's where I think we need to focus on that. How can we get people not only within India, but also from outside India to relocate maybe and to come back? And that's something that we have to work on today. As you also mentioned at the top of the show, that we live in a time when the geopolitical situation is such, the global uncertainty is very high. And as an economist, I'm very concerned about that. But that also gives us an opportunity to kind of attract talent. And I think where I would have wanted a little more to see in the budget is on that front. That last budget, there were some announcements on that front. And if we could have focused on that how could we attract talent which is now much more vulnerable to all these visa issues and all things that's going on across the world, right? Having said that, there's another thing that I think will kind of have a ripple effect on the education sector, which is the announcement of the semiconductor mission 2, right? And the investments around that. Because again, it's one thing is to just say that we need manufacturing, but how do we get manufacturing? Capital is probably among the easier things to get, but we need that talent, we need that manpower, we need that kind of a workforce at all levels, right, from the scientists to the people who will create these factories and so on. So I think there's a large opportunity in the education sector to tie in to these kind of missions, particularly the semiconductor mission that I think a lot of money has been allocated to that. And we can definitely work together with the semiconductor firms which are setting up plants here or setting up their R&D centers here, as well as the government and the universities can definitely come up with a collaborative in a collaborative effort to create that kind of a workforce that's needed to make these missions successful.
Absolutely. And so before I bring in some of our other guests into the conversation as well, I want to understand your perspective or your expectations rather from some of the recent FTAs that have been signed. And a lot has also been discussed as far as higher education is concerned or an exchange of students is concerned. What is your big expectation and how does that tie into some of the budget announcements?
Right. The FTAs, from an economics perspective, I think those are, again, something that are very important for India because we live in a time which is, very, very uncertain. The uncertainty index is very high. And in fact, one of the things about the budget is how does it address that uncertainty, right? And for the education sector and particularly for individuals, this uncertainty has created many challenges, right? India has been one of the source countries for people moving into different countries. And partly that has helped us also, right? I mean, we talk about the brain drain, but the fact is that there is also a lot of exchange in terms of ideas, if not in terms of capital also, but in terms of ideas and things like that happen when we have a world that is mobile and where talent can move globally, right? So if the FTAs continue to allow that people can move to different countries and different universities and workplaces, that one, it reduces the misallocation of workforce globally, and therefore the whole world benefits. But also India in specific can benefit by getting these people back to India, or even otherwise through collaborative efforts and things like that. So I think the FTAs definitely help India even in the education sector. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us in Newsx with that perspective. Let me also bring in Dr. Ranjit Mehta, CEO and Secretary General of PHDCCI. Dr. Mehta, I have to understand from you your biggest takeaway of Budget 2026, sir.
Well, thank you very much. In fact, today's budget, if you look at it, I mean, this is the budget which strikes the right balance between the growth and stability. We have seen that in the last couple of months, government has already taken such steps like GST 2.0, and also last year there was a big boon for our taxpayers, indirect taxes. However, in this budget, it is a clear message from the government that they are focused on growth. The growth has been the center pillar of this budget. It is with the big push in infrastructure and for private capital investment, and also there has been fiscal prudence, which has been the top agenda of the government. So overall, if you just look at it, the best part of this budget has been that there has been it's very encouraging that there has been a very good step like having the MSME growth fund for small and medium businesses, as we have signed many FTAs with various countries. On the backdrop of US tariffs and how the disruption has been created in global economy through geopolitical challenges and tariff war and all those things, I think that we cannot depend on one economy. So Indian government has definitely taken the right steps. We have done FTAs like advanced economy like UK, then of course Oman, New Zealand, and the biggest FTA with the EU, which is a very recent thing which has happened. So when we are doing these FTA, it is very important that our MSMEs, they need to be prepared for the global economy. They need to have that competitive advantage. They need to have that competitive edge. And to do that, we have to create an ecosystem in our country. And how that can be created is, of course, by supporting the MSMEs. So one challenge for MSMEs is definitely the availability of the easy access to finance. And secondly, I think access to technology. Because today, if you really want to scale it up, and it is not possible without focusing on the technology. So I think this MSME or SME growth fund is an enabler, and this is a right step at the right time. And at the same time, the strong allocation to defense and that shows that government has priority in security also. Then if you just look at the infrastructure, 12.2 lakh crore of outlay for the infrastructure is definitely because this is going to create jobs in our country. And government capex is very, very important at the same time. And the focus on other cities, not only in big cities, tier 2, tier 3 cities have been the focus of government in this budget. So the overall, if you just look at it, the kind of stability, the kind of inclusive growth the government is focusing on is commendable. And those days are gone when the budget was specific to certain products which are getting cheaper or getting expensive. So it is away from that. This budget is a long-term vision which is aligned with Viksit Bharat 2047. I think every step that we are taking today is that it goes towards Viksit Bharat. And to do that, I think stability in policy and structural reforms and also momentum in execution is very, very important. At the end of it is the ease of doing business and also the cost of doing business. If we just look at
Dr. Mehta, I must ask you a question on that. When you've just spoken about ease of doing business and cost of doing business, so do you feel that the 2026 budget has done enough to actually lower the cost of doing business, or is there still a lot of regulatory burden which could be the biggest bottleneck, which is something that we've been discussing for many years, right? When it comes to about we are moving up the ranks as far as ease of doing business is concerned, but when I do have conversations with some of the entrepreneurs, they do still talk to me about regulatory burdens. But in the 2026 budget, do you feel that it's done enough to actually lower the cost of doing business?
You see, cost of doing business cannot be lowered through a single budget. However, it is an attempt in that direction. Number one, if you just talk about cost of doing business or regulatory, burden that is on MSMEs, I think for that they have, given in this 10,000 crore fund that they'll be assisted by ICAI on these regulatory things. And secondly, we have a federal structure. We are the largest democracy in the world, and the land is a big cost in doing business. So that adds up to cost of doing business, and land is a state subject. At the same time, power is also a state subject. However, the government at the center can make the enabling environment and also create certain policies where these things can be addressed. However, the implementation part, the execution part remains with the state government. Here, I think that budget is one part. However, if you really want to reduce the cost of doing business, the contribution and support from the state governments will be very, very essential. Without that, we cannot do. And however, on part of ease of doing business, I think the best thing today about the government is whatever challenges that you have, if you just put it to the government of India, they are definitely going to look at it, and they make every effort. Whatever genuine problem is there, they are certainly ready to look at it, and most of the time they are addressing those problems.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for that perspective. I'd like to bring in Mr. Navneet Goyal, former Principal Chief Commissioner of Customs and CGST, into the conversation. Mr. Goyal, thank you so much, sir, for speaking with Newsx. I have to ask from you as well, what's your biggest takeaway from Budget 2026?
Thank you for inviting me to your channel, madam. See, from the customs and GST perspective, I see the FDAs and the Viksit Bharat vision will mean more imports and more exports. This will need speeding up of cargo clearances, and FTAs would mean as imports would grow, the challenge would also grow that people should not divert their goods through these FTA countries. So what government has tried to do in this budget is, one is they try to encourage compliant behavior. They said if you are a trusted entity, then we'll give you benefits. The duty deferment period has been increased. The automatic goods registration and clearance for trusted clients have been voluntary payments up till now. People were not willing to pay because there were some penal charges if you break a law. And even if you're willing to pay customs duties, you were supposed to pay penalties also. Now government has said, okay, no penalty. We take this as a non-punitive charge. This will help in compliant behavior. Next thing that they have done is system-driven clearances and digital governance. What they have tried to do, a system would be laid out where the customs clearance work would be done through system, and the officers' touch points will be reduced. This should increase compliant behavior, and this should reduce delays. That is the major change which government has done. Besides that, there are some other changes also. For example, on the passenger side, a lot of passengers have been complaining that gold prices have, they've earlier a person could import gold worth only 50,000 rupees, and for male, and 1 lakh rupees for female. With the gold prices now touching almost 1.5 lakh for 10 grams. Now this has been liberalized as earlier. Now 40 grams by female and 20 grams by male have been Similarly, duty-free allowances have been increased from 50,000 rupees to 75,000 rupees. So this was a genuine problem which was being faced. And similarly, some concessions have been given when somebody is transferring residence from abroad. And a uniform duty has been put on personal imports, has been reduced from 20% to 10%. Similarly, certain sectors have been given duty-free benefits. For example, exemption on capital goods for manufacture of lithium-ion cells, or leather and marine sectors have been given benefits. The duty exemption which was available to import specified inputs for leather and synthetic footwear will also be available now for shoe uppers. Similarly, fish which is caught in high seas will be allowed duty free into Indian shores, and if they are exported out, it will be treated as exports. Similarly, duty free imports of the specified inputs have been increased from 1% to 3% of FOB for marine sector. Exemption to goods for nuclear power projects has been given. Exemption on parts and components and engines for manufacturing aircrafts have been given. So government has tried to address many things. Specified sectors which are of high priority, they have been given duty-free benefits. Similarly, procedures have been relaxed to encourage compliant behavior and passenger facilitation measures. This is a great budget from that. On GST, we have already seen GST 2.0 in September, October. Yes.
But Mr. Goyal, I'd like to then understand from you, as far as GST is concerned, sir, how soon, or rather, do you think that the GST cuts have started paying dividends, or how soon do you believe that those cuts will pay dividends?
See, GST cuts should be understood in two ways. There were certain goods where 28% was brought down to 18%. These were big goods, like cars, air conditioners, those three. There, the duty cuts have already resulted into price cuts, which all of us have seen, and people have rushed in buy these things. The goods from 12% to 5% were daily use items like biscuits and all those things. There, the things was not readily, visible initially, because if there is a biscuit packet worth 10 rupees, and if that had a, duty implication after SINVAT, if you used to take ITC credit, reduction would be hardly 10-15 paise. But now, what it has resulted in is, because you see, there is something called Laffer curve or in economics. In case you reduce duties, the tax compliance will increase. In normal these products, there were a lot of traders and manufacturers which we know were outside the formal chain. When the duty rates are 12% and profit margins in these businesses are hardly 5 to 7%, the duty rates were higher than the profit margins, and their propensity to evade was high. Now, when the duty has come down to 5%, we'll see a compliant behavior, which is slowly coming. A lot of registrations have increased. If you see the figures, the registrations in the month of December have increased drastically. And I'm sure this will gradually result as people will realize that getting yourself registered, showing your true, returns will not really make your life difficult. I'm sure things will slowly.
Okay, before I bring in Dr. Ajay Dua as well, Mr. Goyal, I have to understand from you. We were just talking about the custom duty cuts. So with the launch, sir, of the Bharat Trade Net and the new custom duty cuts, do you believe that Indian exporters are now truly shielded from this rising tide of international protectionism as well as the US tariffs?
You see, when the entire world is becoming protective, we have to stand on our own feet to face it. What government has been trying, as the previous speakers have said, is Atmanirbhar Bharat. We are also trying to encourage production of strategic goods as well as labor-intensive items. Labor-intensive items are textile, leather, marine sector. These are the items for which government is giving benefits. As far as strategic sectors are concerned, we are also like aircrafts and nuclear power to have a clean-based, clean energy. Those sectors are being encouraged. Electronics industry, mobile, all those things are being encouraged, but it will take time. Yes. What government is trying to do is that procedurally, because our importers, exporters, as well as on the GST side, manufacturers and wholesalers, we are facing a lot of procedural issues. Government is also trying to relax those procedures so that the life becomes easier for businesses.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Goyal, for joining us. Let me bring in Dr. Ajay Dua into the conversation as well. Dr. Dua, my first question to you, sir, what is your biggest takeaway from Budget 2026?
Thank you for having me in this discussion. I think I would like to highlight that the Indian government, through its budget, by maintaining stability on projects which it had taken up, the emphasis which it was giving, it has sent a message down the line to the rest of the world that we are not perturbed by the geopolitical or the protectionism measures which are coming up in the developed countries far more than, say, in Southeast Asia or India. That we continue to be on our path of long-term vision of developing where our core competence lies. In this context, I like to give you two examples. One, while increasing our capex by about 10% from the last year to 12.25 crores from the earlier 10.6 crores, we have not chosen new sectors, but we have gone by where we have been putting in our money, highways, railways mainly. And we continue to do that. New rail corridors, new highways being talked about, new cities being talked about to be developed as centers of competence for various other issues. Second, we have highlighted in this budget that, look, we realize we are an economy with 55 to 56% GDP coming from services. We want to be, given our population, we want to be accounting for 10% of the global services by 2047. And towards that, a number of steps have been enunciated apart from the labor codes, which were earlier about 2 months ago, said that we will be making the rules for it and notifying them at the earliest, irrespective of what the state governments want to do. It's a concurrently subject. The state governments fall in line, or if they do something, it has to be more liberal than what the central provisions are. And in addition, the centers of excellence being talked about. There was emphasis on Ayurveda, labor-intensive activity, plus emphasis on MSMEs, labor-oriented purposes, and at the same time, we are talking about high technology also in which we can play the role. We are not talking of increased R&D expenditure in, say, AI world, but we are saying we have identified semiconductors which go into reaching the state of AI. So we have started a mission for semiconductors and made a provision of 40,000 crores for it. So these kind of labor and skill development, sectoral emphasis is what I would say should be sending a message that, yes, we are upset with what happened to us from the United States levy of 50% duty, but we can handle ourselves. We've shown that. We have signed 3 or 4 major FTAs soon after President Trump's trying to get us off the rails. And our exports are more or less where we were, and for the future, we are making further provisions by going into other FTAs. These are bilateral, no doubt, they are not multilateral, but we are saying, at the same time, we are reiterating in these FTAs that we will continue to go by the WTO provisions of free trade as long as possible, and we will also respect the most favored nation treatment, saying if in one FTA we have agreed to do give a duty concession to one country with which that FTA is there, that will also become available to all others, irrespective of whether we have an FTA with them or not. So, and as was mentioned by Mr. Goyal, in order to make sure that the customs regulations, custom rates do not come in the way, because we've been accused of having very high duty structures. Might be right, might not be right. I don't want to go into that. But we are preparing ourselves by gradually reducing the customs duties. Not one item today, which the finance minister read out, it was all for saying downward revision. How to make imports, exports easier, as well as quantify them to a lower level so that the burden is less. All this, I think, is a step towards stability and continuing to have a long-term vision, but minimizing the risks of our money not being put to good use. So we are selecting the sectors where the risks are low and where the need is essential.
So speaking of long-term vision, Dr. Dua, I have to understand from you your take on the rare minerals corridor that has been announced today.
Absolutely important. We've seen how China has been able to live. China, over the years, cornering all over the world rare minerals, not just the 7 on which it is controlling in the magnet making, and 90% of the processed magnets come from China, and that's how they've been able to kind of leverage its strength vis-a-vis all the importers. We would not like to get into that oddity in the future. So we know that we could be having some of these rare minerals, whether out of those 23, which are usually called rare minerals, or the 7 which go into this magnet making, etc. So where the potential or exploration shows that there could be something, so we would go take the next step in those mining steps, which are the 3 states, Andhra Pradesh, Orissa, mineral rich, both have borders also with one another, Tamil Nadu and Kerala.
Yes.
Reportedly, there are different kind of rare earths and minerals available. So this is long-term vision, saying yes, it might take 10 years for us to commercially exploit these. That's usually the time span for getting it to a stage from exploration to the end. We may be, with the provisions being made, may be able to reduce it from 10 to 5, 10 to 7 years or so each mining, but we would not then remain dependent upon one country, and we would then, if we are able to prove that we have exploitable, commercially viable reserves, you would see many countries of the world would want to come and partner with us and put in the money, which is money with technology to mine, which is be required to make sure that the process hurries up, and all of them we will get plugged into their supply chains.
All right, Dr. Ajit Dua, also speaking about China for just a moment, the finance minister has introduced the 10,000 crore SME growth fund. Do you believe that somewhere what's being called a cluster-based approach will finally enable some of our smaller units to actually compete with China in high-tech manufacturing, something that we've been discussing for many years now?
Yes and no, both. Let me put it this way. It is competing with China in terms of economies of scale is not really possible by a small-scale industry. The small-scale industry can be making niche products which are required for particular applications and in limited numbers. They are small, that is why they cannot do the mass-scale productions. Second, that doesn't mean if the scale is going to be small, that they should be inefficient. China today uses maximum industrial robots in the world in its manufacturing process. They are called, dark rooms. There's not one person, but 24 hours these robots keep working. They are called dark rooms because then there's no need for the robots to see the windows are closed, the doors are closed, but the process continues. Now, to compete with these dark rooms, certain amount of technology inflow, which may be possible in small scale industries when they specialize. Japan became a hub in the electronic industry post the Second World War, not through its trading houses, what they call zaibatsus, but by supporting small scale industry, letting small scale industry get into the, as far as possible it was for it, given its constraints, into the technology development field. And then the ancillarization was supported by the buyer. The buyer now, say, Maruti Suzuki in India itself, let me give you an example. A lot of its products are made by small industries and medium enterprises, but with technological help, and in certain cases also by, and all of them have buyback arrangement. And certain cases, the Maruti Suzuki has taken an equity in them, these smaller enterprises. So that is why I said yes and no, that it was desirable to explore it, to see if there are potential candidates. Then this small industry growth fund of 10,000 crores can go a long way.
Okay, and Dr. Dua, before I let you go, sir, I also must ask you about some of the industrial parks and infrastructure. Now, with the record capex of 12.2 lakh crores, will some of the plug-and-play industrial parks that have been announced today actually help lower the logistical costs and improve our manufacturing competitiveness?
Surely those should, because the very idea of plug and play industrial parks is that as soon as you are ready to get into a venture, you don't get into what is the common facilities of having to procure land, having to build a factory on top of it, get the utilities, the connections, and make it into an industrial kind of an establishment. You pay for it by way of lease, or some places even it could be sold to you. You save the time on it, and at the same time you use that time for your core competence, what you are good at. Construction somebody else can do. These are very common things. We've tried these in certain industries. These seem to have worked because there has been repeated demand saying that do not ask us to, particularly the foreigners, tell us that don't ask us to go and procure land, then start developing it, then run around to get all the permissions from the state governments, utilities. So this will reduce the interaction and the time which is required for getting regulatory approvals. You straight make a proposal. If it requires a licensing, if it requires any registration with any authority, you get into that rather than wait for 2 years for all the basic work to be done. So in 3 or 4 fields, we have seen that these industrial parks come in handy. Our solar parks are like a plug and play. The land is given to you.
Yes.
The common facilities are given to you. Tamil Nadu, if you see, etc. That is how the solar parks really developed there. We've also seen, now it's being talked of as chemical parks. Today's budget talks of it. I would think that in the chemical parks, one of the biggest requirements is making sure that the pollution and the affluent disposal arrangements are there. If every industry is to make it itself, again what I talked about, investment, expertise not being there and time taken, but these industrial parks, if all that you have to do is plug into the arrangements which they have made, internally you make sure that you are entirely, you are compliant with the pollution laws, air and noise, etc. Externally, the park takes care of disposing the effluent which comes, and you pay for these. So I am a supporter of these. We've had success in the electronic parks, whether it was Kandla Free Trade Zone, Santa Cruz Electronic Zone. So exactly the common utilities were given, plots were built upon and then leased out to the potential electronic assemblers of that time, because all these are models of 70s and the 80s, but certainly desirable, and the central government can play a major role in facilitating the states to do it, because most of these industrial parks will have to be set up in conjunction with the state governments, because they have the factors of production which are required for.
Right, absolutely. Dr. Dua, thank you so much, sir, for joining us on Newsx with that perspective. Joining me on the broadcast now is Mr. Harish Bijur as well. Mr. Bijur, thank you so much for taking out the time today. Important day for India. Everyone's eyes were on the union budget.
Yes.
More so because the government, Mr. Bijur, has already made a slew of announcements in the past 1 year that have been highly beneficial to the country. The GST 2.0 was announced. So, of course, one was not expecting really very large announcements to be made in this budget, because we thought that the government has already given a bit of a bonanza to the people. But keeping that aside, sir, what was your biggest takeaway from the budget this year?
Okay. So firstly, you are so right. The budget as an event has lost its zing, fundamentally because, it used to be very, very important in the older days when most decisions would be showcased on one day. And, everything would happen on that one day. And that was budget day. But not anymore, because, post the reforms exercise, we have seen budgets being more of a journey than an event. And therefore, this is yet another part of the journey. Firstly, of course, heartiest compliments to Nirmala Sitharaman ji for her 9th budget. And I think the budget puts together a set of philosophies. So I see a good philosophy at hand, but God is in its implementation.
Okay. But Mr. Bijur, I have to understand from you, because like I said, a lot of focus in the past 1 year has been also understanding the geopolitical shifts, the developments that are taking place throughout the world. India's focus primarily has also been on signing some of the FDAs and really managing our bilateral relations with many countries. Do you somewhere feel that have we at least set the stage to strengthen India to deal with some of the tariff wars that are going on?
Well, I think, the tariff wars, our relationship with the United States of America, and of course, our relationship with the rest of the world, our relationship particularly with Europe, the European Union, and of course, very importantly, our relationship with Russia. And, the Russia-Ukraine, the NATO versus the rest kind of an issue. These are things which are outside the ambit of the budget. And if I really look at it, I think we're talking about reorganizing ourselves to face a re-energized, unpredictable world. So US tariffs not incorporated into the budgets at all. Preparation to ensure that we act differently, particularly on Russian import of oil, etc. I think that's totally outside the ambit of it all. What I see today is a set of statements that says that this is the ethos of the government which runs this country, and these are the things which will happen over a period of time. And I think achieving each of these things is going to be milestone based. So I'm really, again, repeating the same thing. The budget is not an event, it's a journey.
And Mr. Bijur, I have to understand from you, sir. Now, the 2026 budget is focusing also heavily on MSME liquidity as well as tax rationalization. Do you see somewhere any of this reviving the middle India consumption enough?
There is an effort to rev up middle India consumption, but it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to happen over 3 to 4 years. For instance, the MSME category. We have a total of 64.6 million MSMEs in this country. The kind of stuff that they require, is institutional. The thing is, many of them produce trade products. But there are two issues. The one is financial and the other is marketing. Now, both these are gaps. Now, filling those gaps, the financial gaps, filling them up is far easier than filling the marketing gaps. So I think the marketing gaps continue. Until the marketing gaps continue, the best of Indian MSMEs will still struggle and still suffer. And that is a key issue that needs to be tackled in the days ahead.
All right. And, your perspective, sir, there was a very interesting announcement today. And again, this is in a much larger global context. And it seems as though at least India is now focused on, we have been saying that we've been focused on a very long-term vision. But there has been a criticism that there's not been much announcement as far as science, especially rare earths are concerned. Today, a rare earth corridor has been announced. Your thoughts on the same?
Yes, I think that's excellent. There are two aspects of it. One is the rare earth piece, which I think is an excellent set of initiatives. India wants to, if India wants to dominate, we need to ensure that we have rare earth security. And I think securing rare earth is one of the big mandates, and the government has recognized it. So hats off to PM Modi and Nirmala Sitharaman and the entire set of ministries which have gone and done that. The second big thing that I like is the 20,000 crores has been allocated, as a kind of an incentive for big industry on CCUS, and that is going to be big because, pollution is one of the biggest problems India faces. And just because we don't see pollution, particularly air pollution, we tend to neglect it. There are great companies in India which solve the pollution problem. I mean, there are great companies which, with retrospective effect are able to solve pollution. I think benefits need to go to them. But the bigger issue, this budget announces benefits, incentives, 20,000 crore to big industry. But what we also need is penalties. We have something called the Central Pollution Control Board, and then we have the State Pollution Control Board. There's a clear mandate to say that this needs to be implemented. But unfortunately, a lot of the state pollution control boards do not implement the norms. So the budget is saying, I'm going to give you 20,000 crores to big industry to sort out the pollution problem and get incentives, carbon credits. But at the same time, we need to invigorate our state level pollution control boards to, run behind the polluters. And I think if both these things go together hand in hand, we're going to see a cleaner future. Our aim and goal needs to be a pollution-free tomorrow. And I think running towards it is all our mandate.
Mr. Bijur, before I let you go, sir, I just have to understand from you. Somewhere do you feel that with some of the announcements that have been made, like I said, particularly for MSMEs, has this budget done enough to protect India from some of the current trends of protectionism that we're witnessing internationally?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, this is a tricky question, and it happens to be a last question. I don't think enough has been done as yet. There's lots more to be done. At this point of time, India is raising guardrails. So these guardrails are really very, very low at this point of time. We need to be building guardrails which go higher and higher and higher. And I think those guardrails, I don't see it. I think, again, I said it's a journey. And hopefully in the next 3 years, we'll build bigger and better guardrails. The world order is changing. The tariffs from the US have hit us very dramatically. It has hit exports out of India. It has hit export-oriented businesses. It has affected livelihoods of people. And that is the reality. And I think at one end, you have this business of us saying, must we import oil from Russia or not? So the sovereignty of countries is being questioned at this point of time. India is building its guardrails, but you can't build the guardrail as a big wall all of a sudden. This budget helps, starts it, but doesn't complete it.
Right, absolutely. Mr. Bijou, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you
for joining us on Newsx with that perspective.
Thank you.
Viewers, you're now watching Newsx Explained. As the Union Budget 2026 was presented today, the country's attention was firmly fixed on numbers, policy signals and the government's economic roadmap. But beyond the financial announcements and fiscal priorities, today marked a quiet yet historic shift in India's governance landscape. For the first time ever, the Union Budget was presented from the Kartavya Bhavan, a building that is fast becoming the new administrative heart of the nation. This single moment represents far more than a change in venue. It signals a transition in how India conceptualizes power, responsibility and governance in the 21st century. The image of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman standing at the gates of the Kartavya Bhavan has already etched itself into the visual memory of the day. It is an image that captures both continuity and change, rooted in democratic tradition, yet pointing firmly towards a modern future. The name Kartavya Bhavan itself is deeply symbolic. Kartavya means duty or responsibility, and the Union Budget 2026 is conceived around three core duties: accelerate and sustain economic growth, fulfill the aspirations of the people, and ensure inclusive access to resources. This is the philosophy that underpins not just the budget, but also the idea of the Kartavya Bhavan. The Kartavya Bhavan is part of the Common Central Secretariat Complex, or the CCS, a series of 10 newly constructed office buildings in New Delhi. This complex has been developed under the Central Vista Redevelopment Project, one of the most ambitious urban and administrative transformation projects undertaken in independent India. The aim of this project is to replace aging, dispersed and increasingly inadequate government office buildings with a centralized, efficient and future-ready administrative hub. For decades after independence, India's governance was spread across multiple buildings and locations. The most powerful ministries include Home, Finance, Defence, External Affairs and the Prime Minister's office. They all operated from the iconic North and South block. Other ministries function from structures such as the Krishi Bhavan, Shastri Bhavan and the Nirmar Bhavan. While these buildings carried historical and symbolic value, they were designed for a different time and a different scale of governance. As the size and complexity of the Indian state is growing, these structures began to show their limits: space constraints, outdated infrastructure, high maintenance costs, and the inability to support modern digital workflows made the need for a new administrative framework increasingly important and clear. It was in this context that the Central Vista Redevelopment Project was launched in 2019. The project envisions a cohesive and integrated governance district in the heart of New Delhi. At its core is the Common Central Secretariat, which will eventually house all central government ministries within a single high-capacity precinct. Kartavya Bhavan 1, 2 and 3 are the first of these buildings, and Kartavya Bhavan 3, the first to be completed, was inaugurated on the 6th of August 2025. Let's talk more about Kartavya Bhavan 1, the building that hosted the presentation of the Union Budget today. Located on Janpath, Kartavya Bhavan sits at the very core of the Central Vista. It is surrounded by landmarks to define modern India, including India Gate, Central Secretariat, Bharat Mandapam and the upcoming Yuge Yugin Bharat Museum. Neighbouring buildings such as Baroda House and Shivaji Stadium further place it within a tightly integrated administrative and cultural zone. This location is deliberate, ensuring greater coordination between ministries and a more streamlined governance ecosystem. The design of the Kartavya Bhavan reflects this modern administrative philosophy. The building has been designed by HCP Planning and Management Private Limited, the firm responsible for the overall Central Vista master plan. Architecturally, it strikes a careful balance between tradition and modernity. The colonnaded facades and symmetrical layouts pay homage to Lutyens style architecture, ensuring visual harmony with the historic precinct. At the same time, the building is deeply embedded with modern technology and sustainability features. Kartavya Bhavan is a 7-story structure with 2 basements spread across nearly 1.5 lakh square meters. It has been constructed at a cost running into several hundred crores, making it one of the most advanced government office buildings in the country. Its interiors are designed for flexibility and efficiency, as well as collaboration. Open plan work halls with modular furniture allow for adaptability and team-based work. Meeting rooms and services are consolidated into corner cores to ensure functional clarity, while individual offices along the outer edge benefit from natural light and ventilation. At the center of the building is a landscaped courtyard that acts as a climatic core, shaded by a perforated aluminium canopy and mature trees. This space moderates heat, filters natural light and creates a comfortable microclimate for those working inside. Sustainability is a key feature of the Kartavya Bhavan. The building uses double glazed facades and noise insulating glass to improve energy efficiency and comfort. Energy efficient LED lighting, sensor based systems and smart HVAC technology are expected to reduce energy consumption by around 30%. Solar power plays a significant role with rooftop solar panels capable of generating over 5.34 lakh units of electricity annually. The building is designed as a zero discharge facility. It can treat and reuse 1.1 million liters of wastewater every day. Kartavya Bhavan is also equipped with extensive facilities. Each building in the complex includes multiple large and small conference rooms, team meeting spaces, a crèche, a yoga room, medical center, a cafe, multi-purpose hall and parking for hundreds of vehicles. Security is of course fully technology driven with smart ID cards, biometric access and the centralized surveillance system. Employees have been onboarded through digital systems in coordination with the Ministry of Home Affairs. Connectivity of the complex is set to improve further with a 7-kilometer extension of the Delhi Metro Magenta line, which will include a dedicated Kartavya Bhavan station. This will further integrate the complex into the city's public transport network. Presenting the union budget from the Kartavya Bhavan was therefore a path-breaking move because Budget Day is not just a financial exercise, it is a symbolic moment that reflects national priorities and the direction of the country. By choosing this venue, the government has signaled that the future of Indian governance will be efficient, centralized, sustained and rooted in a clear sense of duty. On that note, let me introduce our guests with us on the broadcast right now. I have with me Mr. Dikshu Kukreja, Architect and Managing Principal, CP Kukreja Architects, Nasir Salim, Managing Partner of Flexi Capital. With us is Mr. K. Yatish Rajawat, CEO of Center for Innovation and Public Policy, and Joyita Basu, editor of the Sunday Guardian with us. Mr. Kukreja, let me begin this conversation with you. I've just explained to our viewers quite extensively the Kartavya Bhavan. Your thoughts on the same as well?
Yes, I was very carefully hearing your complete description on the Kartavya Bhavan and the Central Vista project. I think today is a very iconic day. It's a very important day where the union budget has been presented. Certainly, you're right. It's a first in the sense that it's been presented from a new venue or a new facility rather, where the finance ministry has shifted to in Kartavya Bhavan 1. But I think it's historic more also in the sense how broad-based this budget announcement has been, how it's really touching the chord of every single Indian and every single aspect. So its broad-based, holistic approach certainly resonates with what we hear about Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas being the ideology that we are moving with today. And from that point of view, whether it's about Yuva Shakti or it's Nari Shakti or it's things like the orange economy, it's about tourism, health, all aspects have been touched quite smartly. But what stands out to me the most is the fact that, the infrastructure, the investment into infrastructure, the capex that the government has put in of 12.2 lakh crores is a massive number. The highest ever independent India has seen. And when you compare it with a figure which was a fraction of it just a decade ago, which was not even 2 lakh crores. So from that point of view, it just goes to show to the world about the commitment that the government has towards making India a developed nation, about the kind of investment that we are doing, which has a ripple effect when you look at public-private partnerships coming on board, when you look at foreign investment then coming on board, because this is the skeleton of any healthy economy. And that has been spelled out by the kind of investment on infrastructure. The broad-based approach that I said, touching every aspect, every corner of the country, be it the northeast, be it the coastal part of the country, be it the mountains where we are talking about, even facilities like trekking and winter sports, etc., infrastructure for that. I think it's very, very holistic in that sense. But the one thing that I would say that we all need to be cautious about, while the policies and the vision is great, the execution is where it matters. And I think at the grassroots level, when you look at municipal authorities, when you look at, your previous segment of the program was talking with a guest who was talking about state pollution boards and central pollution boards. we need to very carefully look at it that if we are looking at sustainability and environment, corruption has to be thrown out of the window. There have to be really path-making policies and legislation that has to come in. Exemplary punishments have to be there where certain local bodies, municipal authorities, do not take that kind of an easy route of corruption. And I know of many, many international companies, foreign investments, which are coming into the country, but get stuck in the red tape. We talk about single window clearances, but those don't ever really happen. So those kind of things, along with the budget, need to be also see how they can be put into flawless execution.
Right, absolutely. But at the same time, they should moving beyond some of the, of course, the Kartavya Bhavan. I have to understand from you, as far as urban infrastructure is also concerned, you've always advocated for integrated city planning. With some of the new growth center focus for cities with 5 lakh plus populations, do you feel that somewhere the budget has addressed the issues of tier 2, tier 3 cities planning and urbanization?
Excellent question, Devika. I think this is something I've been also advocating for a long time, that if we want the country to progress holistically, if we want our cities not to choke under what we see, the quality of air and the scarcity of water and everything else that we see in Indian cities today, becoming situations where, you're just pumping endless money to solve the problem. I think the solution lies, and the budget today has addressed that you need to shift the focus from metropolitan cities to tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So this 5,000 crore allocation, I think, is just the beginning of something that will have to follow year after year. If we need to spread development, progress all over in urban India, and this has a double effect or a double bonanza, I would say, that when you are addressing tier 2, tier 3 cities, what you're also doing is you're controlling the migration, the urban migration that happens into the bigger cities. Needless to say that you are giving opportunities of livelihood and growth in those tier 2, tier 3 cities. One more thing that we should keep in mind is that where we have gone wrong in these urban sprawls that we have created in our metropolitan cities, which we are now trying to fix, this time around, the development that is going to happen in tier 2 and tier 3 cities must be far more progressive, far more holistic, and far, far more sustainable. If we don't address climate change and environmental issues in the prosperity or growth of these tier 2, tier 3 cities, then I fear we are really doomed as far as urban India is concerned. So great opportunity, great initiative, and I hope the people who are going to take this forward in terms of the states and the municipal authorities that take this show ahead for those tier 2, tier 3 cities, do it with that sense of responsibility.
Right, absolutely. Mr. Gugreja, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Let me on that note bring in Mr. Nasir Salim, Mr. K. Rajawat and Joyita into the conversation as well. Nasir Salim, beginning with you, your biggest takeaway from Budget 2026.
Good evening. Great to be back on Newsx. So, I think clearly, we represent the capital markets, if I can say so, the ones who track the capital markets. And, we've had a mixed opinion on this to say, because, fundamentally short term, it's looking a little, negative for the capital markets. Long term, medium to long term, it's very, very positive, I must tell you. There has been a STT increase in security transaction tax for futures and options, which will see, some downside in the near term as far as the capital markets are concerned. But what we've liked, and I must tell you, is what bodes well for the banking sector is this entire capex push. Clearly, I think the mandate that has been given is to ensure that we continue to build infrastructure, responsible infrastructure, whether it's in the railway development, or whether it is in fast tracking tier 2 and tier 3 cities, urban development, as I told you. And I think the other very big thing beyond that is that they've also been able to mention, to give a tax break up till 2047 for certain sectors and in as far as IT is concerned. Now, obviously, from a vision perspective, it's looking good. How will it transform in terms of execution? Of course, needs to be seen. The other quick one, I think, which one was hoping was to, which was a expectation but not been addressed, was recalibration of long-term equity capital gains, right? That was something which was expected to be announced. We were all asking for that. The mass exodus of FPI is something that we need to, keep a very close watch on. As market experts, I can tell you this. It continues to put pressure on the rupee as against the dollar. Indian economy, I mean, by and large, the capital markets are not cheap. We understand that, but neither is the world. But we see money, flight of capital going out of the country consistently, and we were hoping for some changes there, some announcements there. Those have not yet been been addressed, or anything to do with that particular subject has not been mentioned. But I think the other quick positive, because I'm going one negative, one positive, or one neutral, and one positive. The other positive, of course, is that the way they have mentioned and clearly outlined fiscal prudence in terms of continuity of policy and maintaining to ensure that they remain within 4.3% as outlined for 26-27 also bodes well for the fixed income or the debt market favorably, right? I think that is something which has been well introduced. The other quick point that I must mention to you is about the municipal bonds that have been issued. I think, again, a good thought process there. They're looking at raising money there. Of course, the other quick point in that is how effectively can we manage the state's fiscal situation. I think today, if you look at the broader perspective, the union government continues to have fiscal prudence with continuity of policy. But as far as the states are concerned, that again needs to be checked in quickly. When you have these municipal bonds being pushed in, you'll see liquidity coming in, which is a favorable step as far as the bond market is concerned. But I think, again, any leakages, in that with possible political interference may also dampen spirits there. So I think, a bit of a cautious approach there, but it's a welcome step. I think overall, the budget is trying to attempt to bring in a sense of balance. And yeah, of course, the one thing that I live in Delhi, and so is your studio. And I can tell you this, I'm assuming most of your panelists also live in Delhi. I think, I would have been happy to know and hear more about, some dedicated fund for tackling this entire environment issue, right? They seem to have mentioned it very smartly, but, it's not been addressed to its core objective. I think that is something, again, which we feel has been a bit of a miss. And my last final thoughts on capex, again, I'll go back to that because that remains the centerpiece of growth as far as India is concerned, and should continue because it's a multiplier impact on jobs, productivity, production. And I think the outlay as far as defense is concerned seems to go up to 18%. So I believe the number is 2.13 lakh crores. The industry experts were estimating this to be about 25%, but that's again a welcome step. I think it's time that we, instead of just assembling in the garb of manufacturing, start actually producing. And I think that is again something which they've mentioned to say that they will reduce import duties on defense equipment. I think that is again something which is a welcome step and may bode well to the entire manufacturing space, which is linked to PLI. And I think that should also be a positive step.
All right. Before I bring in Mr. Rajavan Nasir, I have to also understand from you, the Finance Minister has introduced the 100,000 crore SME growth fund. Do you believe that this cluster-based approach will finally enable some of our smaller units to maybe compete with China in high-tech manufacturing? Or does it at least pave the way?
Sure. Sure. So to answer your question, so that's a great question, I must tell you. But I think we're still far away from competing with China. I'm sticking my neck out and saying this. They have tax breaks, they give you huge incentives, they give you huge credit guarantee schemes. I think we're still a little away from that, but it's a step in the right direction because MSMEs are usually they lack credit. They don't get enough credit opportunities, and I think the banking system, by and large, is also very skeptical. So when I look at a private sector bank, they're very skeptical. They don't want to give out money to MSMEs easily. Credit offtake is not that simple for MSMEs to absorb and to get. I think to the fact, and MSMEs continue to be the engines of growth for at least an economy like ours. So I personally feel that we can't. I don't think we are close enough to competing with China at the moment. But I do still feel that getting the right capital to MSMEs, which has been the key note for the last few budgets, I must tell you. But again, I think the execution, by the time it reaches the last man standing as far as the MSME entrepreneur is concerned, does it actually reach him? Because there are systemic leakages between transmission of those loans and also transmission of rates, which now need to be more effective in execution. So I think it's not a bad step. It's a welcome step, but obviously, in terms of execution, we are very, very watchful and cautious.
Okay, Nasir, before I let you go, your thoughts also on some of the, another announcement on the plug-and-play industrial parks that have been announced today. Will that actually help in lowering the logistical costs for our manufacturers?
You see, when you build infrastructure, so to answer your point, yes, it does. It will, right? When you build infrastructure, you build parks around it, whether it's, we call it industrial parks or SEZs, and that's the name of the game. If you look at the West, if you look at Far East, that's what they've done. That's what China has done. That's what the US has done, for the last so many years, and that's how they've built their economy. So I think that's a good step. It does bring down logistical costs. Obviously, it will ensure continuity and of the entire supply chain of production of goods and services, and also it also brings in aids the very idea of employment. I think today one of the major economy problems that we're facing in the economy is a K-shaped recovery. There is economic growth. The top 10% continue to grow by a larger contribution, and as compared to the lower income group. Now, obviously, how do you address that? So if you build some of these manufacturing parks, IT parks, all of these put together, along with infrastructure, because there's a lot of money being put in infrastructure as we speak. If you look at the capex numbers, they're obviously looking very, very strong there, and that's a welcome step, right? And if you can add that and get this in addition to ensuring that you build along those infrastructure that you build, you have these dedicated parks. It obviously helps you in not only in pushing infrastructure down, but also getting employment, also reducing logistical costs, also making sure that credit offtake becomes easier, because a lot of the MSME and the SME sectors will participate in those dedicated parks. And therefore, I think it's definitely a welcome step.
Right, absolutely. Nasir, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast with that perspective. Let me bring in Mr. K. Yatish Rajawat, CEO for Center of Innovation in Public Policy, with us on the broadcast. Mr. Rajawat, I have to understand from you on the aspect of the 100 million jobs catalyst. Now, with the 2026 budget's new incentives for MSME formalizations, how significantly will these measures actually help accelerate your 100 million jobs mission and empower some of the small businesses to become India's primary job engines?
So let me just quickly give you a context of this budget, and then I will place the context into how does it help on the job creation side. Fundamentally, you see this budget is consistent with the past 2-3 budgets that the government has presented. The focus is on building infrastructure, and the focus is also on building an architecture of sorts, which is I was listening to you when you were talking about Kartavya. But the most important part of this budget, which is not understood well enough, is the architecture that the government is trying to build. The architecture in this case is that instead of looking at industries or companies as the beneficiaries of state incentives, they are looking at the supply chain as the state incentive, and they're trying to build that whole supply chain in a manner that incentives are given where you need to build infrastructure. And I'll give you a small example of that. So there is, in the tech space, they are looking at increasing investments in data centers. Now, so they have directly given an incentive till 2047 on the tax side for data centers. But what is the objective of building those data centers? The objective of building the data centers is to have a control over the sovereignty of the AI, which is the software part. So the incentive is not on the software, it is on the hardware, and it is on the infrastructure. Now look at the supply chain there. What is the supply chain that we can control? We cannot control the chip side, but we can certainly control the power side. Hence, there has been an incentive given for nuclear power, because data centers are the biggest consumers of two resources, water and power. And not to put an impact on the grid, they have chosen to supplement the build out of data centers through nuclear power, and that's where the nuclear power incentives come in. Now, on the taxation side, you see this budget has also fundamentally moved away from being a tax announcement budget. If you remember, the fundamental change in direct tax was done in September when the GST rates were rationalized, and the objective there was again to drive the consumption. So there has been a little tinkering on the import side and the taxation on the import side to align them with the recent FDAs we have signed, but there is no fundamental change there. There is a micro change there in terms of increasing the the STT on futures. Now, futures is a very small part of a very small part of the population, maybe 0.1%, which is investing in futures, or which is benefiting from futures, or which is earning from futures. It's largely a small community of brokers or advisors on the stock exchange. Now, as we have seen in the last 7 years, that particular segment has become increasingly inconsequential for policymakers, and there has never been a budget in the last 4-5 years where it has been geared towards the capital markets. It has been geared towards infrastructure and bonds, and that is where the focus remains. And you can further see this architecture if you look at how the spends have changed, and if you look closely at the spends, you will see that these spends have shifted quite a bit. There is a shift in the spends from revenue expenditure to capital expenditure. Capital expenditure, as you know, has gone up. It's this year is going to be close to 12.2 lakh crores. The revenue expenditure is coming down, and even in outlays like defense, you see, we see a rise in the capex side. We don't see a rise in the revenue expenditure side. So whenever a state or a government decides to invest in the infrastructure side or increases capital expenditure, it has a rollover effect in terms of job creations. It is not absorbed by one particular sector. So, like for instance, in the case of both roads, bridges, and railways, the capex has gone up by almost 25,000 crores in the case of railways. It has gone up by around 23,000 crores in the case of bridges. Now, these are the sectors that actually create jobs, because these are physical and tangible sectors. So whenever build outs of railway tracks or build outs of happen, they're very labor intensive. Similarly, we know that construction is a highly labor intensive industry. Hence, any increase of expenditure there, and here the expenditure is mostly controlled by the state. It is not dependent on the private sector investment, which, as we know, has been lagging for the last 3 years. Private sector is being pushed, encouraged, and incentivized to invest much more on the capital side, but they've not been doing that for their own reason. Maybe they don't see the consumption or the demand as robust enough, or their capacity utilization as robust enough to invest in the future. But the state's responsibility then therefore becomes, the state is now the largest driver of capex in the country, So again, this budget basically continues that trend, and it actually increases the trend of capital outlay towards investment side. If you look at the largest schemes which have been where the actually expenditure is going, we know that the government started this large scheme called PMGKY, which was one of the possibly the largest social scheme in the world, basically giving food subsidy or food grains directly to almost 80 crore people in the country. And again, here the budget has gone up marginally from around 2 lakh odd crores to 2 lakh 35 odd crores. And there are other schemes like, the rural employment scheme, which has been renamed, but the allocation of that still remains at 80,000 odd crores. Health and education in this particular budget has got a much higher allocation. And this allocation has basically come from some of the other social sector schemes which have now run their course or achieved their targets. For instance, the Jal Jeevan Mission has more or less achieved their target. You have potable water, or at least Har Ghar Nal, even in the rural areas now. So allocation for the Jal Jeevan Mission has gone down substantially, while the allocation for school education has gone up substantially up, you see. So there is that shift, and this shift is again important because the school education budget has gone up by 18%. Even the higher education budget has gone up by 8.5%. But the PMGKY budget, which is large in itself, it's largely almost flat in that sense. The growth is almost 16%. Again, on the fertilizer subsidy side, actually the budget has gone down by 8.5%. So there is a fundamental shift again happening from the social sector to the towards capital expenditure, towards building infrastructure, and that is substantially visible if you combine all the social sector investment or expenditure of the budget. It comes to around 4 lakh 35 odd crores, which is a growth of 10%, but the non-social sector growth is much higher. It's almost grown up by 80%. So this is a fundamental shift, and this is now the numbers are large enough to be visible, So capital expenditure, as somebody else was saying, is now 12.2 lakh crores, which is a growth of almost 12%, which is much higher than the GDP growth estimated, or the nominal GDP growth estimated in the budget. So so the structure and the architecture of spend is fundamentally changing in the budget, and I think that another sign of that is that for the first time, when you opened the session or this particular segment, you talked about Kartavya. One of the fundamental changes that we've never had a budget on a weekend or on a Sunday. You see, you have these bunch of bureaucrats and parliamentarians who are actually working on a Sunday. So I think it's a welcome behavioral change also, which shows that the concern or the effort that is being put together to basically revive the economy to its growth path.
Okay, all right. Mr. Rajawat, thank you so much for joining us on Newsx with that perspective. Joyita Basu, bringing you into the conversation. Joyita, your biggest takeaways from Budget 2026?
Interest in when it comes to geopolitics, I would say the special emphasis that is being given to critical minerals, the corridors that we are talking about, and semiconductors. Because you see, when you have to compete globally, we see, when it comes to critical minerals, the kind of emphasis that is being given to this particular area by people like Donald Trump. In fact, it is being said, we know very well that this whole harebrained scheme about, annexing Greenland has a lot to do with the presence of critical minerals over there. Trump's outreach to Pakistan It is about critical minerals. So what China does right now is that there's a complete monopolistic control over critical minerals. Now, but without critical minerals, there is no future forward. So I would say, and at the same time, when you're looking at India, it has large deposits of it. But till date, even this government has not paid much attention to this sector. The very fact that one section was devoted to this, that itself shows that the government has woken up to the reality of what is happening in the world, and if it has to keep up, stay ahead of other economies, and given the kind of ambitions we have as Indian economy, we are talking about being a developed economy of 2047, but even otherwise, if you have to become a manufacturing giant, if you have to become, to make your mark industrially in the world, critical minerals are very important. Semiconductors, even now our investment is very small, compared to the other countries. I mean, this was actually raised earlier at some international fora, but the fact of the matter is that the very fact that we are looking at this and we are seriously working towards this growth, that shows that we have become aware of the new, if I can use that word, new age economy. And I would say that, at the same time, when I'm looking at, these are my two biggest takeaways. But you see, while we are talking about capex growth and the kind of infrastructure investment, what really bothers me is that, as one of your speakers earlier talked about, the implementation part of it. And you see, urban infrastructure, it is fantastic to have good infrastructure. You go out of the city and you see the kind of roads, even inside the city you have. But what about pollution? I think that is one of the biggest hazards, I would say, that is bothering all Indian cities, our urban infrastructure. In spite of everything, it is kind of creaking, I would say. Devika, I'm in Mumbai right now. I came today, and the airport that I saw over there, I mean, I have heard so much about the airport, and the arrival, it's so ancient. And especially, so if you are going to look at investment and all that also, there needs to be investment here. Just because we have had an airport, maybe whenever it was built, doesn't mean that it is still up to the standards. So I think more attention needs to be given. And for example, again, because I'm in Mumbai, I'm saying this problem of waterlogging here. The kind of waterlogging, and this is the financial capital. This is supposed to be the financial capital of India. And look at the kind of waterlogging. Look at Mumbai, the way it is. It may have very fancy buildings and all, but it's like it gives a very ancient, derelict look. Okay, so it is, frankly, for people who are coming in from outside, it's a kind of a shock for them that, that the financial capital of the country will look so inadequate. So I think these are the areas, and everything is related. Unless and until you are getting all these things in shape, your tourism is not going to pick up. All right? People, that is one of the reasons why Vietnam gets more tourists than India does. We don't have the kind of promenades they have. So when you are talking about infrastructure, and all these are different sectors, why is our tourism sector doing so bad? Everything is related. So I think there has to be better implementation, especially when it comes to our urban infrastructure, our city. Because if you're looking at smart cities, we all have become smart citizens, by the way, citizens. But do we have it? I'm going to say that there's been a lot of development in the last maybe 10 years, 14, 11, 12 years. Yes. But can we ourselves call ourselves residents of smart cities? So what is happening in those areas?
Okay. All right, Joyita, thank you so much for that perspective. Meanwhile, my colleagues have spoken to a slew of leaders from different political parties after the finance minister's speech. Listen in.
देश के संस्कृति पर्यटन मंत्री केंद्रीय मंत्री गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत जी साथ में। शेखावत साहब, बजट को अगर एक लाइन में अगर आपसे समझे तो ये बजट की दिशा क्या है, क्या इसमें विकसित भारत को ध्यान में रख के बजट बनाया गया है?
देखिए, सन 2014 में जब देश की जनता ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को पहली बार आशीर्वाद दिया था, तब पहले बार प्रधानमंत्री की कुर्सी पर बैठने से पहले उन्होंने कहा था कि हम भारत को समृद्ध, संपन्न और समर्थ देश बनाएंगे। पिछले 12 साल की इस यात्रा में हम सब ने देखा, 12वां पायदान बजट का था, भारत विकसित होने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ा। और अगर एक पंक्ति में मुझे कहना हो तो मैं कहूँगा कि जो भारत घोर निराशा और अविश्वास में डूबा हुआ था, आज विश्वास के साथ में कुलांचे भरता हुआ जंप लगाकर जो है विकसित होने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है।
सर, 53 लाख करोड़ की अब इकोनॉमी हो चुकी है भारत की, और सबसे ज़्यादा फोकस इस बजट में अगर देखा जाए तो टूरिज्म पर काफ़ी बड़ा फोकस किया गया। मेडिकल टूरिज्म को बढ़ावा दिया जा रहा है, कई सारे कदम टूरिज्म के लिए उठाए गए।
देखिए, भारत में जिस तरह से स्थितियां बदली, भारत में हालात बदले, भारत में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बदला, भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था बढ़ी, भारत में स्वच्छता का वायुमंडल बना, भारत में ट्रैवल करने का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बढ़ा, भारत में की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ हुई, उस सब का बेनिफिशियरी अगर कोई सेक्टर था तो वो भारत का टूरिज्म था। भारत के लोगों ने जब भारत में गर्व करना प्रारंभ किया तो डोमेस्टिक टूरिज्म इन सब अनुकूलताओं के चलते हुए एक नई ऊंचाई पर पहुंचा। पिछले एक साल में 294 करोड़ लोगों ने यात्रा की। देश के टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन पर, देश के स्पिरिचुअल डेस्टिनेशन पर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने के आशीर्वाद से जिस तरह से काम हुआ, चाहे काशी का कॉरिडोर बना हो, चाहे उज्जैन का महाकाल लोक बना हो, चाहे जगन्नाथपुरी के धाम का डेवलपमेंट हुआ हो, सोमनाथ का डेवलपमेंट हुआ हो, या ऐसे जितने भी जगह पर ऐसे काम हुए, उन सब का परिणाम यह है कि आज एक तरफ इकोनॉमी की ग्रोथ, दूसरी तरफ आवागमन के साधनों की सुगमता, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की ग्रोथ, और तीसरी तरफ लोगों के भारत के प्रति गर्व के भाव के उदय के चलते हुए आज सब जगह पर ऐतिहासिक फुटफॉल हुआ है। 7 करोड़ से ज़्यादा लोग उज्जैन के महाकाल लोक का दर्शन करने के लिए गए, 6 करोड़ से ज़्यादा लोग अयोध्या धाम का दर्शन करने के लिए गए, और लगभग इतने ही लोग काशी बाबा का दर्शन करने के लिए गए। तो इसलिए ये संख्या जो है सभी जगह इसी गुणात्मकता के साथ में, इसी मल्टीप्लिकेशन फैक्टर के साथ में बढ़ी है, जो भारत के लिए निश्चित रूप से एक अत्यंत उत्साह का विषय है। और इस सब को संज्ञान में रखते हुए माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी ने टूरिज्म एज ए ड्राइवर ऑफ इकोनॉमी, टूरिज्म एज ए जनरेटर ऑफ एम्प्लॉयमेंट, इसको पहचान देते हुए टूरिज्म सेक्टर को आगे बढ़ाने की बात की है।
15 ऐसे शहरों की बात की गई है जो कि पुरातत्व महत्व के हैं, उनका भी डेवलपमेंट, संरक्षण की बात कही गई है।
देखिए, अब तक ऐसा होता था कि आर्कियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया उत्खनन करता था, अपने एक पुरातात्विक महत्व के अध्ययन उसमें करता था, और बाद में उन साइट्स को सील करके बंद कर दिया जाता था। वडनगर में जब इस तरह की खुदाई हुई, उसको माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में, उनकी प्रेरणा से एक हॉलिस्टिक एक्सपीरियंस सेंटर के रूप में डेवलप किया गया। जब उसको देखा तो देश भर में ऐसे पुरातात्विक महत्व के ऐसे स्थान जहाँ खुदाई हुई है, उनकी डिमांड थी कि वहाँ उस तरह के, और आवश्यकता भी थी, लोगों का इंटरेस्ट भी जनरेट हो रहा था। और जैसा मैंने कहा, लोग अब भारत को उस दृष्टिकोण से भी देखना, पहचानना चाहते हैं, समझना चाहते हैं। तब 15 ऐसी साइट्स जहाँ भारत में उत्खनन हुआ है और आइकॉनिक साइट्स हैं, उन सब साइट्स को हम हॉलिस्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस देने वाली साइट्स के रूप में डेवलप करें। इसके लिए एक देश नाम से परियोजना माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के श्रीमुख से जो है संसद के पटल पे आज रखी गई है।
आखिरी सवाल है सर, राहुल गांधी कह रहे हैं कि पूरा बजट खोखला है, रोजगार की कहीं बात नहीं है।
जिनकी विचार खोखले हैं, जिनके विचार शून्यता की स्थिति है, जिनकी दृष्टि जो है वो बाधित और बंधित है, उन लोगों से इसके ज़्यादा अपेक्षा नहीं की जा सकती।
ये थे गजेंद्र सिंह शेखावत, जिनका कहना है जिनकी खुद की दृष्टि में दोष है, उनसे ज़्यादा अपेक्षा नहीं की जा सकती। कैमरामैन दिनेश के साथ संजय शर्मा, इंडिया न्यूज़। केंद्रीय विधि और न्याय मंत्री अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी हमारे साथ में मौजूद हैं। मेघवाल साहब, अगर एक लाइन में अगर हम पूछें कि इस बजट की दिशा क्या है, और ये आपको क्या लगता है, क्या विकसित भारत को ध्यान में रखकर बजट बनाया गया?
देखिए, इसमें जो हमारे भारतीय नागरिक हैं, उनका जीवन आसान करने के लिए ये बजट है। विकसित भारत हमारा एक लक्ष्य है, उस दिशा में बढ़ते हुए कदम है। इकोनॉमी की साइज बढ़ाने वाला ये बजट है, लेकिन ये सिटीजन सेंट्रिक बजट है। अब जैसे कोई बिजनेस करने वाला है, कोई एंटरप्रेन्योर है, उनको कोई तकलीफ आ रही है, तो उसकी तकलीफ कैसे दूर करें, इस बजट में वो भी उपाय किए गए हैं। कोई ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में रहने वाला कोई नागरिक है, उसको अपनी खेती के साथ साथ इनकम और बढ़ानी है, दूसरे जो सहायक उनके धंधे होते हैं उसके लिए महात्मा गांधी जी के नाम से एक स्वरोजगार की स्कीम, ग्राम स्वरोजगार की स्कीम लेके आए। तो उसकी खेती का काम करने वाला जो हमारा नागरिक है, किसान है, उसकी इनकम भी बढ़ेगी। फिशिंग करने वाला, उसको कई तरह की अड़चने आती थी पहले डीप सी को लेकर के, वो अड़चने भी दूर की गई है।
सर, आप खुद ग्रामीण परिवेश से आते हैं, ग्रामीण क्षेत्र से आते हैं, बीकानेर से। आपको क्या लगता है, अगर ग्रामीण क्षेत्र की हम बात करें, किसानों की बात करें, तो उनको इस बजट से कितना फायदा हो?
देखिए, आमूलचूल परिवर्तन होने वाला है जी उनके जीवन में। जैसे मैंने आपको कहा कि स्वरोजगार का काम वो करना चाहेगा तो उसको लोन लेना भी आसान है, और उसके साथ अगर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अच्छा मिलेगा तो बाजार की सुविधा भी उसको आसानी से मिलेगी, तो उसके तो जीवन में आमूलचूल परिवर्तन आने वाला है।
सर, कई सारी योजनाएं ऐसी आई हैं, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी विपक्षी दलों के नेता, चाहे राहुल गांधी की बात करें, अखिलेश यादव की बात करें, ये कह रहे हैं कि बजट पूरा खोखला है, इसमें कुछ बोलने की बात नहीं है, न किसानों की बात है, न रोजगार की बात है।
रोजगार, किसान तो उसका कोर सब्जेक्ट है आज के बजट का। उन्होंने पढ़ा नहीं, ऐसे ही स्टेटमेंट दे दिया ना, पढ़ करके स्टेटमेंट देना पड़ेगा।
आपको लगता है कि इस बजट से रोजगार भी बढ़ेगा, साथ ही साथ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर हो चाहे सर्विस सेक्टर हो, दोनों में इसमें इसका फायदा होगा?
देखिए, रोजगार भी बढ़ेगा, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में जो दिक्कतें थी उन दिक्कतों को दूर किया है। इवन हमारा जो एनआरआई सेक्टर का जो बाहर रहते हैं, वो यहाँ आकर के इन्वेस्टमेंट करना चाहते हैं, वो दिक्कतें भी दूर की है। कस्टम के क्षेत्र में कितने सुधार किए हैं, आने वाले समय में इसका असर आपको सकारात्मक असर नजर आएगा।
ये थे अर्जुन राम मेघवाल, जिनका कहना है कि रोजगार बढ़ने वाला है, किसानों को भी इस बजट का फायदा मिलने वाला है, और आने वाले समय में पूरे देश में इस बजट का फायदा नजर भी आएगा। कैमरामैन दिनेश के साथ संजय शर्मा, इंडिया न्यूज़ दिल्ली।
आज का बजट विकसित भारत और भारत की संस्कृति दोनों को मिलाकर बनाया गया है। भारत को बायो फार्मा हब के रूप में डेवलप किया जाए, मेडिकल हब के रूप में डेवलप किया जाए। खुद भारत के लोगों की हेल्थ की चिंता के साथ बाहर से लोग आकर यहाँ पर अपना ट्रीटमेंट कराना चाहें, इस तरह का प्रोसीजर किया गया है। टूरिज्म को बढ़ाने के लिए कॉरिडोर्स को डिक्लेयर किया गया है, और टूरिज्म के लिए अलग से ट्रेनिंग देने के लिए प्रोविजन किया गया है। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बात की गई है, आयुर्वेद की बात की गई है, टैक्स प्रोसीजर्स को सिंप्लीफाई करने की बात की गई है। तो मुझे लगता है 2047 के विकसित भारत को जिस तरह से आगे बढ़ना चाहिए, उसका पूरा रोड मैप इस बजट में।
I have joined Aparajita Sarangi, member of parliament from BJP. Ma'am, how do you say about budget?
I would say that this is a highly pragmatic, balanced budget, and this is the budget for Viksit Bharat 2047. Many of the untouched areas have been touched through this budget. We are talking of women-owned enterprises. This is something very interesting. We are talking of one girls' hostel in every district. This is interesting. And I would also say that we are talking of fiscal deficit at 4.3%, the lowest ever. So we are talking of growth in the economy. We are trying to become the third largest economy, very strong economy, and at the same time, we are trying to keep the fiscal deficit as low as possible. So this is the challenge which this budget has taken on. And I must say that we are talking of areas like designing, National Institute of Design, National Institute of Hospitality, and so this is very interesting. We are talking of pharmaceutical areas, talk about sports goods. So I think which area is there which is not touched. So I think this is the beauty of this budget, highly pragmatic, highly balanced, and talking about a strong economy and at the same time keeping the fiscal deficit at 4.3%. This is a challenge. This has been taken on very nicely. Again, I would say that untouched areas have been touched by this budget.
But opposition says that is a disappointed.
They would say cynicism is the disease that they suffer from. Do we care about them? The people of the country must say what kind of budget it is. And I'm very confident that today there would be very good positive reports from all over the country.
Thanks. Manohar Kesari for Newsx.
यार सोच रहा हूँ पॉलिसी बाजार से टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस ले लेता हूँ ताकि मेरे बाद फैमिली को पैसों की कमी ना। तू भी ले ले। यार अभी तो यंग है यार, बाद में देखते हैं। आजा।
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 400 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
लाल रंग इसका अपार, तीखा कम है फिर भी स्वाद, बेमिसाल बेमिसाल MDH कश्मीरी।
MDH कश्मीरी।
MDH।
शिव प्रसाद जी को बीमारी के कारण 15 बार हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट होना पड़ा। पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने उनका लाखों का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Hello and welcome to a very special edition of We Women Want. I'm in conversation with Lakshmi Puri, who's come out with her next book. It is about the sari called The Sari Eternal. What made you write this book?
Well, I wanted to express through this how the sari is India wrapped in its folds, how it is Indian womanhood expressed in all her magnificence and resilience and fluidity and intelligence and creativity.
It's not a book, it's a work of art. It really is. And the first thing it did, it made me want to wear a sari immediately. So I really do suggest you read the book, but first watch our show.
सोच रहा हूँ टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस ले लूं ताकि मेरे बाद फैमिली को पैसों की कमी ना हो। तू भी ले ले।
अबे जल्दी क्या है, बाद में देख लेंगे।
आराम से आराम से आराम से। अब तक कुणाल को हार्ट अटैक आ गया यार।
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 400 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx. My name is Vineet Malhotra. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented her 9th consecutive budget today, inspired by 3 kartavyas or responsibilities to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing competitiveness, fulfill aspirations, ensure every family, community and region has access to resources and opportunities for participation, income, taxpayers who were expecting tax rebates or standard deduction changes did not get much relief. We'll continue to talk about this with thought leaders and people who understand and want to in fact analyze what this budget was all about. First up, joining us at this point in time, we have on the show Nera Lal Kidwai, former Group General Manager and Country Head of HSBC India. Ma'am, thank you so much for joining us. First up, what is your impression of this budget? And of course, you know, to someone like me, this is more about continuity. It is about the grand scheme of things rather than nitpicking and boosting and free takeaways here and there. It does serve a number of sectors, although some sectors are being, you know, served very frugally, but that is what a continuing master plan is all about. Your thoughts, ma'am?
So you're absolutely right. I think why disturb what is working? And the commitment to the fiscal glide path is really noteworthy. India has benefited from credit improvements in terms of our credit ratings. And it is important that we stayed on that glide path. Although that commitment takes us to 4.3 in the next year, it is a 0.1% improvement over the 4.4 that we would apparently see by March, which is what the government's projecting. So to that extent, it's not going to be trying for us, and it also leaves enough scope for growth. And this fiscal commitment has happened even while infrastructure investments, which were already high, the budget for that has gone up, which is again very good to see, because it would have been easy to otherwise slash and cut there. In fact, the government's taken the tougher decision of current expenditure rationalizing some of the subsidies and programs which they will cut back on with a view to enabling the infrastructure spend to increase. So a good, very balanced budget. And there are some big, broad statements there that set direction in terms of certain industries and focus therein, which have not been mentioned in earlier budgets. And I do believe also the focus on urban infrastructure. But I can come back to this if you would like to hear more.
Right. In fact, that was going to be my next question to you as well. The capital expenditure and the increment that we have seen in its outlay is obviously encompassing a number of areas. Obviously, we also have to talk about the markets here. The STT, which is higher now, has not reflected well in the market. But first up, let's elaborate on what this capital expenditure means for the country. A lot of people are expecting that there will be minute investments or minute announcements related to roads, related to pollution, related to the environmental issues that India has been grappling with. But what is supposed to be understood here, ma'am, is that perhaps the capital expenditure would encompass the smaller issues as well.
And you're right there. So the overall capex is budgeted to grow 20%. Year on year, when added across the direct budgetary allocation, which is 11.5%, the capex via state programs, which is a 60% year on year, and the additional capex by the PSEs, the public sector enterprises, at 11.5%. So the budgetary outlays for defense and loans to states have seen large increases. And telecom itself, if we remove telecom, the 20% growth falls to 19% growth. So telecom also has a large chunk in there. What I'm particularly struck by, and it's an area I work in sanitation and water, that urban infrastructure has been given a renewed push. The Finance Commission grants to states for the year, next year, include grants for rural and urban local bodies. And each city economic region will get Indian rupees 50 billion over 5 years. 7 new high-speed rail corridors will connect major cities. Large cities will get an incentive of 1 billion Indian rupees if they issue municipal bonds worth more than 10 billion. So for municipalities to begin to fund themselves, the discipline that comes with raising money from the public markets is also very noteworthy. And I'm relieved to see that the allocations for big programs like the Jal Jeevan Mission, where government stays on the path of providing tap water to every home by 2028, builds on the existing successes in that direction. And there have been large allocations of infrastructure into water management, river basin management, the Ganga river cleaning programs, and also a big jump on programs to do with groundwater management and hydrology. So the whole area of water, which is so critical to our country, gets focus, and I'm glad to see is very much on government's agenda for the next year as well.
Ma'am, it's not always about looking at the peripheral gratification that a budget is supposed to provide to the people and the market. It's also about some of these deeper issues. You mentioned 7 high-speed railway corridors. Now, this is not only about infrastructure now, is it? This is also about connecting growth. These are growth connectors. This is something which is going to link labor markets.
You're right. And also decongest cities. I was very struck, for example, in China, how a city outside Shanghai, like Suzhou, which is, a couple of 100 kilometers away, has become like a suburb to Shanghai in that people there and work 5 days of the week in Shanghai. So the ability to spread a city, to decongest it, to enable people to commute from living in a comfortable, lower cost environment is also important. And the mobility that comes with these rail corridors helps both in terms of the local city development and also interconnecting cities and enabling faster movement of both people and goods. So yes, and it does lead to quality of life improvement, and railways in any case are very environment friendly and a great way of getting cars and trucks off roads. Excellent initiatives, and we can never have enough of it.
Ma'am, last question before we let you go. The fiscal deficit is under control. Growth is under control. We were not expecting a reformist budget. Do you think that this is perhaps a budget which can be summed up in one statement? Let's not rock the boat.
I think let's not rock the boat. It would be an unfair assessment in that it is good that we are not rocking the boat. But on the other hand, that would not recognize some of the big statements that have been made. For example, the 6 sectors for focus going forward, which include areas like rare earth minerals, the focus on electronics, nuclear. So across sectors, the focus that is to be seen, and biopharma, which has never seen mention before, comes right up there as well. So there are directional statements made which are quite important to recognize. I also believe that the whole area of job creation has got a fair bit of focus. So attention to the healthcare sector, skilling therein, creation of the care economy, tourism, and that has specific programs around the centers, the national architectural sites which will be developed. Tourism is a big employment generator. So we will see, again, skilling that will be required and will be provided there. Government's actually talking about guide programs, etc. And also universities and training centers, attention to the creative spaces, astronomy. So it's quite future looking in terms of what should we skill our people for, because we will lose the demographic dividend that we like to believe works in our favor if we can't prepare people for that next generation of industry that is required. And I think that is certainly worthy of mention here and goes and does rock the boat in that it creates a very good plan for the future as well.
Ma'am, appreciate you took out the time and spoke to us. Thank you so much for your insights.
Right, thank you.
All right, joining us on the broadcast at this point in time to talk more about the union budget, which was read out by the Finance Minister today, is Mr. Maninder Singh Hira, Chief Operating Officer, Binds Consulting, R.N. Bhaskar, founder and editor of AsianCoverage.com, Mr. Pathakrit Pine, Foreign Affairs expert, also with us on the show, Mr. Vinod Raval, a finance and marketing expert, is also with us on the broadcast. Maninder, I'll come to you first. Of course, the first thing that we should pick up on is the fact that perhaps the public was once again expecting that there is going to be some more rationalization of the tax structure. But that has already been done last year, Maninder. And, too much of tax rationalization also disturbs, the fiscal discipline that this government has been known for. Borrowing goes up, interest rates go up. So obviously that has been kept in mind. At the same time, there are also other brownie points that this government has thrown at simplification of tax, extending the date. What did you make of the continuity of this budget in terms of facilitating the masses at a grand level and, of course, making life easier when it comes to taxation?
Thank you, Vinny. Thanks for having me on the show. See, it was known for us. It was known to be a long-term view budget. And I think there were very less expectations as far as the short-term relief or benefits were concerned. And I think we saw that in the budget. And I think a lot of it is owed to the current geopolitical situations, but also, as you rightly mentioned, some of these reforms from a short-term perspective we've already seen in the last couple of years. So this was supposed to be more of a long-term viewed budget. And on the fiscal side also, it's, I think even though it is flat, it is considered to be positive because in general, the absolute investment in economy and infrastructure is increased. So that way, I think it's more of a positive sign that we are not getting more deficit and we don't have to borrow a lot to support all of these increased initiatives. If I reflect upon specifically about services industry and GCCs that we do, I think there have been relief in terms of redefining and rationalizing the safe harbor norms. I think a very good move to consolidate some of the related services as part of the IT services because there was a lot of ambiguity. And also the tax rates ranging from 14 to 24% because of this ambiguity. I think it is a very, very good move, which is conducive for services in general or services exports in general. Plus, a lot of these ambiguities had called us to go for independent studies to make sure that we are using the transfer pricing or the safe harbor correctly. I think with this change, and also it's been said that there wouldn't be a lot of assessments and reviews, it's a relief for the firms like us. Like I said, obviously they've capped it at 15.5%. Some of the firms would have been enjoying 14%, but like I said, a lot of them were actually because of the ambiguity were paying up to 24% safe harbor.
Okay.
In terms of the overall expectation, and I'll come to the individual taxation piece, but in terms of the overall expectation from the services industry, I think there could have been a little more stimuli. See, if you see the total export, higher than 45% comes from services. And there's no direct mention or a direct reference to how that can be leveraged further, especially knowing that there have been immigration changes in the US and that could be leveraged here to set up more GCCs and more foreign investments in the services side. I think that is one area which we feel could have been done a little better. Maybe redefining or relaxing the FEMA guidelines in terms of loans or direct investments. We didn't see anything on that sort. Advances from the foreign firms, nothing mentioned on that. But other than that, I think it was, as everybody's mentioned, it was more of a balanced budget with a future-looking initiatives, and all of these initiatives are definitely going to help us be more self-reliant over a period of time and to tackle the challenges that we have today, where we have dependencies on a lot of other external countries. In terms of individual taxations, I think this was very clear. We've never seen, year after year tax reliefs on the individual tax slab. We've seen it last year, marginal a year before. So it was not expected. And I think gradually majority of the people have been, they've already started to move from the old tax regime to the new tax regime. But some of the initiatives that have been taken, I think it's very clear that the focus is on, making it easier for people to be more compliant and collect higher taxes so that it benefits, the government in general in collection and then investment in the economy. So I think this was expected. And I think overall a balanced budget really.
All right, Maninder, well said. Thank you for that analysis. Pathakrit, coming to you. All right, straight up question for you, Pathakrit. The defense allocation has not gone up as expected. Do you think, considering our geopolitical predicament, the outlay could have been more?
Well, I think the last year it was around 1.8 lakh crore for capital acquisition. This time it has been increased to 2.19 lakh crore. You may say that this is a process where you can always ask for more, but given the different kinds of challenges, including the fiscal ones, I think this budget, if it is proficiently and prudently spent in terms of having the right kind of conclusion of deals within the defined specified time, I think 2.19 lakh crore itself will not be a small amount. And we have seen over the last few years that there has been a considerable increase in terms of capex expenditure. If you look at the entire budget for defense, it is 7.85 lakh crore, which of course includes the fund for pensions. The revenue expenditures will be quite a bit on the higher side, but around 2.2 lakh crore is decent. And I think some major deals are coming up in the next 1 year, including a potential one for 114, Rafale jets, a potential deal even for Sukhoi 57, and a few others, including a potential aircraft carrier, and Cabinet Committee of Security approval for far more numbers of nuclear submarines. But on the larger context, if you permit me, Vineet, I think I look at it as, as part of Atmanirbhar Bharat, a significant portion of this money will be spent within the country in terms of developing the ecosystem within the country for resilient supply chain, upgradation and development, creating an ecosystem for aerospace industry. And overall, if you look at it, the infrastructure sector itself having a 12 few lakh crore in terms of infrastructure spending, in addition to the railway capital expenditure of 2.9 lakh crore almost. I think this is decent. And last but not the least, if you look at the focus that has been there this time on enhancing the proficiency of the manufacturing sector, including the strategic sectors and the frontier sectors, which would include the semiconductors or critical minerals and several other areas, including electronics. I think we have been pretty decent in terms of focusing on areas where traditionally India had lagged, because manufacturing had a mere around 22 to 23% share of the entire GDP. So manufacturing, focus on skilling in the services sector, capex expenditure on defense, which most of it will be spent within the country. It would definitely help in the long run in terms of employment generation, developing your self-sufficiency, and invariably it will help you to be far more geopolitically stronger, because your economy is the biggest pivot for you becoming geopolitically far more stronger. If India is respected today globally, it's because in difficult times it has gone through and ensured that the economy did not suffer beyond a point. Remember, we were among the fragile 5 economies of the world as per Morgan Stanley in 2013. And by 2024, we became among the major 5 economies of the world. So geopolitically, it is not just defense. I believe that your economic proficiency, your economic development, your economic resilience eventually defines how strong and how respected you are in the global arena. And if you see from European Union to United Kingdom, if other countries are willing to have trade deal with us, primarily because of the resilience of the economy. Of course, you're right that defense itself is a very important aspect, not just for security of the country, but for employment generation as well. But I'm sure that this amount, in addition to the amount that has been allocated for internal security, which is around 2.55 lakh crore, will go at least to a great extent in terms of securing India even more proficiently. Back to you, Adi. Vineet.
All right, Mr. Bhaskar, coming to you now. Of course, there was a market shock today as well. The hike in STT on futures led to 0.05 and options to a 0.15% drop in Sensex and Nifty. Nifty, of course, went down by 350 points, Sensex by 1500. It's Sunday today, so maybe the markets are going to react differently tomorrow. But what I want to understand from you is that, in the past, as a precedent, markets, usually react to budgets, but this is perhaps the first time that I've seen such a slump. Secondly, Mr. Bhaskar, let's also understand that governments who are into their third term, governments who have also been in their second term in the past, have taken risks when the elections have not been closed. This was an opportunity for this government, do you think, to take such risks?
Firstly, the markets fell partly because of STT, which the markets didn't like, but more because the markets had already been over-purchased and overbought, and the markets are propped up. They needed an excuse to correct themselves, point one. Point two, look at the way FIIs have left India. And FIIs have left India because of two reasons. One, when a currency declines, it's never good to remain in that country. They walk away. And they'll come back only when the decline is stopped. And that's the time when they can come in with more rupees for every dollar. If you cannot stop this decline of the rupee, FIs are not likely to come in quickly. There's a third reason. Look at FDI. FDI has kept on slipping, and net FDI has gone to the negative territory. In fact, for the last 3 years, remittances by Indians has been higher than FDI. So there are many issues on the investment front which are problem areas which are flashing, and there's nothing done to remedy that. You need investments badly. Your capex is largely funded by the government. And if you look at the CAG reports, there's a cost and time overrun in almost all government expenditure. You need private investment. Indians are not willing to invest, and neither is the foreigner. And there are structural reasons for that also. Just look last week, how an Indian businessman committed suicide. It reminds you of the Coffee Day promoter committing suicide. You can't have corporate mitras on the one hand and compliances on the other, and a draconian regime of taxation on the third.
Okay, fair enough, valid point. Mr. Raval, there are some sectoral challenges that are also apparent with this budget, manufacturing, infrastructure, big pushes for some of these sectors. But what about rural consumption, school education, subsidies on fertilizers, which has been a big bane in previous budgets, in fact, previous governments as well?
Good evening, Vinny. First of all, let me tell you, this is the first budget in my career of 20 years since I'm covering the budget for last 20 years. I haven't seen any budget which is without any subsidies and without any freebies. I have seen this time that nothing of that sort is there. So I think this is the best part. Now I think new era has started, that we are now deciding the direction, not the speed. Speed will automatically come. We have to decide for the direction. This budget is giving a direction where we want to be in 2047 as well as in 2030. Let it be. We are not imposing any taxes, neither we are giving any incentives, nor we are penalizing you for anything. This budget is not meant for that, how much we are taking you back, how much. Budget is meant for this is the balanced budget, as I think initially we were heard about it. This is really a balanced budget on seeing the geopolitical situations throughout the world, how the things are going. Despite that, giving this kind of budget is really a commendable thing on the part of the finance minister as well as for the government. It was really a tough thing to go. It was a tightrope balance. It was not so easy to come this kind of budget, this kind of allocations, despite the fact that tariff issue is there, your dollars are down, your stock market already not doing well for the last 1 year, your silver and gold prices are going hayway, and then it is crashing like anything 2 days before the budget. Seeing all these things, then you talk about the rural expenditures. I fully agree with this, that the infrastructure improves each and everything. If you really see the NCR, where we all mostly live, if you really see the 150 kilometers of area is now being covered by rapid transport, which is going to decentralize the main towns, which is the need of the hour on account of environment, on account of employment, on account of the accommodations, the additional accommodations we are going to get, the additional employments we'll be getting from the tier 2, tier 3 cities, which is basically now is the core behind the whole budget. So I feel this budget is giving a direction. It may not be giving a straightaway answer to your questions for 1 year, but this is a long-term budget. And if this blueprint is carried on for the coming 10, 20 years, I think we will be at a different path and different place. And our goals are very much visible now. If you really ask me, there are some issues on account of medical, because needs are very high. On account of education, the budget's allocation must have been high. But if you ask me as a citizen, I was expecting some reliefs on account of for the salaried employees, for the smaller taxpayers. Already it was given in 2020, last year 2025. So we were not expecting much, but I think something could have been done to save the market. Unnecessarily, there was already a problem area, and raising the STT on that, they say effort, we don't want effort to carry on. But it is like writing a message on the cigarette packet or a alcohol bottle that don't drink, you can die. But same in the F&O case, the SABI says 99% people lose their money, don't do F&O.
Let me come back to you, sir. Also joining us at this point in time is Mr. Nitin Rastogi, CFO, Wallplast. Mr. Rastogi, appreciate you being here with us. I'm sure you've heard and dialed into what some of the other panelists had also to say. Do you think that this is a continuing budget which is focused on investment, stability and capacity, and there are no dramatic giveaways this time from the government?
Yeah, so thanks for having me here. So in my view, I fully agree with you. This is a, forward-looking budget where we are focusing on, continuing with the reforms process and also focusing on the skill development in the MSME sector, which is a major backbone of our industry, right? So I would like to touch base 4-5 points here. Firstly is the tax reform. We are like our Income Tax Act 2025 would be effective from 1st of April 2026, where they are saying it will be very simplified. It will help, in the making the compliances in a better way. So I think this is a very big step towards the more, reform process. Then secondly, the capital expenditure, we have given an allocation of 12.2 lakh crores of capex budget here, right? Which is, I think in 2014-15, it was just 2 lakhs. From 2 lakh crores, we have reached in 10 years time to 12 lakh crore. And the capex budget, has a five-fold impact on our economy. If we are spending 1 rupee, it will have a impact of 5x in our economy by generating jobs, by generating demand for the various, industries. And it is a very good thing, we are keep on increasing the capex budget. Then secondly, focus on the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. This again is a very right step, because see, our major people live in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities and the rural areas, right?
Right.
So
Mr. Rastogi, let me just stop you here, sir. In fact, joining us at this point in time is Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, former economic advisor to the Prime Minister. Mr. Sanyal, appreciate you being here with us. I hope you can hear me, sir.
Yes, I don't know why you have mentioned me as former economic advisor, since I'm still here in my office.
I apologize for that, sir. I apologize for that. Thank you so much for taking out the time and speaking with us. Well, first up, we'll get into the nitty-gritties just a little later. Do you think that this is a budget which is focused on the big picture? It is focused on continuity. It is focused on stability. And it is a budget which is completely aligned with the Viksit Bharat, projection that the Prime Minister has given time and again.
Well, you're right. I would call it a no-nonsense, workman-like budget. There's no populist sort of flare-up for state elections or any other thing. I think what you do get here is a solid focus on macroeconomic stability. It's an economy, remember, that's growing at over 7%, the world's fastest. We don't have any inflation issue right now. So this is a good time to focus on things like fiscal consolidation. You are seeing the fiscal deficit now come down to 4.3%, en route to becoming below 4% in a few years' time. The debt to GDP ratio, which had spiked up over 60% for the central government during the COVID period, has now come down to around 55-56%, and by the end of the decade should be even below 50%. So all of these suggest a very solid focus on fiscal consolidation. Of course, there are specific areas like customs, income tax, etc., where specific process reforms have been announced. But I would argue that the single most important thrust of this is building macroeconomic foundations for sustained growth over the next 25 years.
Mr. Sanyal, the fiscal deficit is under control, growth is under control. Do you think that there was a possibility, I'm being a devil's advocate here, do you think there was a possibility of a reformist budget? Do you think that some risks could have been taken?
I think you are being unfair by saying it's not reformist, in the sense that do remember that this is ultimately a fiscal document. Just in the last few days, we have had a major free trade agreement with the European Union. A few weeks ago, we announced the culmination of the labor reforms. We are announcing all kinds of things outside of the budget. Even within the budget, there are a large number of reforms. But they are obviously fiscally oriented reforms, like, for example, smoothing out the customs system, removing a lot of irritants and rent-seeking opportunities for the income tax framework. So all of those were announced. But I think this fascination with every budget has to be some sort of a big bang, I disagree with. Everybody who knows me knows that I'm a big advocate for macro stability and process reforms, both of which were there in abundance in this budget.
Mr. Sanyal, there has been no tax cut, but there has been tax simplification, which has, of course, been a very welcome move. This is obviously, once again, in line with the Prime Minister's vision of simplifying taxes, having a faceless ecosystem whereby which people are not scared but are cooperating with the government to give what's due, and I think that's a great step that has been taken.
Yes, that is the idea. As I said, process reforms is absolutely key for ease of living, ease of business. There were, for example, several provisions earlier which effectively criminalized, for example, if you had a bank account in the US, which you hadn't told the authorities about, had a small amount of money in there, you had lived there as a student and you forgot about it or whatever. Earlier, the rules would create a space for maybe harassment. That has now been taken out. There are all these kinds of smoothenings of the system, the customs system, to the extent possible for regular exports and imports. It'll now become pretty much faceless, and there'll now be an X-ray system that will the containers will just go through. So the idea here is that to the extent possible, remove officials from interfering with the day-to-day business of collecting taxes and doing business.
Right. Mr. Sanya, last question before we let you go. Data centers, fishing, MSMEs, all of these have had some pain points. And I think, with impetus and a fillip given to these sectors, there is something in this budget for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, there are areas that we have, and data centers being an example of an area where we have gone for expansion. Obviously, if you want to be a information technology and digital powerhouse, we need to have those kinds of data centers. We do have some, but clearly not in the scale we need. So if we want to be the world's third largest economy, we should at least aspire to have the third largest ecosystem of these data centers, if not more. So that is what is being done. And there are other areas also where we have, like biotechnology as well, is another area where we have provided support.
Mr. Sanyal, one last question I want to pick your brains on. There's also been an announcement of 7 high-speed railway corridors. Now, to put into perspective, sir, this is not just about infrastructure. This is also about growth and connecting growth. I don't want to mention this, but this is something that China has gotten good at. And we obviously want to pick up the good parts from China. It's also not about trains. It's also about linking markets. How important is this announcement? Would you elaborate for our viewers, sir?
So if you look at the last decade or a little bit more, what were we all complaining about, say, in the 2000s? We would have said India's transportation infrastructure is not up to speed. Since then, what has changed? We have now got a reasonable civil aviation network. The airports are decent. The highways have got significantly upgraded. We can do more, but they are clearly now bits of it which are world class, and more can be done. More money has been given for that as well. We are now, the old railway system is getting upgraded with Vande Bharat and other things being put in place. But now we need, at least for the major hubs, high-speed railway. The first leg of that, the first time we are attempting to do that is getting done between Ahmedabad and Mumbai. But that, I think, we are now looking at 18 months to completion. So the idea is now to begin to put in place the next stages of that. These are all long-term projects. It's not like they'll get done tomorrow morning, but you've got to begin putting the vision in place. You need to survey, get the land, get the financing, get the technology. So this is kind of putting that in place.
Mr. Sanyal, thank you so much. Appreciate you taking out the time and speaking with us. Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to go back to Mr. Rastogi. Mr. Rastogi, of course, sorry to cut you short. Sir, please continue. You were elaborating upon the capital expenditure and its effect on labor markets, as well as growth, which is going to penetrate rural markets as well.
Yeah. So see, the one way of reviving economy is to do the capex to the extent possible, right? Nowadays, if you see, the capex by the private companies are not much more, right? So they are, I don't know, they are either waiting for the demand to grow. So the action of the government to increase the capex by the government of India is a very welcome step. They are keep on increasing this, and this way it will help in growing employment and growing demand. So I think it will have a very good impact that, as the demand will grow, that the private companies will also, start, investing in the capex thing. So it would be a very good, impact of this. Then secondly, if you see, focus on the tier 2 and tier 3 cities is a very good step again, because see, most of our people stay there in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So once they get employment, they'll get the spending power. So again, it will help us in our overall development, Then as it has been touched base by other people also, this deficit of 4.3%. This is a very good step, we are focusing on how we can contain the fiscal deficit, right? So it will help us in maintaining the lower interest rate as well as the health of the economy.
Okay.
So I think this is a very good budget in a very right direction. And, we are also trying to see how we can focus on the, domestic growth, because there are lots of problems which are there internationally. So the focus on the domestic economy will help us, it is help us in growing in a right way, in the right direction. Yeah.
Right. Maninder, coming back to you, there also have been some corrections, Maninder, not pertaining to the GCC landscape, but if you talk about the fisheries, if you talk about some of the other areas like data centers and MSMEs, who have specifically been battered by the tariff scenario which has been created by Donald Trump. What more do you think the government could have done when it comes to, having a cascading effect of these benefits for the service sector as well?
Right. I mean, this is definitely going to help to an extent, Vineet. But like I said earlier, I think some of the initiatives around, investing more in setting up, innovation hubs, research and development hubs here in India, support product development so that because of, as I said, the immigration changes in the US, that could be supported from India. I think that could have been picked up and invested a little more. We didn't see any of those happening, but it was a big opportunity. And to that extent, I think the government have been expecting private players to do some of these investments. Unfortunately, obviously, because even after the GST reforms and other benefits in the past, the collection hasn't been at par. And also the expectation from the private investments have not seen as much light. I think while we've not seen those changes coming through from the government, some of these should be pushed or should be made lucrative for the private players to invest upon. But yeah, in addition to the cloud, the data centers and cloud operators, research and development, product development, innovation, R&D were some of these areas where specifically, schemes could have been launched.
Okay, Pathakrit, coming back to you, this is obviously a budget, like I've said and I've repeated over and over again, that's in line with a continuity factor. And that continuity is, obviously taken at a time when there are no major elections happening for the government. In the past, we have seen that, a lot of bold decisions have been taken when there is a safety net for governments right before and after elections. Do you think that the government could have taken more risks?
Let me put it this way. See, unlike in the past when the budget document was the only time when policy announcements were made by the government, nowadays you see throughout the year there are major announcements going on. So budget is just probably one of them. For example, the GST reform that was brought in, even though, that has nothing to do with the budget, but it was a very major announcement. The labor code reform that happened was not part of the budget. So you would see, we have been witnessing large number of policy initiatives being taken by government and being announced throughout the year. You may say that some more things could have been done this time, in the budget. That's always more to be done. But I think I'm sure many such things would be invariably happening in the due course of the next 1 year. Secondly, if you look at it, see, when it comes to tax incentives, when it comes to indirect and direct tax incentive, I think enough has been given. There has to be somewhere a rational limit between how much the government can give while ensuring that there is adequate expenditures being done in the capital front and revenue front to ensure the economy continues to run. That's one part. Secondly, see, when it comes to the service sector, the skilling part has been a very big push, because one of the major problems in India, in spite of being a service-oriented economy, has been the lack of skilled manpower. So the kind of impetus that we witness in terms of skill is a very, I think it's a very big thing. In terms of GST, I mean, somebody said that GST numbers have not been very high. I think 11.9 lakh crore for a year, I think it's decent amount. And we have to understand one thing. We are going through a very, very difficult global cycle of tech shifts. Neither you expect any government to go for profligacy, nor you would see government containing investments to that extent that it would have an impact on the economy. See, if you look at election you mentioned, Vineet, there are major elections coming in both Assam and West Bengal. They could have gone for a populist measure for that purpose, but they haven't done that. This year you have election in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Puducherry and Assam. All these states are very, very important because especially for Kerala and Tamil Nadu, BJP is not in power. But they have resisted from getting into that path. And instead what they have done, what I could understand from the budget is that major critical, rare earth industrial corridors are going to come up in some of these states. More is being done in terms of developing the industrial corridor. So eventually, we already have an issue with the freebies in this country that was already flagged in the economic survey. So I think instead of going for that, the government is more going towards capital expenditure. And secondly, tax incentive beyond a point will become counterproductive. So a balance was needed. And I think that balance has been shown. But I agree with you that if you talk about more announcements in certain areas, I'm sure in the due course of time within the next 1 year, some more administrative, structural, economic reforms may take place. When it comes to the power sector, when it comes to agriculture sector, a lot of critical reforms are pending. But I think in the last few years, we have seen that is not part of the budget announcements. They have happened in due course of time when individual ministries have taken it up, or the Prime Minister himself have taken it up without being announced in the budget itself. Back to you.
Fair enough. Mr. Rastogi, if you're still there with us. Mr. Rastogi? Right, Mr. Rastogi, there is also a big impetus on manufacturing. Semiconductor, has been given a program. It's called the Launch of Semiconductor Mission India, the ISM 2.0. 40,000 crores is the outlay. The Biofarm Shakti scheme is going to get 10,000 crores. It aims to make India a global biopharma hub. In terms of the capital expenditure as well, which is huge, 12.2 lakh crore, how is this likely to transform India's velocity as well as India's speed to getting to Viksit Bharat?
Yeah, so see, as our economy is very much dependent on imports, these are the reforms which, we are trying to have less reliance on the imports because, due to the imports, we have the, our currency is under pressure. So in my view, these are the very right steps again to see how we can start manufacturing these semiconductors here in India. So the dependency would less on imports and our balance of trade will also improve, right? So the point is how we can be self-capable of manufacturing the things, within India and not having the reliance on the outside world for this. So semiconductor is one of the many, things like that. So these are very, very right step. Over to you.
Mr. Raval, let's also talk about the fact that there is a fiscal tightrope also being walked here by the government. There are disinvestment targets this year which have been amplified again. But what about the disinvestment targets, which the government talked about last year? They have not been completed as yet.
Actual thing is, as you have rightly said, they are working on a tightrope. This is not so easy. If you really see the global situation, the geopolitical situations, under that situations, sometimes domestic decisions are kept on hold because the market volatility and other factors are not allowing them to go forward for that. They need money. If you really see this year also, I think they are going for a big borrowings. With that borrowings, and moreover, inflation 4.4%, and now they are come out with 4.3% for the next financial year they are planning for. So working on that tightrope with that numbers, even without this investment, is really a commendable job. So I feel this is not, it is not always a 1 year job. Whenever this investment is planned, it takes time to settle down. And I think This year they must be taking up for that.
Maninder, coming back to you once again, any areas you felt that the government could have touched upon and has not when it comes to the service sector, as well as incentivizing people who have been let down, in terms of these H1B norms that have been changed in the United States. Also, that, drawback has been dampened, Maninder, because of the continuous FDAs that have been signed with various countries and organizations, the latest one being with the European Union. Do you think there's still something that could have been done by the government to cushion that blow?
Well, not directly. I mean, that wasn't the expectation, I think, but indirectly by creating more opportunities around the space where you've seen people migrating from India. If those opportunities and employment can be made available here in India by attracting more companies, I think that was one of the areas I was talking earlier about. But having said this, Vineet, I think at times it is really important to know what are the priorities and what makes more difference in general, and it's okay to kind of deprioritize some of the things. I think government have been clear enough in that sense to only include areas which have which would impact much more in general to the economy. So from that perspective, I think it's fine. The only comment I would like to make, and this is something that have been a concern in general, is while you recommend and propose all of these different schemes and investments, it's about the execution and the governance, which has been, not up to the mark or not 100%. And you also asked the same in the last question. I think the entire focus now has to be how all of these schemes and initiatives can be delivered. How can it be fast tracked if there is a possibility to make sure all of these benefits that we are assuming from these proposed schemes could be seen on the ground. I think it's going to be a big ask and also a big task on the government. But if they are able to pull this off, I think we'll see the economy to improve further.
Mr. Rastogi, anything on your wish list you would have hoped that the government touched upon?
Yeah. So one area I would like to highlight here, because see, in my view, we have a large, the population which is there in the rural areas, right? And in the last few years, if you see that those people are not, I'm talking about the people at the ground level, who are having very small kind of a, businesses or the jobs where they need very micro kind of a, capital, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. In the last few years, if you have seen, there's that industry, that vertical was in a much pressure, So that the thing is how we can enable those people, because those people can help a lot in, reviving the economy, because, those people are not having the access to the capital, and they are the people who are having a bread and butter on a daily basis, right? So in my view, the government should have touch based upon those people, how we can bring in the reforms in the microfinance sector, right? So in the sectors like, which are to address the people who are at the very ground stage of our country, where, the banks are not reaching out, and, those people have nothing to give as a security or as a collateral. So that is one area the government could have touched base. That could have been better. Over to you.
All right. Well, we've run out of time. We're going to take a quick break now. Maninder, Mr. Rastogi, appreciate you being here and sharing your thoughts. We have more on the other side.
सोच रहा हूँ टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस ले लूं ताकि मेरे बाद फैमिली को पैसों की कमी ना हो। तू भी ले ले।
अबे जल्दी क्या है, बाद में देख लेंगे।
आराम से आराम से आराम से। अब तक कुणाल को हार्ट अटैक आ गया यार।
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 400 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
यूपी में ग्रीन मोबिलिटी को नई रफ्तार, निवेश और रोजगार के अवसर अपार। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की प्रेरणा और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के दृढ़ संकल्पों से उत्तर प्रदेश इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों के विकास में अग्रणी राज्य बन चुका है। नोएडा और ग्रेटर नोएडा में ऑटो कंपोनेंट और बैटरी इकाइयों के विकास के साथ 2400 सार्वजनिक चार्जिंग स्टेशन स्थापित किए गए, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप दिसंबर 2025 तक यूपी में लगभग 15 लाख इलेक्ट्रिक वाहन पंजीकृत हुए और वित्त वर्ष 2024-25 में यूपी में इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों को अपनाने की दर हुई 10%। राजधानी लखनऊ में निजी क्षेत्र की भागीदारी से नया ईवी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्लांट शुरू हुआ है, जहां इलेक्ट्रिक बसें और छोटे कमर्शियल वाहन बनाए जाएंगे। आज हरित मार्गों पर 750 से भी ज्यादा ई बसें संचालित होती हैं और उत्तर प्रदेश इलेक्ट्रिक वाहनों के मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के वैश्विक केंद्र के रूप में स्थापित हो रहा है। हरित राहों पर बढ़ता प्रदेश, आत्मनिर्भर उत्तर प्रदेश।
इम्तियाज जी के फादर को बीमारी के कारण अचानक हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट होना पड़ा। पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने हॉस्पिटल पहुंचकर लाखों का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure, there can be multiple measures, but the best way to stop Chinese imports is by raising tariffs. History has shown it. We must raise tariffs as per the WTO agreements, and we have the limit of 50.4% average weighted tariff, whereas we are imposing hardly 6%. So there is a huge gap between what is the bound rate and what is the actual effective rate.
I think we should strengthen our industrial policy and see to it that our PLI scheme also is interweaved with quality in a very strengthened manner, so that we are back on the path of having the QCOs into the country to a great extent of sectors and pushing them very hard.
Thank you. Hello and welcome to a very special edition of We Women Want. I'm in conversation with Lakshmi Puri, who's come out with her next book. It is about the sari called The Sari Eternal. What made you write this book?
Well, I wanted to express through this how the sari is India wrapped in its folds, how it is Indian womanhood expressed in all her magnificence and resilience and fluidity and intelligence and creativity.
It's not a book, it's a work of art. It really is. And the first thing it did, it made me want to wear a sari immediately. So I really do suggest you read the book, but first watch our show.
Watch We Women Want at these times on Newsx.
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure, there can be multiple measures, but the best way to stop Chinese imports is by raising tariffs. History has shown it. We must raise tariffs as per the WTO agreements, and we have the limit of 50.4% average weighted tariff, whereas we are imposing hardly 6%. So there is a huge gap between
what is the bound rate and what is the actual effective rate.
I think we should strengthen our industrial policy and see to it that our PLI scheme also is interweaved with quality in a very strengthened manner, so that we are back on the path of having the QCOs into the country to a great extent of sectors and pushing them very hard.
Thank you.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
लाल रंग इसका अपार,
तीखा कम है फिर भी स्वाद। बेमिसाल बेमिसाल MDH कश्मीरी।
MDH कश्मीरी।
MDH
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर। MDH गरम मसाला, असली मसालों से भरा हूँ मैं,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको तो फुटबॉल खेलना भी आ गया
और इससे तो पियानो बजाने भी आ गया।
चंद्रयान भी उतर गया चांद पर हमें अब तक टेस्टी राजमा बनाना नहीं आया।
बिना MDH राजमा मसाला के टेस्टी राजमा कैसे बनेगा?
स्वादिष्ट राजमा के लिए MDH राजमा मसाला।
क्या स्वादिष्ट राजमा बनाए?
MDH
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
MDH कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है। स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी लाजवाब है।
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
A scheme for rare earth permanent magnets was launched in 2025 November. We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research and manufacturing.
All right, on this historic day, February 1st, 2026, the first Sunday budget presentation in Indian history, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman unveiled a game-changing initiative in the Union Budget 26-27. The establishment of dedicated rare earth minerals corridors in 4 key states. This announcement comes at a pivotal moment when the world is scrambling for control over rare earth elements, those 17 obscure metals that power our smartphones, electric vehicles, wind turbines, defense missiles and even AI data centers. They're not just commodities, they are the linchpin of the green energy revolution and high-tech dominance. Hello and welcome, you're watching Newsx with me, Vineet Malhotra, and today let's take a look at India's rare earth as it stands as compared to, of course, China. But why now is the big question. Well, global supply chains are fragile, dominated by one player, that is of course China. India, with its own vast reserves and surging demand, is finally stepping up in this extended analysis. We'll dissect China's iron grip, India's current lag, the fresh budget boost, and what it all means for self-reliance. Well, buckle up, this is about geopolitics, economics and the future of technology. Let's start with the elephant in the room, China. Well, Beijing is not just a player, it's the referee, coach and star athlete in the rare earth game. China boasts around 44 million metric tons of reserves, which according to USGS is about 37 to 48% of the world's total, estimated at 90 to 120 million tons. These reserves are mainly concentrated in the Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region, the Sichuan Province, the Jiangxi Province and Guangdong Province, Shandong and a few more. In fact, the Bayan Obo mining district near Baotou city is the world's largest redeposit, primarily rich in bastnasite and monazite ores containing light rees like neodymium. It's a sparsely populated area, but mining here supplies the bulk of China's output. But reserves are potential. The real power lies in production. In 2025, China mined over 270,000 tons, capturing 60 to 70% of global output. That's more than the rest of the world combined together, including runners-up like Australia that mined around 18,000 tons in 2025 and the US that produced 15,000 tons. But why does the rest of the world fall behind that badly? Well, the real chokehold is in processing. China refines 85 to 90% of the world's rare earths, turning messy ores into pure oxides, metals and alloys for sintered neodymium iron boron permanent magnets, the super strong ones in EV motors, wind generators and hard drives. China produces 90 to 95% globally. Heavy rare earths like dysprosium and terbium, crucial for high temperature performance, well, China controls 98 to 90% of separation capacity. This monopoly isn't benign. In 2025, China imposed stricter export controls on rare earth technologies and materials, citing national security. Prices skyrocketed. Neodymium oxide hit over 700,000 Chinese yuan per ton, up to 50% from 2024. Countries like the US, Japan and India felt the pinch, with supply disruptions rippling through industries. Remember the 2010 rare earth crisis when China cut exports to Japan by 40% amidst a territorial dispute? Well, history repeats, and it's a reminder. Dependency on China is a strategic vulnerability in an era of trade wars and tech decoupling. Environmentally, China's dominance comes at a cost. Toxic mining practices have polluted rivers and soils in regions like Bayan Obo, but they've invested heavily in cleaner tech to maintain their edge. Globally, this imbalance fuels initiatives like the US CHIPS Act and EU's Critical Raw Materials Act, but China remains ahead, with state-backed giants like China Northern Rare Earth Group leading the charge. Now, pivot to India. We are not starting from zero. We rank 5th globally in reserves with 6.9 to 8.52 million tons, or 5 to 8% of the world total. These are primarily monazite sands in coastal belts. Kerala's Chavara, rich in thorium-linked reefs, Odisha's Chhatrapur, Andhra Pradesh's Vishakhapatnam area and Tamil Nadu's Manva Larkuchi. A recent 2026 discovery in Karnataka's Gundlupete adds 6.35 million tons, but it's early days. Yet production tells a different story. Just 2,900 tons annually, under 1% of global output, placing us 7th worldwide. Why is there a gap? Well, historically, underinvestment, regulatory hurdles in sensitive ecosystems, and a focus on exporting raw concentrations rather than building processing plants. We import 80 to 90% of our rare earth needs, mostly from China, costing over $221 million in 2025 alone. Domestic demand is exploding from 2,900 tons today to 8,220 tons by 2030, driven by India's EV push, renewables and defense modernization. The challenges are multifaceted, including environmental risks like beach erosion and radioactive thorium waste from monazite processing, technological lags like lack in advanced separation tech for heavy reefs, and policy inertia. Though that's changing, without action, we'll remain a buyer in a seller's market, vulnerable to China's whims. Coming back to today, just hours ago at 11 a.m. Indian Standard Time, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced the government's support to the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research and manufacturing. These corridors will transform these states into hubs for the entire value chain, leveraging their monazite deposits to attract investments and create jobs. Experts hail it as a serious and structured effort, emphasizing the need for an end-to-end domestic chain in EVs, wind energy and defense. Internationally, tie-ups like Pax Silica's US partnership add firepower environmentally. While not detailed today, the scheme nods to sustainable practices under Net Zero 2070. In essence, China's towers with 70% production and 90% processing, while India trails at 1% output and near total imports. But today's corridors mark a bold pivot, potentially narrowing the gap by 2030. It's Atmanirbhar in action. From reserves to magnets, India could emerge as a counterweight in a multipolar world. We'll also talk about this. Joining us on the program is Mitali Nikore, senior economist. Mr. Atul Thakur, policy analyst, is also joining us on the show. Mr. Nakul Sharma from SKPS and Company is also with us on the broadcast. Mr. Vineet Nahata, chairperson of the Economic Affairs Committee, PhD Chamber of Commerce, and Mr. Sirish Korada, Managing Director and CEO of Minds Consulting, is with us on the broadcast as well. Thank you everyone for being a part of this conversation. Mitali, I'll begin with you. Well, you've just heard me talk about the huge gulf between India and China. While we are all talking about, adjustments in terms of the tax rates, we are talking about a lot of capex for infrastructure. We are talking about push for MSMEs. This is the big sixer here that we need to address.
No, absolutely, Vineet. I think, a lot of announcements often happen on budget day, and there are certain things which get lost in the details. And I think the rare earth push that has happened today, when we see it alongside the electronics components manufacturing mission, as well as the semiconductor mission 2.0, then see that becomes a very interesting cocktail of measures that India is putting in place for its Atmanirbharta when it looks at the entire supply chain and when it looks at the entire value chain for these fast growing sectors. Because let's think about it, right? Like when we think about a sector like semiconductors, you still need rare earths to be refined, to be mined in the early parts of that supply chain. You don't want to ideally be importing those parts. You should be able to actually produce a very critical raw material, which is rare earths, within your own country. And that's exactly what this rare earth mission will do. And what is interesting about this entire push is that it's not a push of just one activity in the value chain. It is a push across different activities in the value chain, because for each of these, whether it was for electronic components manufacturing, whether it was for semiconductors or for rare earths, at the end of the day, it was about skilling people. It was about skill training and upskilling. It was about investments and driving investments, foreign direct investments, as well as domestic investments. And then it was about logistics for actually moving the final products as well as moving the intermediate products. So the entire value chain was actually covered in these missions and in this push. Of course, implementation is going to be a challenge. We know that it's not going to be easy to start simply from, ground zero and refining rare earth metals. And I think that the recent, attendance of the Prime Minister of the Shanghai Cooperation Summit actually has a lot to do with this, because India can work with China also in learning some of these processes and for technology transfer. The ultimate aim is Atmanirbharta.
All right, let me rope in Sirish Korada, MD and CEO of Minds Consulting here as well. Sirish, what did you make of the overall essence as well as the paradigm continuity factor that we got to see in today's budget? Of course, the government does not want to rock the boat. Whatever is doing well, let it be. Don't tweak it. But there are opportunities, Sirish, that the government is definitely looking to explore. Let's talk about what they have done for the MSMEs. Let's talk about the cushioning that has come about as a result of the tariffs which were imposed by Donald Trump. What did you make of the government actually getting into the nitty-gritties, like they say, getting their hands dirty when it comes to sectoral transformation?
Thanks, Vineet, and thanks for the question. Hopefully you can hear me clear.
Loud and clear, Sirish.
Perfect. You're coming across a little faint, but I think I got a sense of your question. Let me start with putting a moniker on the budget. Everybody's looking for monikers for this budget, but I think boring. It's a boring budget, but sometimes boring is beautiful. And I like to say it's beautiful because from a corporate and an entrepreneurial part of it, uh, continuity of the tax policy, continuity of the policy targets, especially the fiscal prudence that's been shown, continuity of the tax benefits, and no major policy flip-flops. I think that is one of the key themes I kind of believe. And two, it's a continuation budget. It's looking at a long-term view rather than a short-term view. And things, like the rare earth minerals that were just spoken, things like focusing on key priority sectors such as defense, textiles, healthcare, tourism, biotech, pharma, all of that. I think, I've heard for the first time in a budget where where a tax haven has been provided up to 2047 or some critical sectors. So it's definitely focusing on the long term per se. Now, obviously, the market had already factored in no major direct or indirect tax benefits as such. Obviously, there's expectations on it, and I know the markets reacted pretty poorly today. But that aside, I think there were some great hits for GCCs and entrepreneurs as such, and I think there was a few misses. Vinny, let me just quickly talk to you about what are the things that are great or can really add value to us, and it's all around the uh, tax compliance and ease of doing business. The transfer pricing rules and safe harbor rules defined for all IT services and safe harbor set at a 15.5% with no sort of tax penalties or no sort of arbitration. I think that gives a lot of relief to a lot of founders who want to put money, and especially foreign investors. I think the panel on education to employment is a fantastic thing. I think we need to really, really look at how we are going to create jobs and create jobs for the future, looking at AI and all other technology initiatives. And another one which really excites me is the capital expenditures planned on developing tier 2 and tier 3 cities. We know our top tier cities are already quite jammed and from an infrastructure, and I think we need to really expand that out for companies of the future to invest and really add and create jobs for our tier 2, tier 3 and rural economies. So some great things there, but a few misses as well in my view. I think there could be a little bit more conversation on GST, a bit more harmonization of the sort of the rules as such from income tax, GST, FEMA, RBI, all of that. A bit more simplicity or ease of doing business could have been great. And, I had expected a little bit more from an MSME standpoint. I know they outlaid some capital out there for the MSME, but the push has always been on the manufacturing side with the PLI scheme, and that's great. But I just want to, I just want everybody to remember that the services firms kind of contribute about 46% of exports. With a widening trade deficit, we can't throw the baby with the bathwater out. We need to really, really help and push the services sector. And, simple things like, the 44 ADA provisions that a lot of our service people use, bolstering that, making that wider and broader could really, really help, So I think there's a lot in there, to be honest, but I would see it as a continuation and sticking to the targets and especially very happy to see the fiscal prudence and the fiscal deficit projected to be about 4.4 or 4.3%. I think that's really, really great to see. Vineet.
Fair enough. Good analysis, Suresh. Let me also at this point in time rope in Mr. Nakul Sharma. Nakul, there have been no tax cuts, but there has been tax simplification. Obviously, the government wants the population, the public at large, to be a part of nation building by paying and contributing towards the tax structure. In that scheme of things, how did you think this budget did?
Yeah, Thank you for introducing me. So, as we saw in the first paragraph itself, the finance minister had mentioned that this budget it will be people over populism. So, it was not a populist budget as such. The government wanted to look at a long-term view for everything, and that's why all the decisions were taken accordingly. The budget was planned accordingly. For income tax, if we look at it, there are many compliance part was done easy rather than rate simplification, as we spoke earlier. So let's say, for an example, once you you buy a property from a non-resident Indian, and you had to go for a TAN, then you have to file the returns. But to simplify that, now that has been made PAN based. So you need not take a TAN again when you buy a property from the NRI. It has simplified the process, which was quite a lengthy process earlier. One more thing which was done was many people has had foreign investments, foreign shares or foreign assets. So there were some complications while declaring the foreign assets. So to avoid that, the government has brought a one-time scheme where it has given a 6 months window where if you have undisclosed overseas income up to 1 crore, you need to pay 30% tax plus penalty and get it cleared. And if the tax is already paid but you have just missed the disclosure, then if your assets are up to 5 crore, only 1 lakh penalty is fixed, and then you can file it accordingly. These are some changes also for normal businesses. Earlier it was when the businesses has deduction in provident fund, ESIC or similar funds, but the payment was not done to the funds before the due date of filing of the funds. It was disallowed. But now it has been cleared that once you make the payment to the respective fund before filing income tax, you will get the allowance. Earlier it was disallowed permanently if you had not made the payment before the fund's due date. So these are a few examples where the government has rightly just rather than rationalizing rates, they have rationalized the compliance part.
That's a good point, and that's in fact something that was needed as well. Mr. Vineet Nahata, Chairperson of the Economic Affairs Committee of the PhD Chamber of Commerce, is also with us on the broadcast. Mr. Nahata, I hope you can hear me.
Am I audible?
Yes, loud and clear. All right, Mr. Nahata, your impressions of the budget. Taking a leaf out of what Nakul also said, that this is not a populist budget. This is a budget which is continuing towards the mission and trajectory of Viksit Bharat.
I fully endorse to this view. This budget is progressive, forward-looking, and it is directed towards achievement of Mission Bharat 2047, the 5 trillion economy dream. One thing which was good about the budget was that we have not exceeded our fiscal deficit targets. The 4.4% fiscal deficit has been adhered to. The borrowing which the government is going to make is 10.7 lakh crores, which is far lower than what the market was expecting. Actually, the